here just to verify this, that it's moved offshore Florida. Now, Milton has left Florida. That's the big news. As we take a look at that wobble, though, that really, yes, kept the surge and that storm surge to a minimum, especially from areas of St. Pete to the north. It was the couple of little wobbles right before landfall, and then it made its way across Florida. And as it did so, my goodness, it held together as a hurricane, and it's now moving away. And as we look outside, it's the calm after the storm. We need some better weather, right? Well, if we take a look at 10 Tampa Bay, you see a little wind damage there. We had some wind gusts in St. Pete, up over 100 miles per hour. Nothing like that to worry about today. We'll continue to see the winds diminish as we head through the morning. Notice northwest winds, that's much better, right? 20 to 25 miles per hour. And look at this, as we head into this afternoon, well, what happens? Milton moves off to the east and wraps in some drier weather and some much needed quieter weather with some sunshine and pretty pleasant temperatures. I just did a little weather observation outside, and it feels a little chilly. I mean, pretty much as we look at this forecast, Milton is going to wrap in not just some drier air, but the most comfortable weather we've had in months. Okay, so there you go. We've got some better weather on the way. We take a look at what we need to know today. Well, in many ways, it's just the beginning, right? This was a huge storm for many of us, once in a lifetime, and there's going to be a lot of cleanup going on. So just keep in mind, we still have that weather impact alert through 2 o'clock with the biggest impacts, at least. Morning flooding, we're still seeing that in the area with that flood warning in effect till about 8:45. Debris danger on the roads. Rivers are still rising. We'll have some major crests on the rivers, especially to the north, okay, of areas of Hillsborough County and up in toward areas of Pasco County. Then we're going to need to stay put until given the all clear, all right, with all that debris out there, high water in many areas. And then tomorrow we'll continue with those slow improvements. And this was after that record swath of 10 to 20 inches of rain where you see this yellow here. So if you're traveling or have friends and family traveling back to Tampa, tell them to please be careful. I mean, there's going to be some big issues even on the main interstates and Interstate 4 and I-75. We take a look at our latest, and the red depiction here is your flood warnings, flash flood warnings. They have now moved mainly to the east of our area. We're still watching areas of Polk County, eastern Polk County, as we go into this morning. It's still on the back edge of some of that heavier rain and that record-setting rainfall. But there's Milton in the center continuing to move away from Florida, and as it does so, it'll continue to filter in some drier weather. We zoom into what we've been waiting for, a much quieter and drier areas from Pasco County to Hernando County. Oh, what a night. Yes, and back to Lakeland, St. Pete, Bradenton, and Sarasota. Things will only get better from here. But again, we're keeping our guard up today. We still have a ways to go, and we take a look at some record crests on the rivers. That includes the Hillsborough River at Zephyr Hills. So here's the timeline. Here's today. And as we go into tomorrow, and especially as we go into the first part of the weekend, there could be a crest up over 16 feet. That's significant because the old record was 15 feet. So this will be a developing story. Wherever you see the purples here, it's not good. All right, so whenever you get 10 to 20 inches of rain, and after that soggy summer we had, there's going to be issues. Cypress Creek at State Road 54, we're also watching a big creek. It may be mainly in the minor range for flooding right now, but notice by later tomorrow and especially the weekend into the purples, and that's 15 foot on the crest, about 1.5 feet above the record of just under 14 feet. We take a look at the big picture. Let's keep futurecast going. There goes Milton exiting Florida. Some wraparound showers along the east coast of Florida, but even for areas of the first coast, Jacksonville, where many evacuated to Daytona Beach. Yes, things are looking better for those areas as well, including Orlando. But again, very slow on the roads. We got to be patient, and looking wonderful here in Tampa and home sweet home. We take a look at our Friday night, and look at this. We've got that northeast flow, and that's going to just filter in some nice weather. If we have any showers, just very slight chance of any showers as we head even into Saturday and Sunday, as we have such dry air in the mid and upper levels. I don't think any of this green here will actually make it to the ground. So overall, let's take a look at that 7-day forecast and just what we needed. Oh, quiet weather finally. And as we take a look at that, we're watching that flooding today and the rivers rising, but notice sunshine this afternoon. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, beautiful with low to mid 80s, and those lows will feel wonderful with some mid to upper 60s.
Yeah, we need those lows with no AC for many people right now.
Yeah,
sure.
we deserve a break, at this point, and that weather and that 7-day forecast looks fantastic. Absolutely, here at the 6 o'clock hour as we're resetting here on 10 Tampa Bay and our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We want to thank you for joining us. If you have power this morning and you're watching us, thank you so much. You are very lucky to have power this morning, such widespread power outages.
Yeah, big issue for us. With Jameson Mueller this morning, I'm Caitlin Lockerbie. Thanks for sticking with us for this coverage of Milton. This is our community. This is our home, too. We've all been concerned about you and our loved ones and our homes, our neighborhoods, our landmarks, our beaches. It's a tough day as we see the destruction out there, especially in the aftermath of Helene. We knew it was coming. We knew Milton was going to be powerful, but it sure packed a punch for our area. We're going to be showing that to you this morning, the devastation in the aftermath, some spots better than others, but power outages certainly an issue. And I want to get right to this morning. Pinellas County really shut down at this point. We are just getting an update here. Access to Pinellas County is completely closed. Deputies warning citizens to stay out of the area because of hazardous conditions, including traffic light outages, down power lines, flooding, significant debris blocking roadways. We saw the roof of the Trump torn right off. We saw a crane toppled down by the winds of Milton. This was quite the storm moving through our area with wind gusts more than 100 miles an hour. Yeah,
absolutely. And three things to know here as we reset at the top of the hour. We are waiting for the city of Tampa to address the city, some of the issues that they're dealing with at this hour now that Milton has passed through. We will take that press conference live when it happens. Hurricane Milton made landfall in Siesta Key last night at 8:30. If you lost power and you weren't aware, this is what happened. 8:30 last night, Category 3. We have mass power outages all across the Bay Area this morning, and they are massive. Well over 1 million people. Major damage has been reported all across the Bay Area. Our crews are stationed in safe locations right now. As soon as daylight comes up and we know that it is safe to get out and document some of that damage, we will be bringing that to you as well. As we're awaiting that press conference in the city of Tampa, we have our reporters fanned out all across the Bay Area for you.
Yeah, we've had team coverage before the storm. We're going to show you that team coverage today in the aftermath here, too. We are tracking this all with you from a safe spot as best we can. We're your eyes and ears. This is the day you want to stay home. Don't get out in this because the damage is extensive. Angelicia Bruton is in Brooksville right now outside what was flames. Looks like hot spots still in the area behind you. But the wind's fanning those flames this morning. That's what we've seen here. Not the only house fire you've seen in the area, Angelicia.
That's right, Caitlin, and this is exactly why officials want people to stay off the roadways. I gave the fire department a call around 5:15. In less than 10 minutes, they showed back up here to this home that neighbors say caught on fire around 9 o'clock last night. Officials responded after the hurricane winds slowed down and they were able to get back to this home, and they're still out here working on it, making sure that all the hot spots are out. We'll stay at this home over the next couple of hours just to make sure that no more hotspots ignite. Live in Hernando, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, thank you. And as promised, the Mayor Jane Castor has just stepped up to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Fixing the electricity, getting everybody re-energized. As Archie and I spoke, I said that Tampa has been recognized as having one of the best tree canopies in the world. And when you come to think of it, you mix tree canopies and a hurricane, it's not good for electricity. So they're going to do their best to get that up as quickly as possible. Our amazing first responders were out there as soon as they possibly could. The wind died down enough for them to safely get out there, which was about 1:30 this morning, responding to hundreds of calls. A lot of those calls were alarms, trees down, wires, those types of things. We have a listing of all of the roads that have been closed. If you go to tampa.gov /hurricane, we've got a lot of information there. Hopefully you charged up your computers before the electricity went out. What we are asking you now is please, please stay inside. Stay inside until we can get out there with our teams. They are all in action right now. We can get out there, assess the damage, and make sure that it's safe for you to go back out into your community or to re-enter your neighborhood. Again, we appreciate everyone heeding the order to evacuate and going to safety. I'm quite certain that saved, if not lives, a lot of injuries. So thank you for that. I am going to go up in the TPD helicopter at first light this morning and assess all of the damage from the air. We also have drone teams with each of our push crews, and so they're going to be able to put those drones up in the air so that they can go out and see what the damage is as our crews clean the streets, get the trees and the debris out of our streets. So also, one of the blessings for us is that we didn't see that predicted storm surge. So that was, that saved a lot. That was what we were really worried about, was the storm surge. And so fortunately, we didn't see the peak of it, but it's not over. At 7 o'clock this morning, when high tide comes in, rivers are going to flood all over Hillsborough County, not just in the city of Tampa. Now, I want to talk about something a little dirty here, wastewater. In these types of storms with 18 inches of water, that water gets mixed in with the wastewater. And so our wastewater plant usually runs around 180 million gallons. It's about 220 right now. That's the max that it can filter and clean appropriately. They are doing a great job. It's still up and running. We do have power out at about 60 or 70 of the 220 wastewater pumping stations that we have. We have crews through the night that have been going to those locations and with a generator pumping those down, forcing that wastewater out of there. So we should see minimal leakage from wastewater. Our water systems are all good to go. I have not talked to the director of the port yet, Paul Anderson, but I'll get that information as soon as possible, and we'll be able to further brief you on exactly how the city is getting back up on our feet as the sun comes up. Once again, please don't go outside. Definitely don't drive around. Don't go through standing water. And make sure if you see any trees or wires down, call and report those, and we will get them fixed as quickly as we can. We survived through Milton. We can't lose anybody in the aftermath, so please be careful out there. Next, I'm going to bring up Chief Barbara Tripp.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, as Mayor stated, good morning. Just want to thank all the first responders who have started responding to calls. As the Mayor stated, because of the wind, we had to cease service for a couple of hours. It was very dangerous for first responders to get out there. But during that time, we did make a rescue of where a tree fell onto a home and did head injuries to individuals that were transported to the hospital. As the Mayor stated, we had over 100 calls that came in. We are responding to those calls, and within that time frame, we had a couple of fires that took place within the city of Tampa. Our crews are out there assessing those fires and making sure that there is no other damage to any other structures nearby. Throughout the night, some of the calls that was coming in, like she said, was down power lines, minor medical calls, and a lot of fire alarms. Each one of those calls will be evaluated, and our crews will respond to those calls. Now, we talk about damage assessment. It's that time to let the experts get out and do damage assessment to the areas before you go out. We don't want no one to create any more injuries, to be able to pull the first responders into the area to respond. Some of the conditions we won't be able to get to. We still have flooding in certain areas, and once again, we will not be able to get the responders to those areas. Power is out throughout the city of Tampa and many residents. We know a lot of residents have generators. We want you to follow the manufacturer's instructions when you start the generators. It must be in a well-ventilated area. Please do not put it in your garage or inside your home, and do not let the generator get wet. Only plug in the important appliances that you need to plug in for safety, and do not use candles, especially unattended candles. Candles does cause hazards, fires, and once again, we don't want anyone to cause any additional disasters that's going to cause the first responder to respond, and if they cannot get to your location. We want you to be vigilant when it's time to turn your power back on. When TECO give the word that your power, because we do have certain surges that take place and can cause other fire hazards. We want everyone to be safe, and as the mayor stated, let us get out, do the assessment before you go out and create more damage or injuries or situations where we won't be able to help you. Now I introduce Chief Burkle.
Thank you, Chief Tripp. Our city has endured a lot, and our city is a very resilient city. After preparing for Hurricane Helene and recovering from that, we were preparing for Hurricane Milton. And I want to commend everyone out there that heeded the emergency evacuation order. Definitely saved lives. And as you know, over a dozen police officers had lost their homes, but still came to help the city during Hurricane Milton. As Chief Tripp mentioned, she had a rescue of a house where a tree fell on it. We also had a rescue earlier in the evening last night. We were dispatched to a call where 15 people were in a house where the tree had fell on the house and water was coming in the house. There were children in the house, and we were able to get officers out there safely and rescue 15, including young children, and take them to the Pizzo Elementary School shelter. We will provide video of that later for everybody to see. That's just one example of the hard work and the great first responder efforts that are out there saving lives. It is imperative that everybody stay inside and do not drive out on the roads. We have hundreds of calls of power lines down, we have trees down, and we are out there actively making the city and the streets safe. So please stay indoors until we give you the all clear. And again, we are in this together. We will be safer together if you heed our warnings and stay in and stay off the road. And next I'll bring up Maribel for our Spanish translation.
All right, that was the latest update there from the city of Tampa, really the first that we're hearing as a news conference this morning. We are awaiting the governor at 8:30 this morning, but the big story there is the winds and the impact. They were worried about the storm surge, especially for Davis Islands after Helene. That was not the case with this, but we saw so many downed trees throughout the area, which is really a big issue, especially right now, waiting for the sun to come up. They'll get the drones up when daylight comes, and that'll give us more perspective of it, but this is widespread.
Yeah, and really what was coming out of this Tampa press conference is going to be coming out of pretty much every press conference from every county, from Citrus County all the way down to Sarasota, even out to Lakeland, and that is please stay inside so that damage assessment teams can go out and tell the electrical crews where to go, what trees to clear, what debris to clear, so that our roads can become passable so we can get our power back on. You're going to hear this in every city, in every county this morning. Please stay inside, work on your own home, work in your own yard. Don't go out if you don't have to, because we got to get this power turned back on. We got to go do damage assessments no matter where it is.
Yeah, they said also with the wastewater plant that it's working overtime right now, still up and running. Usually does about 180 million gallons. This is at 220 right now. Not the case in St. Pete, unfortunately. Across the bay, in St. Pete, water off for people this morning, and 2 sewage plants impacted by this. So if you're waking up in St. Pete this morning and you can hear us, you can watch us, you have some power right now, lucky you. Not lucky when it comes to unable to flush the toilets right now. Don't do that. And the water, you're going to rely on that hurricane water this morning because it's under a boil water notice. So just stick to the hurricane bottles. You got them for a reason. Yeah,
absolutely. In the city of Tampa, 60 out of the 220 wastewater pump stations are out of power. They're working to get those all fixed as well. The one thing that really stood out for me, though, Caitlin, from those press conferences was after Helene, they were telling us there were 500 calls within an hour for rescues and all that other stuff. We weren't hearing that this morning. That is an absolutely good thing to hear, that a lot of people got out and they weren't calling 911 for help. They did have a couple of issues. They mentioned it there. They had to do a rescue at a home where a tree fell on a house there. There were some injuries, and and then they talked about a home with 15 people inside.
Yeah, including young kids. They were able to get that family safely to an evacuation center. So that is, we're thankful for that. And they said that they'll release some video later on this morning. So we'll let you know as soon as we get that. We'll show you that video. It's just the scenes across the area. These trees inundated with so much water with Helene, and then what a wallop with Milton overnight. So we have a lot of trees down in the area. We're assessing that this morning. Obviously an impact to power lines too, transformers blowing with the winds outside. So stay where you are today, stay hunkered down. This isn't the day to get out on the roadways. They are really very treacherous right now. Pinellas County really shut down right now. They're asking you not to get out on the roadways at all because of the debris down, because of the power lines down. There's a lot of cleanup to do, and you heard Mayor Castor say they're going to get right to it in Tampa as safely as they can, but it's going to take some time. Yeah,
absolutely. And the one thing that they did mention, they did have several home fires that they really couldn't respond to. A lot of fire alarms going off inside of homes too. So we'll get the assessment from that. Mayor Jane Castor said they're going to go up in a helicopter here at daybreak, get a better idea of all the damage there in the city of Tampa. As we go a little further south to the city of Bradenton, our Jen Titus has been down there all morning long, kind of giving us the best assessment as we can. Jen, you're still waiting for daylight there so you can kind of venture out safely and kind of see some of the other damage there.
And this is why they want everybody to stay inside right now. Jameson, look at this. I mean, these are huge. Can't even lift that thing. These are huge tree branches, not just little palm fronds. These are huge tree branches, and this is nothing from what we've seen around just each parking lot that we've traveled over to. I mean, there are trees split in halves, trees on tops of cars, lots of damage to vehicles. We know that there are power outages. I just had a Bradenton officer drive through here, and I said, hey, what are you seeing? He says, we're seeing a lot of power outages, lots of widespread damage. He says there is devastation in some of the mobile home communities here. He knows roofs have been ripped off some of the buildings downtown. So he says everybody just needs to stay inside until they can finally get out here. They've only been out here, guys, for like the past hour, where the wind has finally died down enough where we can get our emergency vehicles back on the roads. Now they can assess the damage. They can assess to see just exactly any sort of destruction that Milton brought this way. It wasn't really any sort of, we haven't seen any high storm surge over here. What we've seen is such just wind. It's all wind damage. I mean, that wind last night, guys, was howled for hours. So it was wind damage and then just flash floods. I talked to the officer. I said, do you guys see road closures? He's like, oh yes. Riverview Boulevard, lots of flooding down there, he told me. Along Manatee Avenue, even more flooding. He says that's just all from the amount of rain that they got here in such a short period of time. I don't think it stopped raining, guys, from yesterday around 1 o'clock in the morning to maybe an hour or so ago, and we'll still be standing out here and we'll see some come down. So hopefully it's gone for now so that emergency crews can come out here. They can clean up those down power lines. They can clean up these trees that are, I mean, just everywhere. Because if you're out on the roads right now, look at how it is. So this shows you that light is off right there, no power on that side of the road. That's just how black everything is, just completely dark. You can't even see like past your hand if you were to put it there without a light. And that's why they're asking for everybody to stay off the roads, wait for crews to come, clean all of this up, get this out of the way so then when you do go back home, you are safe. When you do evacuate, and they know that there are so many of you there right now that did evacuate. And even if you're in Manatee County right now and you're in Bradenton, and you're in that D zone, that E zone, a non-evacuation zone, you might still be sitting there without power. You might be listening to us on the radio right now, and they're asking you just to stay put. Stay where you are at until they can clean everything up, and then they will give you the all clear. Just because it's just not safe conditions out here, guys. We have down power lines. We have down trees. You don't want to be driving over any of this.
Not. You know, we were even getting assessments, storm damage assessments from down power lines as far in as Polk County, and the list just went on and on and on.
Yeah, we're scrolling through.
Yeah, we're just like scrolling through it. It was unbelievable, Jen. So I can only imagine the amount of damage that's down there that you're going to see once the sun comes up.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking the Hurricane Milton's eyewall landed at Siesta Key, so that's just 10, 20 miles down the road. We're literally off of Cortez Road here, just a few miles away from Anna Maria Island. You just go down to Longboat Key and then you're basically in Siesta Key. So that's how far away we are from where that eye wall came up shore. So that's why we are probably going to see quite a lot of damage. And the cop there did confirm, guys, that yes, there is widespread damage here throughout the city of Bradenton. I asked him about Manatee County, how the islands are doing. He couldn't confirm anything yet there, but we do know that officials are out right now assessing all those damages, especially the damages out on the islands.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Jen. I know this is going to be a rough day for a lot of people in the area. Those trees, really a big part of this story. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I know the storm surge, even worse in some cases, really catastrophic. And so for it to be the winds down as long as nobody's injured, that's maybe best case scenario when you've got a major hurricane making landfall just under 20 miles from there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day for a lot of folks as we're kind of assessing the damage here. We still haven't been able to go home and check on our own homes here. Right. All of us here at the station, this is our hurricane studio. We had to evacuate. We had to heed the exact same warnings that you did. We left WTSP right there off of Gandy in St. Petersburg. We were in evacuation zone A. We came here to our hurricane studio, much safer location. We've been able to stay on the air before, during, and now after Hurricane Milton. And it's been our pleasure to do that for you, to kind of keep you informed, prepared, and connected through this whole thing. And we're going to keep staying on top of all of it for you. As the sun starts to come up, we're going to start to get all these press conferences from all the different counties to kind of tell us what happened in those overnight hours, aside from obviously what you went through and what you heard and how scared and afraid you were. It's a natural thing to go through with a storm like this.
Yeah, you're our neighbors too. We were worried about you throughout the storm, worried about our loved ones. I know you probably got calls too from your loved ones. This was a national all eyes on this storm, with so many people just bracing for it. And it did hit at 8:30, making landfall as a Cat 3 in Siesta Key. A lot of damage this morning. The winds really whipping our area, packing a huge punch for us, and especially in Pinellas County this morning. And as you talk about wanting to get back and see the damage, and a lot of people who evacuated, especially out of our coastal areas, which was inundated with flooding over Helene. Well, you can't get back now because Pinellas County has the area shut down. There's a lot of damage, a lot of debris out on the roadways. It's just not safe to do it. We'll let you know as things develop throughout the day. Our bridge is closed right now, so you can't get over anyway if you've left the area, but you got to stay away for now. Treasure Island also tweeting out this morning too. They've got a lot of assessing to do. That area hit so hard by Helene, and is going to have a lot of cleanup in the aftermath of this too. I know they were just trying to clear Gulf Boulevard, all the debris out there ahead of this storm. Unable to get it all out because it was just a tremendous feat. But we did see an interesting fact here out of Davis Islands with Angelina Salcido. We've got Angelicia Bruton and Angelina Salcido in Ybor City for us. She was seeing the debris out there that actually kind of remained throughout this storm in the city of Tampa. Very interesting this morning.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
The story in Ybor City is the power outages. On one end, you can see that there is light. Flip around with me, and you're actually going to see that the power went out on the opposite side of 7th Avenue as Hurricane Milton was passing through this way. And that's because of the heavy hurricane force winds that we felt. It's also caused damage in this area. Take a look at this 7-Eleven sign ripped off from the side of the building. We spoke to a few people who rode out the storm in their homes. Take a listen to what they had to say about what it felt like.
Everything was going good to around about 10:30, then all the power started going out. I mean, it was kind of scary. The winds were high. I saw trees falling all over the place.
The wind, the sound of it, I never heard nothing like that before. And basically, I just want to let everybody know when they tell you to evacuate or to go somewhere, please do that.
Tampa police currently surveying the damage in Ybor City and all across the city of Tampa, flagging things that are going to need to be taken care of as the sun comes up. Of course, when that happens, we're going to be able to see the full effects from Hurricane Milton. In Ybor City, Angelina Salcido, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we're waiting for the drones to get up too. We just had that update from the city of Tampa just at the top of the hour where they were saying they're waiting for daylight, which at this time is going to be 7:27 on the dot, right? Expecting the sun to come up this morning.
I think everybody's waiting for that time this morning.
Yeah.
They want to go out and see, you know, what the damage is. If you're in your home, you might be looking out the window or maybe looking out the back, you know, in the back patio and seeing some of the damage
dark
for
with the
yourself.
lights off, right?
Absolutely, but you're probably seeing some of it, and hopefully you're not seeing any interior damage. You know, but with a hurricane of this size and this power and this strength, some of you are. We realize that, and you know, our thoughts and prayers are with you this morning.
And we want to get to some of the damage that we've seen. I know a lot of you probably seeing this already. This crane in downtown St. Pete toppling over last night. We warned you about this as Mayor Ken Welch set those warnings out yesterday. There were 4 spots where they were not able to get the cranes down in time for this storm. Just too big of an effort, too big of an undertaking to get done in a short amount of time. And so they were warning, stay away from them. Thankfully, no injuries reported with this, but this is 400 Central Avenue, the building construction site there, the residences. And earlier this morning, in the early morning hours, I want to say it was around 5 o'clock, although sometimes it all kind of melds together at this point. But our Miranda Parnell was giving us a live look at this down at the scene. She said those winds really whipping up in the area there. She said that there was kind of a foul odor in the area too. Wanted to get out of Dodge. We wanted to get her out of the area as quickly as possible. But these are the images of that crane. Thankfully, again, no injuries associated with it. But we were expecting these tremendous winds. We saw them in the area, and this is the aftermath when you got that construction site up.
Absolutely. And probably the biggest jaw-dropping moment of Hurricane Milton has been this. The roof of Tropicana Field ripped off in the middle of the storm. This happening overnight. The winds were just too much for that roof there. The Trop, 34 years old. It's got a Teflon-coated fiberglass roof there, and it did not hold up. That video that you're looking at shows the Trop exposed, the stadium lights, the inner workings of all the baseball field. The Trop was hosting thousands of linemen and National Guard members as they prepared to respond to the damage from the storm, but we have confirmed that all the essential personnel who were there are all accounted for. They're all safe. Now you wonder what did that to the roof of the Trop.
Tremendous winds.
Yes,
did that.
it did.
Albert Whitten Airport, just 2 miles from the Trop. Down on our coast there, you can see the pier from it as well. So the pier saw those winds as well. Record wind gusts of 101 miles per hour. Also, a tremendous amount of rain, about 20 inches of rain in St. Pete. So this was the wind and rain just inundating the area last night. A wind that we have not seen before. Obviously, the Trop has withstood several storms in its history. No match for Milton this time.
No, and obviously a lot of questions this morning about what's going to happen there with the Trop. It's going to be knocked down soon anyway for a new baseball stadium.
But not soon enough. We got until 2027 to get through.
Yeah, so what do you do? They're going to have to figure that out, and of course we will figure that out over time. There's supposed to be a Christmas event happening there inside.
And Chant is a big event that I know probably is already selling tickets, if it's not already. And it's a big undertaking every year. People look forward to it, and we don't know what's going to happen just yet. A lot of questions this morning, but obviously the roof is not intact.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's a jaw-dropping moment. But we, of course, are more concerned about you, more concerned about your homes, you know, the place you call home. That's the most important thing here today. So we understand when we see that video that your home hopefully did not sustain that type of damage.
Now, this is just into our newsroom this morning. You just heard the mayor, you just heard the fire chief, in Tampa, Barbara Tripp, talking about this, and Chief Burkaw all saying that they had to have fire rescues last night because of trees falling on homes. This one, a home of 15 people. And they were all rescued, taken to a shelter, thankfully, and they're all okay. Tampa Police releasing new video of them. This was on Eastwood Street. They say a tree crashed onto their home. Officers who were taking shelter less than 2 miles away at the time, they jumped in to help, thankfully. Got out there as soon as they could. They say young kids were there at the time, water getting into the home. They were able to get into the house to get them out safely. and to a nearby shelter too. But
Yeah.
unbelievable situation there.
Yeah, and you think some of those folks obviously evacuated to that home to go to what they thought would be a safer location. But again, the tree falls on the house. That's nothing you can predict. They thought they were in a safe location. You know, unfortunately, everybody in there is okay. They were able to get to a shelter. And but again, the home sustaining some major damage there. 15 people inside trying to stay safe, and they're very lucky this morning that they're okay.
Yeah, so is another person who we were told had a head injury. We don't know the extent of that, but that person was taken for treatment. This was a different house, not the video that you're watching right now, but just in that news conference from the city of Tampa, we were told another home where a tree fell, a person had a head injury there, and they were taken to the hospital.
Yeah, and this, as we send it over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Amanda, this was something that we worried about. You know, the ground was so saturated, and we got such a large amount of rain from just this storm alone that when you have winds like this, trees are just bound to topple.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we also had winds, I mean, really gusting up to over 100 miles per hour at times. In addition to that, rainfall inundated all of the soil in that area. So no surprise here. And we knew that this was going to happen. We're going to continue to see power outages because of those downed trees. And that's why it's so important for you to stay home today. I know you want to go outside and survey and look around and see what's going on. We want to see what's happening in our community as well. But we have to stay indoors for right now. I'm meteorologist Amanda Pappas, and I'm just so happy that you guys are here. And realistically this morning, we just want to thank you for trusting us to stay with us and help you before, during, and after the storm, of course. We have Hurricane Milton, the latest advisory, 5 a.m., showing the system still maintaining those wind speeds at 85 miles per hour. Taking you back in time for a moment, the system made landfall as a Cat 3. This was the point where we were asking, what is the system going to do? Where is it going to go? And we didn't have that exact location of landfall. Why? Because of these little wobbles right here. As we play this in motion, you're going to see that last little wobble to the south right there. That is what made this landfall in Siesta Key, Florida last night at 8:30. And now the system is actually over towards the Space Coast, and it cut across our state. Obviously, it weakened as it was cut off from its energy source. But what's impressive about the system is that it was so large, so strong to cause mass destruction, change our coastline forever. At the first light, we're going to see that, unfortunately. And we're your neighbors, we're your friends, we're in your community. And we all know that today is going to be a really hard day, seeing that the strength of this system, it was able to maintain that hurricane status, even cut off from its energy source and all the way on the East Coast now. Now it's going to continue to move out there over towards the Atlantic. What I need from you today is that now up until 2 o'clock, we're still going to feel some of those impacts with rain and lighter showers. So that is going to add to our rainfall totals. We're not done quite yet. That's why we had that excessive flooding warning. Is so rare. And we also know that the major impacts for today, the morning flooding will end, obviously, but the dangerous debris is still all across the area. And those rivers, now those are what we have to watch, because typically 2 to 3 days after a major rainfall event is when we start to see them really rise and surge. And we have those rivers, they're going to reach that major flood stage. So that's going to be our next main issue. So I need you today to stay put until you're given all clear to head out. And tomorrow there will be slower improvements. Things will get better, but this is going to take a lot of time. Taking a look at our own home that we had to evacuate from. This is our 10 Tampa Bay studio off Gandy, which at one point was predicted or forecast to see up near 9 to 12 feet of storm surge. So we did what we had to do, and we left, and we're at our bunker station, our backup station right now. And talking about the Gandy, talking about St. Pete, that area, and the trop, that Teflon roof being ripped right off of the Tropicana field for the Rays. Well, why? Because this system peaked our wind gusts to 101 miles per hour yesterday. We saw some winds over that, as well as the system barreled through our state. Even as it made its way to the East Coast, we still saw wind gusts of 87 over towards St. Pete today. So recapping for you, if you're just tuning in, this morning we had that official landfall of Hurricane Milton, a major hurricane Category 3, winds at 120 miles per hour at 8:30 last night. Take a look at some of the radar imagery. This was the worst of it in terms of the rainfall. This is why our ground is so saturated, and we're seeing these power lines go down as well. We saw round after round of rain, these bands of rain and wind, especially on the northern side. This is what's going to lead to that major flood risk, that major flood stage for our rivers, is because we saw all of the freshwater flooding was to the north. Meanwhile, more of the surge threat was to the south of the eye. Now, storm reports showing us within those bands of rain and wind as well, we did have multiple tornadoes, and that is not something typical either. This system was historic any way that you look at it. But the major contribution is that freshwater flooding. Here are some of those preliminary totals. Now, we're going to get those official reports for you heading into the next 48 hours from the National Weather Service. But right now, we saw close to 20 inches of rainfall on certain portions of St. Pete, another 15 inches there over towards Hillsborough County. This is serious rainfall. Even into Orlando, other areas, they saw more than 10 inches in some areas because of all that rainfall. That is what has led to the ground being saturated. This is what's going to cause our rivers to flood, especially as we reach high tide later today. Radar right now showing us, though, it's a clearing. We're so thankful for this. A couple of the little outskirts of the outermost bands still bringing lighter showers to Polk County, but otherwise the system's moving out of here. Talking about the flood stage, right now the Anclote River is showing us that we are at that moderate flood stage. We're going to be at a major flood stage, though, heading into tomorrow, mainly after midnight. That is when we're going to see that our river surges. Along with that, we do have other rivers as well. This is the Lithia River at Pinecrest in Lithia. The Alphia River, we know that those are going to be areas that are going to be prone to flooding. So the Alphia River, along with the Anclote River, the Cypress River as well, and the Hillsborough River. Those are all going to be areas that we have to watch. Those rivers are going to crest to new highs that we've never seen before because of the abundant amount of rainfall. So otherwise, in our future, besides just the risk for flooding with our rivers, we also see that Hurricane Milton is still going to be a hurricane even as it pushes out into the Atlantic. Now, as it continues to travel more eastward into the Atlantic, of course, heading into early Friday, that's when we see the system finally weaken, push out into the Atlantic, and not going to affect any other state. Thank goodness, unlike Helene. So that is one positive. The current wind gusts still going to about 20-25 miles per hour here over towards the East Coast, a little higher than that, but everything is coming down in terms of wind. All of our conditions are improving. We might even be able to see this, some sunshine finally. And also much cooler temperatures. That humidity is going to drop. Our wind gusts drop as well all throughout the day today. And Futurecast shows us that the system will push away and we are left with much more sunshine, especially heading into tomorrow, Saturday, and the days following. We're really happy about this news as we know that we have to recover from this. We're with you every step of the way. I'm going to volunteer as soon as it's safe to get out there. And we are going to be here with you all throughout the storm, even after and all throughout hurricane season as well.
All right, thanks, Amanda. I know the dry, cooler weather, definitely a welcome sight.
Yes.
With a lot of cleanup to do. We've got crews up and down our Bay Area counties to give you some perspective of what this storm did to our area. We're all getting it together this morning, still waiting for the sun to come up in a little under an hour at this point. Yep. Miranda Parnell has been covering Pinellas County for us. Miranda, I'm glad you're okay. Last we saw you, you were by that downed crane, which everybody's talking about. Everybody's seeing that on social media this morning, that and the trop, of course. Glad you're okay. You were in Gulfport in the aftermath of Helene. You're back there this morning. And I keep asking, because you guys were on the ground, you are eyes and ears, what's it like today compared to what you saw after Helene?
You know, we were getting those emergency alerts on our phone throughout the night as the hurricane was moving through, but we're still getting those this morning. And the reason for that now is because emergency officials are asking people to stay off the roadways. They don't want you going around exploring the damage because there's so much of it and a lot of the roads are impassable. We're on 18th right in front of, if I'm right, the border to Gulfport, because right behind this large tree that has fallen down, you could see the welcome to Gulfport sign. So I think we're right on the Gulfport-St. Pete border here. But this is just an example of what our emergency officials are talking about. And if you can look closely over here, it is touching one of these power lines by a light pole. It's right in the middle. Now, thankfully, this tree did not fall on any of the neighboring houses out here because we are in a residential strip right now. Thankfully, it looks like it came maybe from an empty lot and fell into the roadway. But again, that's why they're asking folks to stay indoors. Now, the difference, I would say, from our out and about between Helene and now, with Helene, we saw a lot of flooding in our areas that we were covering in Pinellas County 2 weeks ago. Today, we're seeing a lot of this. Lots of trees down, power lines. We saw a stoplight that had dropped down to car level here in Gulfport. And we know that people were posting about a house that caught on fire throughout the night. So we've been working to try and see that in daylight. We drove by and you could smell that house fire scent heavily in the air. So we're going to keep an eye out for that, but we're just kind of taking it slow and steady. We don't want to cause any more issues for our first responders. We know that they are working hard already in the aftermath, but that's why they're asking folks to just stay home. You don't want to see the damage up close anyway, honestly. It's trees down, and hey, we'll go out and find it so you don't have to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and Miranda, I guess the biggest question is, as you were moving from downtown St. Pete to Gulfport, kind of give us a status report kind of what you were seeing along the way. Was it down trees? Was it down power lines? Obviously, personally, I'm a little bit worried about you getting over there.
Yeah.
So I just kind of want to know how safe was it there for you?
There was a lot of debris, especially once we got into Gulfport. I know that prior to the storm, we were all wondering how that Hurricane Helene debris would hold up. And as we were coming down one of the streets near the recreation center, you could see that it had been blown about even into the recreation center parking lot. So a lot of the debris from Helene being blown around, we saw some signs like those large interstate signs as we were heading over here from St. Pete as well. And just a lot of smaller tree debris in the roadway, but it gets kind of stuck up underneath your truck. Our photojournalist Jackson has had to pull over several times and kind of unwedge that so we can keep getting around safely. And so that's another reason why they're just asking you to stay indoors. They're trying to get everything handled and sorted out, and they don't need any extra problems.
Yeah, I imagine Shore Acres is facing quite the cleanup as well with those piles of debris which inundated the area. Miranda, thank you so much. We do want you to stay safe this morning. Again, Pinellas County closed right now. The major bridges still closed. Those have to be assessed. Airports still closed. There's a lot of assessment to do before we can get back on our feet, but it's going to be quite the cleanup once we do. Right now, in a big undertaking for cities and counties across our area. When we talk about the debris, you know, immediately I thought that was going to be the biggest part of this story. I was fearful. I know we had dump trucks come through the area and continue to remove it 24/7 ahead of Milton, but seeing how much was left, a tremendous amount, especially out on our coast, I was really fearful that those were just going to become projectiles, because it was everything from appliances to furniture to people's memories just tossed into their yards, because that was the only place for it to go. It had to gut their homes. So that was the case where Miranda's seeing some of that debris pushed around, unfortunately.
We're going to probably see more of that, you know, later today. And then, and one of the things that she mentioned, or you just mentioned, sorry, was when you talked about Shore Acres.
Yeah.
You know, St. Pete in some areas got 16 to 20 inches of rain.
Yeah.
We know Shore Acres, that's an area that was devastated by Helene, that Venetian Isles, Shore Acres area. And I'm worried to see that again today for some of those folks.
I had to wonder with all the rain, though, too. Obviously, you know, the debris is still a factor here, and maybe our meteorologist can help us out with this at some point. But we talked to Angelina Salcido, who is in Ybor. She was by Davis Islands earlier this morning, and Angie was saying that, you know, trees down in the area, but she was not seeing that debris scattered across the area. And Jenny Dean has been covering Hillsborough County as well. She's in Tampa right now. Jenny, I know you were farther away. You weren't really seeing those piles. You were covering the area kind of outside the courthouse, where we saw a lot of power outages earlier this morning. But it was interesting to me to hear Miranda say that she's seeing the debris strewn across the area there in Gulfport, and Angelina was not seeing that in Davis Island. So pros and cons, I guess. Some people got it worse, and we sure know that the winds were not kind to St. Pete.
Yeah, good morning, Jameson and Caitlin. Everything looks pretty good here. I'm at the convention center now. It's dark. I don't know if they had powered down or turned the power off at the convention center, but it is very dark right here now. But Tampa General, just across the bay here, is on generator power. You can hear it. You can see they have lights. The rest of Davis Islands is dark. Bayshore looks pretty good, though. Bayshore appears to have power in some of the areas, but it can be very sporadic in that area. As I'm standing in downtown, I can see Water Street has power, some of the JW Marriott, the other Marriott here, Waterside, they both have power. So it's very sporadic. There's a section of downtown that really doesn't, but a lot of downtown looks pretty good. We're dealing with some down signs, some palm fronds, some tree branches that are in the roadways, and then of course the Crest building had a lot of the brick facade fall off of the second floor, so that's probably the worst we've seen of it. The water, by the way, very low. And I know you can't see because it's dark, but it's even lower than it was when we were standing out here yesterday, which is odd because, I guess, and as we've been talking about, we really missed most of the storm surge. So it appears, that the Riverwalk here did not flood like it did with Helene. So I think downtown Tampa overall, other than some wind damage, some stuff that, of course, we'll find out in the light of day, what kinds of damage some of these buildings may or may not have sustained. That's really what we're looking at, was just a lot of debris kind of down and out, but not debris from people's homes that have been flooded. We're going to make our way over to Bayshore, and then we're going to try to get out to Davis Islands to get an idea once it's light out so we can actually see what it looks like over there, because it's so dark and there's no power, so no sense in driving over there in the dark. But since they do have lights on Bayshore, we're going to head that way, and we'll be keeping you updated all morning long.
All right. Jenny Dean reporting live for us there in Tampa. Jenny, thank you so much. Speaking of lights on or lights off, so many of us have the lights off. We have Marshall Hastings right now joining us on the phone with Florida Power and Light. Marshall, thank you so much for joining us. Jamison Euler and Caitlin Lockerby here with 10 Tampa Bay. I guess first I have to ask you, Florida Power and Light, how are you guys doing at this point with getting power restored in which counties?
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. Look, we're just getting a chance to get out into our communities and get out and see what we're up against at this point in time. Obviously, some significant outages here on the west coast of the state. But our crews, we've been out overnight once the storm started to clear a little bit, and now we're coming out in full force as the sun comes up, get a better idea of the conditions that we're looking at, so what's causing the outages. But we're ready. Our crews are ready to start responding for our customers now that the storm is passed.
Now, I know, big question, because a lot of people staged early for this. We anticipated these outages, Marshall, and I know the work is going to be underway when it's safe to do that, and it's going to be continuous because there's a lot of power to get back on. But talk to me about the help that you have on hand right now.
Yeah, the utility industry likes to say it's a big family. So last week before, we had some crews head up to southeastern states to help out with Hurricane Helene, and that's being reciprocated here. So we have 17,000 men and women that we pre-positioned in areas that we expected to feel the impact of the storm across the state. Obviously here on the western side of the state, but some too over on the eastern side. But those crews are coming out now, getting into those areas that have lights out so that we can get the power, get the AC back on.
Yeah, Marshall, I've been watching the FPL power outage map all morning long. I do want to point out to some folks, just a little bit ago, you guys were at about 250,000 people out in Sarasota County. Your power outage map now showing that down to close to 225,000 in Manatee County. It has gone down just a little bit as well. DeSoto County down to about 10,000 people. That's a testament that you guys are already out there hard at work trying to get this power turned back on as fast as possible.
Absolutely. Once those wind speeds drop down below 35 miles an hour, that allows it to be safe for our crews to get buckets in the air. Obviously, safety is our number one priority. Also, what we've done with the technology on the grid, our smart grid devices help us restore power without even having to roll a truck in many cases. So it's that dual man and technology combination that is benefiting our customers right now. But now comes the man side of that conversation. The men and women from our restoration crews are going to be out now in full force working to get the lights on.
Now, the wind speeds obviously play a major factor there, of course, in terms of this crew safety to get the power back on. But what we're seeing this morning with the crews is, with our crews, our reporters up and down our coast, is the trees down. I mean, the wind really was so powerful with Milton coming onto our coast, really widespread, and that's such an issue across the state of Florida right now. We've got trees down in every area, which means the power lines are down too, which makes it even harder for you guys to get to those lines to fix them. So what are you guys up against too when it comes to those trees down, debris in the area? What are you seeing? What are the reports of your crews?
Vegetation is the number one cause of outages in severe weather events, whether that be a hurricane like we just experienced or even, our traditional afternoon thunderstorms. And that can lead to extended outages because it can be very difficult to separate tree from power line and then restringing those lines, putting up any new poles if necessary. But for our customers, it's twofold. One, we appreciate their patience. We know that folks over here on the West Coast have been through a lot in this hurricane season alone, and we appreciate their patience and their understanding and knowing that we're coming out and getting them. But also safety. So the storm has passed. That does not mean that the hazards related to Hurricane Milton have left our area. So for our customers, please stay away from down power lines. If you see any damage, please stay away from it. Stay out of flooded areas. There's a lot of unknowns associated with flooded waters. So just keep safety top of mind for our customers and know that we're coming to get the lights back on.
And Marshall, I know this is probably hard to gauge at this point, and sometimes getting the lights back on, getting the power back on means turning it off again to do that safely. But do you guys have any kind of estimate this morning? I know a lot of people are wondering, they have to pack their patience with this, and I'm sure people are very understanding given what we just dealt with Milton as a state. But how long are we anticipating people are going to be in the dark reasonably?
Yeah, we understand customers want that information. It's no fun being without power for any period of time, let alone in our hot summer months down here. But we want to be able to get that information to our customers, but we also want to do it accurately. So once we do our full assessment of the energy grid, which can take 24 hours, Hurricane Milton was a very devastating storm. That could be a little bit longer, but it's typically around 24 hours after the storm has left an area. That gives us a better idea in that specific area what we're up against. And from there, we'll be able to provide those estimates for times of restoration. So we know customers want it. We want to be able to get it to them. We just need to make sure that it's 100% accurate.
Yeah, Marshall, and so many of your customers, too, have underground power lines. But when you have a storm of this size, even having your power lines underground, it can't even save you from losing your power.
Yeah, there's no silver bullet for making an energy grid storm-proof. It's never going to be hurricane-proof. We have undergrounded lines, and we have seen the benefits for our customers with those pieces of opportunities for us. But we've also seen that above-ground power lines with hardened concrete poles also are beneficial. But that, again, doesn't mean that we won't have outages. So we still don't really know 100% of what the impact of this storm is. Once the sun comes up here in about an hour and our crews can get a better visual of everything, we'll kind of know what we're up against. But yeah, underground lines help us, but in flooding events, it can be a challenge because we have to wait for those waters to subside. So it's going to be a challenge, but again, we want our customers to know we're ready. We're here for them, and we're going to be coming in full force to get the lights back on.
Yeah, Marshall, as we're just wrapping up here with you, it's a pretty good time to also remind everybody as they're clearing out all their debris and vegetation, keep it away from the power lines so you guys can do your job.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. And, of course, stay off the roads, right? Again, now's not the time to be out exploring, but it also helps our crews get to where they got to get to. So you might be inclined to see what Milton brought in your community, but our crews need to get on those roadways, too. So if they can, please stay away from down power lines, stay away from flooded areas, and stay off the road so our crews can get to where they need to be.
Yeah, I know. We're happy to get out of their way because they've got a job to do, and we welcome it when we're in the dark. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. Marshall, thank you so much. Yeah, it's great to see the cavalry coming down the street when you've lost power, especially if it's for more than a few days, right?
Yeah.
So
look for the helpers.
Yeah,
right?
look for the helpers, exactly. And they are the helpers. They are literally going to be our white knights here coming down the road and helping us out and getting that power back on. Lots of damage as we've been talking about all morning long, and a lot of that video coming into us this morning. Some video that we got in from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office just a little bit ago.
Look at the home of the crew, quite the crew, right?
There it is. They are deploying their assets that they've stored up over there at Raymond James Stadium. They're mobilizing in full force right now to begin their recovery efforts and respond to calls that maybe they got in the middle of the night that they couldn't get to right away.
Yeah, they're deploying assets from Raymond James Stadium, and that is going to be definitely needed, although the storm surge not as big of the story as we certainly saw with Helene. This time it's going to be a lot of rescue when it comes to getting the trees out of the way and getting to the people who need the help the most. At one point during the storm, City of Tampa wasn't able to respond to calls. We were getting an update this morning. Fire Chief Barbara Tripp was saying that they ceased service for a few hours overnight because of the wind speeds out there just was too dangerous.
And so grateful to the Buccaneers, and the team and letting everybody kind of stage there. The team.
They're not there now?
Yeah, they're not there. They left out of town they left out of town on Tuesday so they could still practice up in New Orleans and get ready for the game on Sunday there against the Saints. So we were able to use that area, and so certainly grateful for that. We also got some video in from Orange County. Obviously, that's the Central Florida over towards Orlando. Certainly the fire rescue there, their rescue efforts are underway in Orange County, that Edgewater Winter Park area. As you know, that area right past Orlando, a very popular place to go and maybe do a little shopping, grab some lunch maybe or a meal over there. Their team's working right now to respond to water rescue emergencies. That is a low-lying area over there. If you've ever spent some time, past Disney and Universal and spent a little time in the City Beautiful, you'll know that they have flooding issues there as well. During Ian, the Orlo Vista community there, just east of Tampa, had to do water rescues all day long for lots of massive flooding in neighborhoods over there. Yeah. So they're kind of down in a low-lying area, kind of like a soup bowl, if you will, over there. Yeah. And they're going to be doing a lot of water rescues there today as well.
Yeah, speaking of Ian, right, the hardest hit area, Fort Myers, this is what we're seeing there in the aftermath of Ian. We expected that storm surge, especially south of where it made landfall. Siesta Key was where that happened at 8:30 last night as a Category 3 storm. So the southern area is really getting that surge this morning. This, I'll look at Fort Myers, and it is.
Yep.
And into Pappas, we can't hear her. I'm not sure if people at home can hear you, but she is well versed in the area, very familiar with Fort Myers.
Yeah, that area actually, that top left corner, that's Palm Beach Landings that you could see. I actually used to live in that building, and I'll tell you guys right now that Ian already hit that building so hard. In addition to that, they used to have a pier out back, and last time Ian went through it, completely devastated that whole entire apartment complex, and yet again, you see it flooded. And they use this area, it's right across the street from another news station there, and it's completely flooded. That entire portion of downtown is prone to flooding just on a rainy day, so they're devastated once again by these floodwaters.
All right. Absolutely. Amanda, we're going to leave it with you right now. Want an update here? The landfall is what we were talking about, and we were talking about that southern area of the eye wall, the concern for it as we watched the storm yesterday, those models continuing to wobble. We didn't know where the storm was going to land, but it did land last night at 8:30, and we're seeing the aftermath to the counties below it.
I remember you asking me, and we were watching it wobble. We saw a northward wobble, then a southward wobble. I can't stress how lucky we got with that southward wobble for Tampa Bay, downtown Tampa, downtown St. Pete in terms of the storm surge. We really just missed the worst of the storm surge. It went just south of Siesta Key, down again for Southwest Florida and Fort Myers, places that were already devastated by that surge just 2 years prior from Ian. So this landfall, if you're just tuning in, good morning to you. We are so thankful that you are here with us and you trust us before, during, and after the storm. We are a part of your community, and we want to continue to keep you informed, prepared, connected, and safe today. Prior to today, of course, we had last night the official landfall of Hurricane Milton in Siesta Key, Category 3 storm with those winds at 120 miles per hour. Time, that was 8:30 last night. So actually sooner than what the models previously anticipated. And the wobbles make all the difference. Right now, we still are looking at our latest advisory, 5 a.m. Those wind speeds were dropping 85 miles per hour there. That pressure rising, meaning the system overall is just weakening, which is good news. And it's almost out of the state of Florida already. So we do want to take you back in time for a second. We were talking about those wobbles. This is a Category 3 storm, major storm. We have never been hit by something so strong in the past 100 years. And so that southward wobble, that is what allowed for us to see the surge just miss downtown Tampa and St. Pete in our area, and it went towards Southwest Florida. So again, that landfall for Siesta Key. However, we saw major impacts in terms of winds and also for freshwater flooding with all the rain. So take a look at some of our wind speeds. They peaked gusting at over 100 miles per hour over towards St. Pete, Tampa, 93 at points when we saw the eye wall that was going over us. You can see as well previously a lot of the imagery of that rain just moving sideways, how strong some of these winds were. And even earlier this morning, I was tracking out a wind gust of 87 and just talking a little more about these winds. Like we saw Egmont Channel just a couple blocks away, or excuse me, I'm sorry, Albert Whitted, just a couple blocks away from the Trop. We saw wind speeds of 101 miles per hour, and that is why we saw the Trop completely have its dome ripped off there. Sarasota, Bradenton in the hundreds as well, and we saw multiple tornadoes spawn off from this system. It was historic. And in terms of freshwater flooding, look at this. This is preliminary rainfall totals up to almost 20 inches there in portions of St. Pete. And we still were adding to those rainfall totals earlier this morning with those lighter showers. I'm really happy to say now, as we're trying to get through this storm and getting through the recovery effort, thank goodness for our lovely, brave men and women, our emergency responders today and the linemen. It is drying out, and we see the leftover bands are pushing out of our area. Finally, we're drying out as well at the station. We had to evacuate as well since we were in that evacuation zone. So guys, what I'm going to tell you today, what we need to do is now up until 2 o'clock, we are going to see those winds gusting still occasionally. So you want to be careful, especially with all the loose debris that's still around. So with that being said, just stay put for a little bit longer. I'm begging you to do that until you get the all clear, because the morning flooding is still going to be a thing. And also we do see that the flooding is going to subside here in the next couple of hours, but the debris is going to be dangerous and it's going to be around for a while. This is going to take a long time to clean up. And those rivers are the next major threat and impact. They're on the rise. Take a look at the Anclote River here over towards portions of Pasco County. We're going to see that get to major flood stage here soon, heading into tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's when we're going to really start to feel the effects from Hurricane Milton and see them all get to that major flood stage. The Alafaya at Lithia, as well. Hillsborough River too. We are anticipating that over a major flood stage, because it's already at a major flood stage. So new records for crests for how high that water is going to get. Now, looking in our future as well, besides the rivers, this system's going to push out of here, weaken significantly. Thank goodness. Our winds are going to come down, as well. Next 12 hours are looking up. We will see that our temperatures are getting to the 80s, and this system pushes out of here. We see a lot more sunshine in your 7-day forecast. Now, I know there could be some more activity in the tropics. We have until November 30th. I'm seeing some stuff online, but I want to tell you it's way too soon to determine whether or not we'd have another tropical system. Just trust us to bring you the latest. We have beautiful conditions to help in this recovery effort that we'll have ongoing.
Well, when you hear that, you go, you got to be kidding me. Wow.
Took quite the storm to get there to get some cooler air.
Yeah,
right?
but
we need that relief.
But
for
talking
sure.
about something else potentially out there. Okay, we're going to get through this first, and then we'll focus on that down the road. But we've got to stay on guard because we're in the middle of hurricane season, obviously.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be an active one.
Wow.
Not quite this active.
Yeah.
We knew it would be active.
Yeah, so much going on as we're resetting here at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. I'm Jameson Euler here with Caitlin Lockerbie. Thank you so much for watching us here on 10 Tampa Bay for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Hurricane Milton now out in the Atlantic, but the aftermath is still left behind.
Yeah, we were waiting for the sun to come up just before 7:30 this morning, so not far away. Tampa police going out to assess damage throughout Tampa. They're going to get the drones up as well as soon as they're able to with daylight. Access to Pinellas County is shut down because of hazardous conditions. A lot of trees down, debris in and around the roadways, and lights out. Transformers, they popped overnight, and lots of power outages, lots of power lines down in the streets there as well. So it is not safe to be there right now. The county is closing it to the area. The bridge is still closed this morning as well. So hunker down where you are. Not safe to be out on the roadways. And we will show you why in just a moment with the video that we're getting in this morning. Mass power outages throughout the Bay Area. We just got off the phone with FPL just moments ago too, getting an update on that. The tough thing is right now they're in the assessment process, right? They're getting out as quickly as they can to restore power to your homes. But the problem is they're still in the assessment phase. And as we just talked about, the roads in Pinellas County, they are definitely treacherous. They are across our area with lots of debris and roadways, making it harder for them. So they really can't give you an estimate right now as to when that power will be restored. But they've got a lot of help on hand, 17,000 extra hands. And they're working to get it on as quickly as they can. Yeah,
and you're not alone. If you do have power, you're lucky this morning. If you are watching us on the 10 Tampa Bay app on your phone right now, you know, you have 600,000 power outages according to TECO. You know, Manatee County 175,000. You know, Sarasota County 250,000 here. But this is the most jaw-dropping video that all of us saw from last night in the dark.
Yeah, getting shared on national news. A lot of people have reached out this morning about this. It's all over social media too. The home of the Rays no longer has a roof. You can see it ripped right off during the winds of Milton, exposing the stadium lights this morning there, previously hosting thousands of linemen and National Guard members preparing for this storm, but they were thankfully out of the area. The linemen were in a different staging area, relocated before this issue. First responders staged at other areas. All essential personnel accounted for right now, so that is the good news. But we had tremendous wind speeds in the Pinellas County area. Albert Whitten Airport tracking wind gusts of 101 miles per hour, a record for it, and that's just 2 miles away from the Trop.
Yeah, and that's the Trop has some age to it, 34 years old there. That is a translucent Teflon-coated fiberglass roof that has been through several storms. It did not make it in this one. The big question now is, what do they do? They're going to get a new stadium here in the next several years. But they're still supposed to play there in the meantime. That's a lot of times just kind of superficial at this point, because we're more worried about you, worried about your homes and lives and what you guys did. We did just get some information confirmed that we've been talking about here this morning, and now we can kind of pass this along to you. HCA Florida Largo Hospital is experiencing flooding right now in their basement. The Pinellas County Safety Emergency Services is coordinating an evacuation plan right now.
Yeah, they don't have a backup in terms of the power right now. Obviously, patients' lives most important right now in an urgent and desperate situation here. As a necessary step in responding to Hurricane Milton, HCA Florida Largo Hospital has been temporarily closed.
Yep. And we have some sources telling us about 230 patients may be being moved out of there at this point. Very reliable sources telling us that they're going to get them out of there, and it could be a pretty big event there for them, trying to get them to safety at another hospital at this point. So we'll keep you posted on that and pass that information on to you as well.
TPD Rescue. Okay, we're getting our producers too, keeping us abreast of what's going on out there. This is a very fluid situation this morning as we're learning more details about issues up and down our coast. This out of TPD, they rescued 15 people from a home. A tree fell down. There was another tree in the area too that also injured somebody. They had a head injury after this. Thankfully, that person taken to the hospital. But this was 15 people trapped inside of a home when the tree fell down. They thought they were in a safe spot. Obviously, was not the case there. Young children were inside at the time as well, but they were able to get them safely out. They said when crews arrived there at the scene, water was pouring into the home, so it was a pretty scary situation for them there. They were able to get them to a local shelter, evacuate them there safely, so that's the good news there. But we've seen so many trees down this area just inundated with water, a tremendous amount of it after Helene and now Milton, and this is what we've seen in the areas, that these massive trees, their roots, they've been planted here for some decades and just can't withstand the power of water, and then couple that with wind.
Yeah, and all those folks kind of getting together in a house, trying to, get away from some of this storm surge that they were talking about, maybe get to a safer structure. You just can't account for a tree falling on the house. Thankfully, no major injuries with that, and they were able to get them to safety. But quite a scary night for them. Yeah. A scary night for all of us, and for you in particular, as this was kind of howling over your roof, and through your windows, and you heard all that whistling, something that maybe you've never heard before, and it's understandable. This was a historic storm that we're now going to get through here together.
Yeah, we're going back and forth, bebopping across the bay. We showed you the Trop. We're going to take you back to St. Pete now to show you this crane that toppled over in the winds of Milton. This is 400 Central Avenue in downtown St. Pete. Construction there in the area, and we were warned about this. Mayor Ken Welch said yesterday there were 4 areas they could not get the cranes down fast enough ahead of this storm, and so they were warning people. We were warning you, get out of the area because you didn't want to mess around with the winds, and this is why they came fast and furious through the area, some over 100 miles per hour. Again, that was at Albert Whitten Airport, about a mile away from that on the coast. So you saw the Trop's roof just torn and tattered, and that crane go down. Thankfully, no injuries associated with this. But again, another warning here as a word of caution today. Pinellas County officially closed at the moment because of all the dangers on the roadways. Just take a look at that there. Debris like that scattered around the area, tree limbs, power lines. Yep. Nothing to play around with. And I know as we show you these images, they're pretty compelling and scary. And I think people in the area would potentially be tempted to take a look for themselves.
Yeah, when Miranda was there, she said she could smell an odor down there that made her want to leave, and she absolutely got out of there. So, not sure what that was,
but don't go down there.
Yeah,
today.
don't go down there. Yeah, give that some space as well. We did get some information from Bel Air and some video from them as well, as they wanted to pass along a message to all of you there in the town of Bel Air. Many of the roads they're saying there are just not safe to travel on. We keep hearing this from every county this morning, whether they're tweeting it out or doing whatever. They're saying, please stay inside because this is what it's like. They're seeing extremely dangerous down power lines and fallen trees there in Bel Air. They just say, please stay where you are so their crews can get out to assess the damage and get to the work that we all need done today.
Yeah, and quite honestly, it's really hard to tell just how bad the damage is. Of course, they're saying that, you're seeing the images here, but the sun has not even come up yet. We're waiting for the sunrise to give us a better perspective of the extent of the damage from Milton overnight, which hit at 8:30. So in the dark, we've spent the night in the dark, literally and figuratively, looking at the images here. And so now we're waiting for that sun to come up to give us better perspective. Earlier this morning at 6 o'clock, Tampa, the city, said that they're going to get the drones up as soon as possible with daylight, too, to look at the extent of damage there. But this is going to take a long time, a lot of cleanup, a lot of manpower to get all this debris out of the way and really get power restored and get to the people that need help right now. So it's going to take a tremendous effort to clean up things and restore power and restore our area community lift right now.
Yeah, 37,000 linemen on their way or already stationed here in Florida now that Milton has left the state. We still have some winds out there and a little bit of rain, but things are going to start to clear up. And, you know, hopefully they can get this power turned back on for all of us as soon as they can. It's going to be a heavy lift in some areas, but if you talk about the Duke Energy this morning having about 400,000 power outages down in that Pinellas County area, another 82,000 up in that Spring Hill area, and then another 11,000 up around that Brooksville area, as well as I'm looking at the Duke Energy power outage map here along with you.
Yeah, in St. Pete, that's a rough morning for a lot of people waking up in the dark right now.
405,000 in Pinellas County.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do, and a lot of help is here. We've got more than 37,000 linemen in from out of state, from as far as California. The governor has let us know about that. They planned for this. But again, you can plan all day long. You have to assess, and you have to do this safely. We did talk to FPL not long ago, and he was telling us that 17,000 people have been pre-positioned to respond to this, but they have to wait for winds to come below 35 miles per hour to get people in buckets in the air. That Smart Grid helping with the rolling out, not needing to roll out a truck. Smart Grid helping to get the power back on. But the energy grid there, it's going to take about 24 hours for assessment to get a better idea of what they're really up against.
Yeah, and if this is good news a little bit here, just about 2 hours ago, Sarasota County was at about 250,000 people without power. That's now down to 225. And Manatee County dropped just a little bit as well. Now 177,000 people without power. The other big power outage today also is with TECO. That's a big one. And we were seeing all morning long those power outages kind of creep up and up and up. And now we're at 589,000 for TECO. And TECO goes, you know, everywhere from southern Hillsborough County into Manatee County just a little bit, all the way up toward, Palm Harbor and north of that, and stretches all the way into Lakeland as well. So 600,000 people without the power there.
Yeah, also an issue is fires. Not quite what we saw with Helene.
Right.
Helene was more of the flooding and the electricity not mixing well. With this storm, we saw a lot of transponders pop. Not sure exactly the cause of this one, but this is in Brooksville. We brought you there live earlier this morning. Our Angelicia Bruton there at the scene, she actually made a call to firefighters to get them back out there. The hot spot reignited there, and the wind speeds in the area, the wind gusts just fueling that fire. She said neighbors that she talked to were concerned about the blaze and that wind spreading it in the neighborhood there too. So obviously firefighters got out there fast and furiously to put the flames out. They're now monitoring the hot spots in the area, but this is what we have seen. Not exactly clear what this is. Could be power lines down, could be a mix of that water and electricity. We just don't know just yet, but the fire there definitely under under watch and in better shape right now, so that's the good news. But we saw that throughout the county there because of transponders. That's the biggest thing that we've heard, at least from Tampa. Our fire chief, Barbara Tripp, saying that overnight they got
several house
calls.
fires. Yeah, several house fires, but not to the extent that we saw during Helene. And the city of Tampa had a press conference at 6 a.m. this morning. And one of the big takeaways that we got from that is we remember the press conference right after Helene versus the one today. The one after Helene, 300 to 400, sometimes 500 calls that they got just in the span of an hour, right at the height of Helene, asking for people to be rescued and all that other stuff.
People on top of their roofs at the time.
Whatever
it was desperate.
And they weren't dealing with that as much as they were this time around. What that tells us is people listened to the evacuation warnings and they left and they went to a safe location. Maybe they went inland, whatever it was, they did not receive the calls. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't still damage, and we're going to know a lot more about that a little later today, but that was really good news to hear that they weren't dealing with as many house fires. As Mayor Jane Castor had said during that press conference, storm surge, or should we say the lack thereof, saved a lot of lives in this storm. But again, we're going out there to assess that damage a little bit more. The mayor and the rest of the team are going to put the drones up and going up in the chopper to assess that damage from the air in just a little bit.
Yeah, you heard Amanda Pappas say earlier as they track the storm, the wobble a little south. Unfortunate, very unfortunate for our Sarasota County area. But the water wasn't pushed as far into the bay as originally anticipated and prepared for with that flooding. And so this was more of a wind issue, and trees down and debris for much of the Tampa Bay area.
St. Pete.
We have some
video. We have some video from St. Pete that we're getting in now, some debris in that area. This video coming into us. It looks like downtown St. Pete.
Sure does.
And some of the trees just bending in the wind there. It looks like after the fact.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some perspective here exactly where this is, but downtown area, lines, First Avenue South and Central Avenue, you have those beautiful palm trees, many of which have been there for a very long time, but bending in the breeze out there. I did see video earlier online of trees down near the new Moxie Hotel there too, along Central. So this is going to be quite the cleanup. And Mike Prangley, you're standing by, our meteorologist here this morning. You rode this storm out. You watched it make landfall in the area. You were outside at some point getting some more perspective of the wind, thankfully safely. But this packed quite the punch for the Bay Area. And we're just seeing the aftermath this morning, again, waiting for that sun to come up, which it'll happen in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. I had to find a really sturdy spot and sheltered from the wind. I mean, it took your breath away out there and just things flying everywhere. It was noisy. It was a scary night, but we made it through together. Now, we are still at the beginning in some stages of this coverage, okay? That's the cleanup, and sometimes that's the biggest stage. Keeping you and your family safe includes staying put until giving the all clear. So notice we do have that weather impact alert all the way through 2 o'clock, and basically we're looking for some more morning flooding out there. We're already starting to see that with some of the updates. Debris danger in the roads. We've got numerous down power lines around the area, down trees, and they can sneak up on you in a hurry. So really it's best to stay put first thing this morning. The rivers are rising with some record on the way. So again, we're going to stay in our safe spots until further notice. The good news is the worst of the wind is over. That record-setting rain. Yes, 101 mile per hour wind gusts in St. Pete. And speaking of St. Pete, what we've all been waiting for. The dawn's early light, yes, and we're starting to see a beautiful, at least a little bit of sunshine out there, and that's what we need after what we went through. It's been quite a couple of weeks. I know many of us are exhausted, but as we go through today, we will see increasing sunshine out there, and we'll chase those clouds away with high pressure moving in. In fact, here's what's happening. We've got Milton officially off the coast of Florida, moving away. Still a Category 1, but yes, it's gone. We're not going to see this anymore. It will be a retired storm, a once-in-a-lifetime storm for many, and this will continue to wrap a lot of moisture toward its center. You notice where the red lines are? These are the flood warnings, and notice they are moving now east of our area, so that's some good news. And behind this, we've got a nice west to northwest flow bringing in dry air, so that's why we'll call for some increasing sunshine. In fact, a very quiet weather pattern developing over the next several days. I know we've got a lot of cleanup out there with all the debris, so some wonderful cleanup weather and some cool weather. I'm going to show you that. In fact, if you've been outside out there right now, a little chill in the air, some folks have said. So I know it was a long night out toward Polk County, Lakeland. you're only at 71, but check out Winter Haven, 69 degrees. So a little touch of fall behind this system. A Crystal River only in the upper 60s. And before all is said and done in the 7-day forecast, there could be a couple areas up toward the Nature Coast with lows in the 50s. And then as we head even towards St. Pete, usually the hot spot, we call it. Not this week. We're going to have nice, comfortable lows closer to 70. Rainfall estimates, there's the record rainfall in that yellow stripe. So flood concerns and flooding going on wherever you see this yellow. And notice that does include Interstates 4 and I-75. So if you had relatives and family that evacuated Tampa and St. Pete, yeah, they may want to wait before they come back for some time and make sure they check those travel plans. We take a look at the big picture now. And again, the big flood advisories are now moving to the east. Radar showing some better weather in its wake. And overall, this forecast is what we needed. The wind, that was another big factor. Notice how much lower. Northwest 10 to 20, some like us maybe to 25 toward noon. And then in the afternoon, we'll call it tranquil, with lighter winds and temperatures right around 80 degrees with that north-northwest wind. Watching the rivers, the Hillsborough River at Zephyr Hills, record crest expected as we head into tomorrow, a foot above the record flood stage. Cypress Creek, major flooding at State Road 54. So this is what our weather team will watch this weekend and really starting later today, tonight, tomorrow with these crests along the rivers. The Cypress Creek could see that record setter with major flooding. Futurecast shows that north to northwest flow continuing for the next few days as our storm moves away. Some sunshine. Yeah, we may see a few clouds dotted in there, but those are some fair weather clouds coming in as we head into Friday and Saturday. 7-day forecast. Here we go. Looking for some good cleanup weather. We've got it. In fact, no more weather impact alerts after today. We've got plenty of sunshine to enjoy and temperatures pleasant.
Yeah, and you know what's really amazing about that, too, is after Helene, everybody who got flooded, and we know some people flooded here in this, too. We're going to get stories of that. But when everybody put their furniture and everything outside on their front lawn to dry out, it was so humid afterwards, and it kept raining in the afternoons. They just could not catch a break, and it just felt so bad when I saw everybody had their contents of their life out on their front yard, and it was just, there was no chance for it to dry out. So hopefully this weather will give an opportunity to anybody who may have lost anything in a flood. Maybe your home flooded, maybe it can dry out a little bit and get a little reprieve there.
Yeah, I know that was a big part of the story too, the debris that was left in the aftermath of the storm. Dump trucks were working around the clock, hundreds of them, to get that collected and out of harm's way. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up all of it, and it's an interesting story this morning. Interesting, probably not the right word, but in the Davis Island area, which was inundated with water with Helene, it looked earlier this morning in the dark like that debris maybe kind of stayed put in an odd way, and I thought maybe it was because we saw so much rain and did that kind of like the water,
of course,
saturate it so much that it didn't move as much. But we definitely saw some debris move around in Gulfport with Miranda earlier this morning. So we'll stay on top of that. That's a big part of the story today. Our Nick Valturo is live in Bradenton right now. Nick, not far from where the storm made landfall. At 8:30 last night, you rode it out in a safe spot, but tell us what you're seeing. Daylight just breaking now, giving you some new perspective here.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a new perspective because it was even hard to navigate our way out of the hotel parking lot because there were so many trees down in the lot. We had to create, if you will, our own little maze to get out, but we're over here at the Waterside Mobile Home Park right now, and just take a look in the distance. And we talked about that wind, that extreme, strong gusts of wind, and you could see it really did some catastrophic damage here at this mobile home park. I mean, if you just take a look, I mean, the road, we also got a lot of that rain. You can hear the water splashing up on my feet, but you can see just pieces of the park were completely ripped off and torn to pieces. And if you walk a little further, you can see that a lot of these big pieces of this mobile home park were just ripped off. A lot of these homes just had parts of it ripped off and thrown all over the street. I mean, you're looking right now at one of the sides of the home that was gutted. It just came flying off. Those winds, we're talking about those strong winds, and we aren't far from where that made landfall. So this is an area that is really, really impacted by those strong, intense winds. But that was one of the big reasons out in this area why they evacuated zones A, B, and C, and especially these mobile homes, because with that strong and intense wind, you knew this could be a real problem, and these were going to be some obstacles to contend with. And when we spoke with the mayor in Bradenton yesterday, he said he was very happy with the reaction from the people who lived out here. Many of them got out when we drove around yesterday. There was hardly anyone around. It was a ghost town, deserted. The Florida CERT teams were going by making sure people were evacuated, and they were. People heeded those evacuation orders, and that's why we're not seeing it. At our hotel, a lot of the people that are staying there live in these very mobile home parks. So a lot of those people understood the severity of what that wind was going to look like. And fortunately, you didn't get the surge, but we're still seeing because of all that rain. We had so much rain. I mean, so this street right here, where this park is inundated. I mean, you can see where my boots are and where that water is up to. So there's still some of that flash flooding to deal with. And that's one of the big problems we're hearing around here. There's 185,000 people in Manatee County who are in the dark and without power. And that's about 90% of Bradenton right now is also in the dark. So widespread power outages, because we know what happens when you get all that rainfall in that period of time. Those trees, they get saturated, the ground gets all that moisture, those trees get uprooted, they topple, they fall. We saw that in the parking lot at the hotel we were at, as trees were crashed right down into cars. And of course, that powerful wind, you're just seeing the result of it right here. As you look around, there's just so many things that were ripped off of these homes. So that's one of the big things we're dealing with. And when we spoke with police just a little while ago, they told us that's going to be the big thing out here. One of the major things that they are seeing are the trees that came down. Lots of things came down. But one thing everyone we spoke with was thankful for, especially from the city, was that all those big, massive debris piles that we saw all throughout those state roads, those were able to be cleared. They got them off those major roadways and those thoroughfares so they can get them out of the way. The side streets still had a lot of debris on them. So, of course, with people not being in that area, if that stuff was flying around, that would have been an extremely dangerous safety hazard. So the fact that they evacuated, makes the situation a lot better.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, that's why they tell everybody if you were in mobile homes as well to evacuate at the same time. Nick, if you turn to your left a little bit, it looked like there was some residents, if you look to your left, that may have been kind of over there talking. Okay, they're not there anymore. They were over there talking just a little bit ago. They were a little bit closer. It looks like they might have gone back inside. Just wondering if they rode out the storm in there, kind of what their assessment was of riding out the storm, because it looks like they were coming out of the house, taking a look. I'm not sure if they're maybe just coming back this morning to assess the damage or not. So we'll give you some time to kind of walk around there. But I'll tell you, it's pretty impressive what it did to some of the roofs there and the siding.
And that's the thing. It really does just so much damage when you have all that wind, right? Mm-hmm. And you saw some of the residents walking around, but the one thing that we saw was a lot of these people, they were staying at the hotel. They heeded those evacuation orders. I mean, we saw all of them sitting there at breakfast. Every one of them told us they live in those mobile home parks in the surrounding community. So we do believe most of the people got out. There are some people out here observing what the aftermath looks like in the daylight. Not sure how many rode that out. Something we definitely want to look into, because I couldn't imagine being in one of these homes, and you talked about it, is, with these structures compromised. So obviously we're going to try to find that out and give you more information later. But for right now, we're reporting live in Bradenton. Nick Voltero, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. Nick reporting there in Bradenton and staying in Bradenton now as well.
Yeah, Jen Titus, hometown girl there. She knows the area so well. It is definitely part of and Jen, I'm sure this is a tough morning too, because we're seeing the sun come up this morning. This is home for you, home for your loved ones as well. And what are you seeing today? This looks tremendously different, I'm sure, in many areas than what we left yesterday.
Yeah, my aunt actually lived literally, I think, a street over from where we are. We're at the Seabreeze Mobile Home Park, and look at this, guys. This is the first time that we are truly seeing the damage here in Bradenton. We're right off of Cortez Avenue, and just look at this. Roofs are ripped off. You have siding on one house that shouldn't be there. You literally have palm trees just lifted up from the roof, the root there on the ground. And then look at the power lines, guys. We are driving here from our hotel just a few miles down the road. There is not one stoplight in Northwest Bradenton working right now that we saw, not one light on. Power is out, and you can see why from those power lines. And then we talked about the roofs from these mobile home parks, from these mobile homes. Look at that. Across the street, it was blown over from that side, and you can get a better look too at just the amount of damage here in this mobile home community. Again, just in Northwest Bradenton, the power of those wind gusts, the wind gusts, guys, that we heard all night long. The first time this morning that we are seeing the damage that was caused. I talked to a Bradenton police officer about an hour or so ago, and I said, hey, what kind of damage are we seeing in the city? He says, we have widespread damage. We have down trees, we have down power lines, and then we have this. We have mobile homes that have just the roofs, again, just ripped off, debris flown everywhere. We just saw a truck pull in, but he couldn't make it past that tree right there. I asked him if he lived here. He said he did. He did not ride out the storm here. He just came to check things out. We said, hey, you might want to go back because be careful, because those down power lines, that's why they're asking everybody to stay off the roads until those emergency crews can get out here and they can pick up those down power lines. They can pick up those down trees, pick up that debris, because you don't know what you're riding over. Literally, when we were driving down this road here, we had to move a sign ourselves because it was in the way. Major trees right on Cortez, the major thoroughfare here in Bradenton, blocked by major trees. So that's why, again, they're asking people to just stay home right now. Let crews clear everything up, make it safe for you to get out, and then you can assess the damage, because unfortunately, guys, we do have a lot of damage here in Bradenton. We've seen major signs falling down. We've saw roofs all across businesses, all along businesses on Cortez that were either ripped some partially or all the way off. And then again, we have communities like this. And this is unfortunately what we are waking up to. The first touch of sunlight that we are seeing here this morning is giving us just a picture of what Milton did to the area here in Northwest Bradenton.
Wow, Jen.
Jen, you're just 20 miles from Siesta Key, where the storm made landfall last night too, and this shows just the power of it, and widespread across the area too. The sun giving us much more perspective today as to the extent of that. Do you know where else you want to head next? I know you just this is home for you. So is there a next spot that you want to hit?
We're just trying to make it as far as we can. We basically are just driving down Cortez right now, and we'll see damage, and then we just pull over. Unfortunately, it's really easy to find damage. We're just driving a few blocks, and it's like, oh, a huge sign is down. Oh, a tree is on top of a house. Oh, look at this mobile home community is torn apart. That's just kind of the damage that we are seeing this morning. So we're trying to make our way down to the beaches. This morning in the hotel, we had people ask us, how is this community doing? How are the islands doing? Have you heard anything about the islands? And so when I tell them, you know, the storm surge wasn't as bad as it was supposed to be, as we thought it was going to be. And they were like, thank God for that. And I was like, I know, but I think we still are going to probably see some wind damage, because those wind gusts, guys, it was howling. And then you just see the power of that wind and see what that wind did. And we were just about 2 miles off of the coast. So we're trying to make it down Cortez, down to Coquina Beach, down to the islands that they'll let us on there, so we can just see the damage and give everybody just a perspective, not just in the city of Bradenton, but just in Manatee County throughout.
Yeah, and Jen, that's why, you know, when you have evacuations, they also include mobile home parks. This is exactly why they do that. I can't imagine anybody staying around and riding out that storm in that. I mean, because you talk about a strong structure, and hearing what everybody heard last night over their roof compared to what people heard in there. So hopefully everybody got out of there.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty empty. I don't see anybody in here. I know that there was a woman who lives in this community who stayed at our hotel and asked us if we could stop by here. And I said, unfortunately, I just talked to a Bradenton police officer, and I do hear there is damage. So I know she is watching, and our hearts just go out to anybody this morning that is waking up and seeing their place destroyed.
Yeah.
It's really devastating. A long cleanup to go. Thanks, Jen, so much.
She's watching. You know, we're sorry for your loss there. Hopefully, one of your homes didn't sustain as much damage as some of the other ones that we saw there in that video.
Thankfully, you got out. Thankfully, you rode this storm out in a safe spot because you're what matters this morning for sure. And this is going to be a day of checking on your loved ones too, touching base, making sure everything's okay. It's so tough, I know, to go back to the place that you call home and see it just destroyed, and that's gut-wrenching. But we can replace those things. We can't replace you.
And so many people evacuated either to Orlando or maybe to a different location, wherever they went, you know, and their big concern is they want to get back now to assess the damage to their homes. And we totally understand that. Hopefully you have a neighbor who can maybe get back before you and kind of give you a situation report and kind of let you know that how things are doing, so that you don't come, you know, prematurely rushing back and fighting all that traffic and doing anything unsafely at this point, because, you know, in Orlando or wherever you're at right now, they have trees down, they have power lines down, they have power out there as well. So,
Pinellas County's closed. That's the issue right now too. That area really hard hit, and our Miranda Parnell is live for us in Gulfport right now. She's been monitoring the area. Miranda, my goodness, Gulfport did not need this after Helene. That area just inundated with water at the time and a lot of destruction. And we can see the power of Milton there behind you with that tree, a major one down.
That's right. This is a massive tree that has basically just been split in half out here on just about 4 blocks away from the casino. So this is such a popular strip. Now we have seen some people of milling about as we get our first look in daylight, but I can go ahead and tell you, it looks just like this. We've actually get to another scene, get out of Gulfport. The station's been trying to send us somewhere else, but we've been having trouble just getting out of here. Cell signal is touchy, it's touch and go, but also just this scene. There are a lot of trees, there's a lot of tree debris, and we've seen Gulfport police. We saw them out yesterday playing those messages for people to evacuate if they were in the mandatory evacuation zones, or to shelter in place if they had a safe spot inland. Now we're seeing them out trying to clear this debris. As soon as we rolled up on some officers, they said, get back to your shelter, and we're like, we wish we could. We're with the media, and they were like, all right, they want us to get the message out that folks need to stay put. You don't want to be just out in this. They don't need any other problems, and they are working actively to get things cleaned up. We saw the same thing in St. Petersburg. They're trying to put cones around that crane that had crashed into another building to make sure people weren't in that danger zone in case the other crane came coming down. So we just want to make sure that folks are playing it safe, and we want to make sure we get the message out. You don't want to be riding or walking around in this.
Yeah, Miranda Parnell reporting live for us there in Gulfport. You know, Miranda talking about debris everywhere, trying to get in or out of Gulfport there. You know, that's what it is everywhere, you know, that we look.
Yeah, that really is the power of the storm. It almost looks like what you would see with a massive thunderstorm, like a lightning strike
and just
that splits the tree. You know, we don't know just yet, but the aftermath of this is pretty intense, pretty incredible.
Yeah. And as we take a live look from I-75 right now, we're being told that look at that, there is debris in the median there, not blocking the road.
Right.
But obviously that debris is from somewhere and came to rest in the median. So
which is why they wanted you off the roads late last night too, and really still now with the trees down in some areas, that kind of thing in the roadway. If it were in the middle of the roadway, you could come up on it fast and it startle you, take you by surprise. But not just that, it's the power lines that are down, trees, debris all over the area. It's just not safe to get out there. We don't want you to be the eyes and ears. We're doing that as safely as we can for you, giving you perspective and getting much more of it as the sun has come up this morning.
Absolutely. We did get some video in from Treasure Island, I think, as we're kind of getting that ready for you as well. We saw this online, Treasure Island Fire Rescue heading onto the island there to assess the damage, and you can see the fence and trees down as they're going through Treasure Island. As you know, Treasure Island just got crushed,
walloped,
during Helene. So they're going in there to see, you know, what's left after this storm. If it wasn't the water from, from Helene, it's the wind now from Milton. As you can see there, a lot of damage still now from Milton.
Yeah, and as they drive there, I don't know if you remember the perspective coming over the causeway area by all the homes, the boats were just tossed
From the intracoastal into people's front yards on the other side.
Yeah, so this is, they had so much cleanup to do in the Treasure Island area and just 2 weeks to prepare for a storm, not even 2 weeks to prepare for the storm, but 2 weeks between Helene and Milton. So we've got a lot of work to do in the Treasure Island area. I know that that is what their big mission right now, to get those fire rescue crews into the area so that they can safely assess the issues there. Treasure Island Fire Rescue is there on Treasure Island now, making their way earlier down Central Avenue into the area. They've been posting on X this morning. Fire rescue crews.
This is 107th Avenue, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, that we're looking at here in
it
downtown
is that
Treasure
clock
Island.
tower area
Right.
there. To the right of that, a shopping center with restaurants. And then across the way there is where you've got your major hotels. As you go into the Treasure Island area, which Gulf Boulevard, again, inundated with the water from Helene, and they had to literally clear off Gulf Boulevard with all the sand that was brought onto the roadway there. And then, of course, the dump trucks, they were literally getting police escorts into the area to pull the debris out ahead of this storm. So we know Treasure Island did not need this storm. None of us did. That area certainly had a lot of cleanup to do already. So we're wishing them well this morning. As earlier, too, the fire crews were getting briefed before making this push onto the island. So we do expect an update for them now that they're there assessing and getting to people. Hopefully not people. Hopefully people have gone out of the area. That was an evacuation zone. But if anybody did stay, getting to them too.
This is from Polk County. These pictures that you're looking at here of a flooded SUV. This photo was actually taken before landfall. The sheriff's office says they're seeing right now a lot of flooded roads, downed trees and debris. The Polk County Sheriff's Office has their push teams out there, going to be clearing roadways as quickly as possible. I've been following Hillsborough County's sheriff as well online. He talks about their chainsaw teams out there right now clearing any downed trees and getting them off of the roadways so that things can be passable for their teams to get out and do what they need to do. But look at this, Polk County flooding before landfall. Just shows you the side of the roads just inundated, and eventually all that stuff just kind of goes out to the road. So they're dealing with flooded roads there today. Lots of down power lines in Polk County, down trees, lots of debris. So again, the warning all day long from all of our counties has been, please give them some time to get out there and to do it without having to deal with you out on the road.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do as a community in the days ahead. Today, really a day of assessment, as is always after a storm. Where are your eyes and ears right now? And I know if you have power on, you are a lucky person right now, and you can download our free 10 Tampa Bay app. We are streaming continuously right now after this storm, the aftermath. We've been with you as we prepared before it, during it, and now in the aftermath here. You can also add 10 Tampa Bay Plus to your streaming services, Apple TV, Fire TV, Roku devices as well. We're here for you around the clock right now, giving you a perspective of the power of Milton, the storm here. A lot of people waking up with a lot of questions, right? Looking out the window thinking, okay, well, what does it look like here? And really wondering what was the widespread impact of it. Again, this did make landfall at 8:30 last night at Siesta Key. And we had those wobbles ahead of the landfall, and that's why we were watching it so closely, because we knew if it wobbled a little bit more north, this could have been a much different story in terms of storm surge for the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, it was such a weird feeling watching this storm yesterday. You know, about 12 hours out, and you're sitting there going, "Oh, please don't come north." But then you realize that means it's going to be, you know, our friends and family and relatives to the south who are going to be dealing with it. These storms put us in such a predicament.
Right, because you wish it away, but you don't want to ever wish it on somebody else.
Yeah, and you realize you're wishing it on somebody else, but it's just human nature. And we've gone through so many emotions, right? After Helene, and then watching this one out, you know, in the Gulf, and coming to our homes, right, and trying to figure out, you know, what this thing is going to do, and cheering against it, but realizing you're cheering against other people. And, you know, the people who are affected by this the most today, you know, we're here for you. We're with you.
Yeah.
We're going to get you through this. We're Tampa strong. We always have been. We're Florida strong. We always have been. You know, so we're going to keep you, you know, informed, prepared, and connected through this entire thing. That's why we tell you to download the app or go to 10tampabay.com, because we're just going to be a community of resources there for you, you know, throughout this entire storm and in the aftermath
and the weeks
as well.
and months. So we've got a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Helene and Milton for a while.
A long while, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We do have continuing coverage throughout the day. We have a team of reporters. They've been on the ground. They've been our eyes and ears as we awaited this storm. In the midst of this storm, they hunkered down in safe spots, and now really getting the first perspective with daylight, which we just got about 20 minutes ago. Let's check in with Angelicia Bruton, and she's in Brooksville this morning. Is this is the house fire behind you? Tough for even us to see because it was in the dark when we were with you last, and the flames were going. It does appear that that would be the aftermath there, and hopefully flames out, hot spots appear to be out.
Yeah, this is the first look I'm getting at the devastation at this home in the High Point community. You can just see it's a complete loss. There's precious items that have probably been collected for years, all gone, just charred. You can see that the fire's just smoldering at this point. You can see just a little bit of smoke, but you can see straight through this house. There's nothing left of it. You can even see that the house behind it, it looks like the siding is a little bit melted, so you can see how far this fire actually reached. I have some video from this morning. When we first got here around 5 a.m., there was a small fire at the back of the home. It was about the size of a campfire, and I had to call the fire department back out just to make sure that they can check on any hot spots, because this fire actually started at 9 p.m. last night at the height of the storm. And neighbors were saying that they were calling, trying to get any crews out here because the flames were just getting huge. It took about 10 minutes for the entire house to just get engulfed in flames, but it took about 45 minutes, according to neighbors, for someone to come out to respond to this, just because at that time that was the height of the storm and crews were hunkering down. It wasn't safe for them to come out. But as you can see right now, this home is just a complete loss. There's neighbors out in the area driving by, just taking a look at it. And officials want people to remember that this is not a time to just come out and look at things like this, because they're still out responding. They want to make sure they keep the roads as clear as possible because they're still checking on people. There were also some reports of some flooding in some areas that they're trying to respond to. Heard that there were some water rescues in the Cloverleaf community. It's a mobile home community about 25 minutes away. So they still need the roads as clear as possible because they're still responding to all the devastation in the area. Live in Hernando, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, before you go, you've kind of been stationed there throughout the morning. You know, are you seeing some neighbors come out and kind of take a look around to see what has happened in their community as well, and kind of what's been their response?
Yeah, we've talked to some neighbors that have just been driving through this area, and they say that they know the people that live here. Thankfully, there were no injuries reported here, but neighbors were saying that they're not sure about the pets. They say that the person that lives here is actually in the hospital, and the caretaker was not home, but they did have 3 pets and maybe a dog that no one's seen in a few days, so they're not sure if they were able to make it out. So people in this area are just, worried about their neighbors, worried about what they're going to come home to.
Yeah, I know they were worried about the area too, Angelicia, with the winds earlier. The spread of the flames was also a concern. And I know you talked to a neighbor too who said that they were worried about their own home, right? That people were watching the fire from afar, called on you and said, we don't really know what to do.
Yeah, the winds died down a lot, but neighbors were definitely worried about that small fire. Like, the fire was about the size of a campfire, but you don't know how much it's going to spread with how powerful the wind was earlier. But yeah, there's so much down trees, not in this community, but closer to the coastal areas, that the wind just completely knocked over. So crews are still having those areas blocked off because they're working on cleaning up as much as possible. And also, you got to think about all the debris from Hurricane Helene that's probably in the roadways.
All right, Angelicia Bruton reporting live for us in Brooksville this morning. Angelicia, thank you. And, because I'm taking a look off here to some of our power outage maps. And, and Tico's one of the ones facing some of the most. I can just tell you right now, the biggest area of power outages is going to be in that Hillsborough County area from Carrollwood all the way down toward southern Hillsborough County. I mean, it just stretches, 10, 15, 20,000 of these pockets as I'm looking at that TECO power outage map, and just to let you know, you can go to TECO's website on your phone and follow along to kind of see how they're doing. And hopefully those numbers start to go down for you in that neighborhood. Their power crews are starting to get out there, do their assessments. When they can safely flip the power back on, they're going to do it. We were talking to FPL earlier this morning, and they just said they've got, 17,000 people just for FPL alone. So that's FPL represents a lot of Manatee and Sarasota County who's dealing with, in my head, about 500,000 people in Manatee and Sarasota County out without power right now.
Right, and we expect an update from the governor as well, 8:30 this morning. So that's quickly approaching as well. We'll get an update for you too, because I know we had all those linemen move into the area to deal with those outages. We certainly expected them, and they are here. This morning, our Jenny Dean has been in Hillsborough County for us. She was in downtown Tampa earlier. You've moved now to the Brandon area, Jenny. And again, we're all getting new perspective here. This is the first time we're touching base with you as the sun is really up and you're able to see the aftermath of the damage here. What did you experience on your drive over there?
Yeah, as you get out in the county, there is a lot more debris, a lot more trees down, a lot more stoplights out, a lot more power outages. We're standing right now on Kingsway Boulevard, about a mile off of State Road 60 or Brandon Boulevard. And this is just a neighborhood, a low-lying neighborhood, Oak Ridge Drive and Rainbow Trail. And you can see the water comes up probably to about shin to knees at some point. And you know, I was just watching these folks. They've been up walking out through this, checking things out. You know, they had their house boarded up and they've been trying to get the boards off the house. Little did they know they would have to deal with flooding. And you know, you look at the map here, guys, and there's no river here. There's no even pond that it looks like nearby. This is just a low-lying area where it must have gotten a ton of rain and it just had nowhere to go and nowhere to drain. Now, I know this is going to be a bit of a camera movement for him, but I'm going to have Sasan just put his camera across the street. You can see there's a little park, and you can see just all the tree limbs down at this big old oak trees. And so it's definitely something that residents out here are dealing with. They're getting out and about. They're walking around, checking out this situation now. Definitely, I wouldn't recommend getting out and driving this morning until they can get the roadways cleared. I can already hear chainsaws off in the distance because I know people are already getting out here and they're trying to cut down some of the debris. I'm going to go ahead and let some of these people walk by here that are just coming out to check everything out. But guys, yeah, this is, if you drive down Brandon Boulevard and you look left or right from State Road 60, you can just see low-lying roads that are just flooded. And sadly, some neighborhoods are getting caught up in this mix, and homes that, you know, probably very unexpectedly started taking on water in the middle of the night where they thought they were safe. So we're going to try to drive around a little bit more, maybe talk to some residents about what they were expecting overnight and how they felt about this storm, and did they ever expect to see floodwaters. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye out here in the county, in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, that's the scariest part of this storm, Jenny, and we talked about this ahead of time. We just dealt with it with Helene, and it feels like, you know, Groundhog's Day, I guess, with you're dealing with this storm in the overnight hours, the darkness, where that's already scary, the storm itself, so much anxiety surrounding that, and to have this all happen in the dark, to have your home flooded, where you can't even see, maybe your power's out too, and you don't even really know what's happening, and it happens so quickly.
And that's the odd thing, because when you look at the map, I thought, well, okay, we're going to see all these flooded roads. There isn't a waterway nearby. Many of these families likely thought this is the last thing they would see, is water coming up in their homes. You know, we were told to get away from the storm surge, go inland. This is definitely inland. And sadly, you know, this is something that the residents out here in the Brandon area are going to have to deal with. And there's a lot of it when we were driving around. So we're going to keep checking things out for you. And we know there are a lot of trees down. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, there are tons of deputies out and about today. And they are really trying to keep everyone safe. They've got their crews out trying to get the trees out of the road so that they make them passable, even for emergency crews to be able to get through if they need them. So it's definitely a situation out here in the county.
All right, Jenny Dean reporting live for us in Brandon this morning, seeing what looks like it's a freshwater flooding out there, and not to be surprised at all, because, you know, some parts of the Bay Area saw 20 inches of rain. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of those flood water risks, because as, you know, Jenny, you know, we saw in that live shot some folks walking through that stuff. And you may have that in your area. So we want to just remind you here, if you're going to be walking through any type of floodwaters, first of all, be careful because there could be down power lines in there.
Yeah.
Try not to if you can. But one of the biggest concerns in there, and we've heard this from city and county officials, is there could be really dangerous bacteria in that water that can really make you sick. So they tell you just avoid any contact with those floodwaters, especially if you have any cuts or open sores or anything like that, because that could lead to a whole different set of issues.
Yeah, don't drink anything contaminated with floodwaters, too. I'm sure we don't have to tell you that twice. I also saw, a little bit of humor, although it's not really a joke. This is Florida, and we know what we live with here in terms of animals. But St. Pete Police earlier tweeted out on X, a little reminder of the alligator and the snakes and other things.
Yep, they like the
fire
water.
ants, everything else that you just don't, that's the last thing you need to deal with the floodwaters this morning. So be careful.
And
with
also
that.
something else to point out, as a lot of times you have those floodwaters, a lot of times manhole covers, because the sewer lines and systems have been so overworked and inundated, they can pop off. So you're walking through, you don't know where you're stepping into, and you don't want to step into one of those. That can be under those floodwaters as well. So kind of keep that in mind. Those are much more dangerous than any alligator or snake you will encounter. So let's think about that. Where do we want to go next?
Yeah, really want to be cautious here.
Okay, we want to take a live look at I-75
This
again.
is the debris in the roadway there this morning. Seeing some images there, the flooding in this area here. We saw some debris earlier on I-75. It was in the median area, but you can see the ponding on the roads, dry roads, but ponding in the medians on either side there. Now, we did expect some flooding. We expected much more storm surge in some areas than we saw. Really, the debris, a big part of this story. And so you are reminded this morning, if you're just joining us, just waking up, Pinellas County really closed right now. Our major bridges have not reopened yet. And the Pinellas County area, many people in St. Pete don't have drinking water right now. You can't flush the toilet because of sewage systems that are closed right now. And of course, people dealing with power issues on top of that. But the big story for so many people is the wind and the rain in the area and the trees down, the debris, roadways really impassable for a lot of places right now. So Pinellas County, not a place that you can go home to just yet.
Yeah, and Mayor Jane Castor in the 6 a.m. hour was talking about them being kind of overrun in their wastewater facility there. So they're asking you to try not to flush the toilets right now, try to conserve water all at the same time while they can work through some of the issues that they're dealing with there in the city of Tampa. So just, be a little cautious, be a little conservative with your water usage as the city tries to work through some of their issues as well. As we were looking at I-75 there, and you mentioned some of our bridges are closed down, it'd be interesting if maybe in a little bit we can pull up some of our traffic cameras along the Howard Franklin, maybe along usually the Courtney Campbell, two of the bridges that sustained some damage and a lot of debris after Helene, just to take a look to see kind of what the aftermath there is this morning. So that'd be interesting to see that as well.
Yeah, we're getting some new video into our newsroom this morning, too. Again, this is the day of perspective here in the aftermath of this storm. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office just sharing this photo of a depression that opened because of the storm. They didn't give an exact location here, but we do know it's in District 5, which covers areas between MLK Boulevard and Brandon, where Jenny is in Brandon now, and Gibsonton Drive in Riverview. You see that area clearly inundated with fresh water. Again, we talked about this ahead of the storm, but to see it in the aftermath, and we really feel for those whose homes were devastated by it. It is another just sucker punch after we just dealt with Helene.
Yeah, and as we just saw from Jenny Dean there in Brandon, there looked to appear to be freshwater flooding kind of in that little area that she was in. Meteorologist Mike Prangley's here to tell us. Mike, we got some massive rainfall with this thing.
We did, just chock full of rainfall, and basically we had wind shear and dryer that came in on the south side, and it was heavily weighted to the north with that 10 to 20 inches of record rain. We had 5 inches of rain in less than an hour. Amazing out at St. Pete, and I tell you what, it's going to take a while, to get back, but we're here with you here post-storm Milton right now with 85-mile-per-hour winds. It has now moved off the coast of Florida, still a hurricane, just a powerful storm that will be retired. They're in the storm. Milton actually replaced Michael on the list, and now Milton will be the next one to be replaced. In fact, Milton was a top 5 all-time intense hurricane. All right, I saw winds like I've never seen before out there last night. And you see Milton here in 2024 with a pressure of 897 millibars. So the lower the pressure, the more intense the storm. And we had all of the hurricane hazards, all of the most intense hazards you can think of. We had the storm. And then we actually had winds and rain that really piled up in a hurry. All right, so we take a look out there, and we're taking a look at our friends in Lakewood Ranch, checking on family and friends. We've got some beautiful sunshine off into the distance. Lakeland, we were checking with you all night last night, and the good news is, yes, we've got much calmer weather. You can just see a few clouds out there, and as we go through the afternoon, there will be some beautiful sunshine. WTSP, good old home, okay, our home front out in St. Pete, and you see we do have some trees littered in the parking lot and a little bit of roof damage here, but the good news is the building is intact. So the news is better as far as calmer weather, but we still need to stay put. Yes, we're talking about a weather impact alert through at least 2 o'clock. We've got the morning flooding we're seeing around the area that our reporters have been showing you. Debris danger, all right, it's still out there. It's going to take a while for crews to get to it. And a river rise across the area. We're talking about major river flooding across the area after that 10 to 20 inches of rain. We're going to need to stay put until given the all clear. We're going to stay in those safe spots, and then tomorrow we'll continue with the slow improvements as we get ready for a sunny weekend, because Milton is going to continue to move to the east, and on its backside it's already starting to wrap in some dry air, but not before big problems. So wherever you see yellow on this map, you have to just keep in mind, if you have friends and family that are trying to come back to Tampa, there could be some big issues. This is the record flooding stripe. North side, I was talking about Milton's northern eye wall. So as we take a look at Orlando, Lakeland, up I-4, I-95 toward Daytona, could be some issues along the interstates, and that includes I-75 all the way up to about the Villages here. And then you extend that back into Tampa, St. Pete, and of course Bradenton and Sarasota, unfortunately, where the eye wall. As we take a look at the big picture here, though, today, we've got lighter winds. Okay, last night we had some winds clocked up over 100 miles per hour in many areas, including Sarasota. In fact, Sarasota had 90 mile per hour wind gusts, and then the eye came over and it got really calm for about 40 minutes, and then a 102 mile per hour gust. And they didn't see anything like that. Even in Ian, they didn't have wind gusts that high. So today, yeah, we need a break in the wind, and we'll get that with high pressure moving in. Notice northwest winds 15 to 25 this morning, and then this afternoon with increasing sunshine, much more tranquility out there with a light north wind at 10 to 15 miles per hour. So we take a look at some of those high wind reports. Good news is we're getting a break in those, but these are record setters, including Egmont Channel with 100 mile per hour gusts, Venice with 107 mile per hour gusts. And as we look at this overall future cast, I see plenty of bright sunshine for good cleanup weather. And one thing to note, see how the winds are coming out of the north? Okay, right here. So this means we're actually going to have not just drier weather, but more comfortable weather out there. In fact, if you've been outside this morning, really a distinct change in the atmosphere, maybe a little taste of fall. We got some mid to upper 60s up toward the Nature Coast. And as we look at this overall forecast, I think we'll have a few mornings where we'll wake up nice and comfortable in the 60s. Let me show you that in that 7-day forecast. We have got that weather impact alert for today through 2 o'clock. And then, yes, by tonight, how about some low 60s up toward areas of Spring Hill, and then mid to upper 60s in Tampa, and nice comfortable highs this weekend in the low to mid 80s.
All right, thank you, Mike Pranley. And to that, we say good morning to you. Your time now, 8 o'clock straight up as we continue to follow the path of Hurricane Milton and all the destruction that has been caused across the west coast of Florida, and this storm moving across the state as well to the east coast. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. Thank you so much for joining us. A new set of anchors right now as we continue to keep you updated on everything that's coming into our newsroom and what we are learning about the aftermath of Milton. We want to give you 3 things that you need to know about.
Yeah, we want to start off here with Tampa police going out to assess the damage, as you would expect. Sunrise, 7:28 this morning, so that shines a little bit of light on how much destruction we're dealing with as they assess the situation throughout the Tampa area.
We're still looking at road closures across our Bay Area. We've got trees that are down in front of roadways. We've got parts of buildings falling off as well. Cranes video we're going to be showing you throughout this morning. Also in Pinellas County, as a result of that, a lot of that damage in Pinellas County, it is shut down. Access to it right now shut down because of hazardous, dangerous conditions. And the third thing is we have some mass power outages all across the Bay Area. You may be waking up, maybe watching us on our app. You are not alone. A lot of people are waking up without power this morning in the dark.
A shared struggle among many people right here in the Bay Area. Exactly right there, Sarah. And we have Mayor Ken Welch, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch, on the phone with us this morning. First off, we say good morning to you, Mayor, and we know that this is a troubled time, so we appreciate you taking some time out to chat with me and my co-anchor here, Sarah Rosario.
Yeah, good morning. What can you tell us about what's the latest in St. Petersburg?
Well, we are in the first hours of recovery, and although we're spared a direct hit, and we're very thankful for that. We don't have the 15 feet of storm surge that we could have had. We do have some serious issues that we're working on. First of all, as you said, folks just need to stay inside, stay off the streets. We've got fallen trees, debris, electric lines down all across the city and the county. So folks just need to stay set. Our folks are out there clearing the roads, trying to make it safe, but it is not. So folks need to stay at home. One issue that we ran into is in terms of electric service. Last count, there's 395,000 folks without power in Pinellas County. In terms of potable water, drinking water, we had a major leak in one of our pipes. We're trying to find that leak, so we've got teams out now trying to isolate that leak. And because of that, we had to shut down potable water at about midnight last night. So folks need to rely on their drinking water supply, their bottled water for now until we're able to get the potable water, the drinking water restored. On the other end, the wastewater, as you know, we shut down our northeast and southwest wastewater treatment plants, our sewer treatment plants, in anticipation of storm surge. The good news is we did not get the storm surge. The northeast plant is back up. Our teams are working on that early in the morning, and we expect the southwest plant to be up before noon. And folks will be able then to use their drain, flush their toilets. Probably have to use bottled water to flush because the drinking water system is not back up yet. But we're making progress on that. So in a nutshell, those are the things we're working on. It's still very dangerous outside, so we just ask folks to be patient. But we give them the all clear.
And Mayor, I know that Daylight unveiling a lot of the extent of the damage that we're talking about as we're playing some of the video with this situation here. But no matter the angle that you're looking at the trop right now, it's indescribable, right? In terms of it's very surreal seeing that roof peeled off, and probably too soon to know the bigger game plan here.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the iconic images from this storm. It stood almost 40 years, but this storm was different and very powerful. But thankfully there was no loss of life, no one injured there. Same issue with the crane. We gave a warning on some of the downtown cranes just a couple days ago, and thankfully no one was hurt in that incident as well. But just a powerful storm, winds like we haven't seen, and it really did a number on our infrastructure and some of our facilities.
Mayor, when we talk about access to St. Petersburg limited, is it just because, is it the bridges? We know the conditions are too dangerous for people to get back in, but where, is it specifically at the bridges where the access is limited, or is it mainly like the downtown area?
Well, yeah, the bridges are closed down, and that's, FDOT working with the local sheriff on that decision. Just the roadways are full of debris, glass. It's just folks need to stay inside. Don't try to access the roads. It's not safe, and they need to just be patient for a few hours until we can get that cleared up.
And Mayor, Sarah had mentioned this just hours ago in terms of the cranes. Many people wondering why they couldn't be brought down, but bringing up the point that takes a lot of time, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You broke up. I couldn't understand your question.
Yes, sir. We were alluding to the cranes there. Some people wondering why they hadn't been brought down. But, Sarah Rosario pointing out astutely just a few hours ago that that takes some time, right? You can't just press a button and they go down. Mm-hmm.
It takes 7 days, and that storm developed from a tropical storm to a hurricane in less than that time. And so it points out something that we need to look at going forward. Either we need to have standards for much stronger cranes, or these developers need to be able to take them down much quicker than 7 days. And so that's obviously something we need to look at from a regulatory perspective.
Is there a specific part of St. Petersburg that has the most damage, like outside of downtown? Is it like South St. Pete?
We don't know yet. It's too early. Our folks are out there doing damage assessment, and they'll be doing that all day.
Okay.
And Mayor, you know, we dealt with something similar 2 weeks, right, to today.
Yeah.
And so Hurricane Helene, a lot of crews in place trying to recover while preparing at the same time. And here we are. I imagine some of those crews have been hanging around for some time, and they themselves have to get back home and figure out their own circumstances as well. So a bit of a mixed bag there.
It is, and you know, a lot of our first responders and our St. Pete team have been impacted as well as, you know, everyone. All of our employees have employees who have been impacted by the storm, but yet they're still out there trying to serve the public. So this was a 1-2 punch like I've never seen. I'm a St. Pete native, and I think it's just indicative of how our climate is changing, and these storms are more powerful and they're moving more quickly, and we're going to have to adapt, our procedures and precautions as well.
As we continue to watch the cleanup today and you guys look and get out and assess the damage, what would you say is your biggest bit of advice for people who live in St. Petersburg right now as they're just waking up?
Be patient. Be thankful that we were not in the eye of the storm, that we don't have the 15 feet of water that we could have had, and be, helpful to your neighbor. Folks who don't have family, reach out and try to help them out as well. And be patient, because this is going to be a long-term recovery, not something that's going to happen in a few days. This has been a major hurricane, 2 weeks behind another major hurricane. And it's going to take us a while to recover, but we will, and we'll build back stronger, but it's going to take some time.
Absolutely. I also want to ask real fast about all the hospitals. What about Bayfront Hospital? Any updates?
We're working with all the hospitals. Obviously, they are a customer of our water system, and we're working closely with them in the county and the state to make sure that, all their operations can continue, and that's an ongoing focus.
Okay.
And I just got a note that both of those, thank you, Sam, both of those wastewater plants are back online, so folks can flush or do anything else they need with water that needs to go down the drain.
Yes.
But you'll need to use your stored water, the water that you kept, to flush. But you can go ahead and use that. Both plants are back online. Our teams did a lot of good work on that to get them back on.
Well, Mayor, we know that those small victories are big right about now.
Absolutely.
Yes,
so
sir.
many
Yes,
people.
sir.
Yeah,
it makes
that's
a big
deal.
difference.
So many people are thinking, oh my goodness, how I don't think I can go back to my house because I don't have any running water. That's a big obviously necessity for everyone. So that is amazing. Thank you.
All right. All right, sir. So I know you've got to get back to it, as you've got a lot of information coming back into you as you're attending to this. Any bit of information that you want to share before we let you go? We'll try and get you back on the horn a little bit later today. But as we have you right now, is there anything you'd like to say that you'd like to share with folks? Because I know the 3 takeaways that I got: be patient, be thankful, be a good neighbor. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
No, I think that covers it. We will move forward, but we're going to have to do without some things that we're used to, mainly power. It's going to take a long time to get all the power back online. Part of the issue is that we didn't have those crews right here on site because of the projected path of the storm. So Duke is bringing those folks in. Once they're here, they're going to hit the ground running. But it's going to take longer to get power back online. Like I said, sewer's back on, so that's a win. And we're working diligently to get the drinking water back online. But it's going to be an extended process to get the electric power back online. So folks just need to be patient.
All right. Appreciate your time there, Mayor Ken Welch.
Okay.
Anytime. You take care of you and yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Y'all take care.
All right, so a summary of what if you're just joining in with us, your time is 8:11. We were just talking to St. Pete's Mayor Ken Welch.
Yeah, 395,000 people without power, but you heard him say it there, reiterating it several times over. Be patient.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. And he was saying if that's the biggest thing we have to worry about, power, that is all things considered a good thing. And he didn't give us any updates on any
we
injuries.
found a victory.
Yeah, the big victory is that if you have been concerned about your water in St. Petersburg and those sewer plants that had to be shut down, those wastewater plants, they're now turned back on.
Yeah, and there's a leak. His crews are on it. They are looking for it so they can pinpoint it to rectify that situation as well. I want to go a little bit farther south right now, down to Manatee County. Jen Titus joining us live in Bradenton. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Frank. This is what everybody's been asking about, our barrier islands. How did they hold up? You got Longboat Key right behind me. You got Bradenton Beach right over here. The thing I can tell you is the surge wasn't as high as it was expected to be, but everything is still shut down. They will not let us over there yet. I can tell you that there are a lot of chiefs. There is a whole entire convoy. We said just saw drive over the bridge there that are out there assessing the damage right now and bring in Anthony. Anthony, you live over on Longboat Key. You can't get back home yet. Tell me, how did you fare for Helene?
Helene, we had a much larger storm surge than this time. So as far as it goes, yeah, lots of drywall that we had to rip out. We lost everything in terms of that was in the garage, furniture, heirlooms, things like that. So I haven't got to see the house yet and probably won't for a couple days, but we'll see.
How hard is it, or how just the past couple of weeks? You see first Helene and then you've seen Milton. I mean, just like the emotional anxiety with it all.
Oh yeah, we've just been scrambling. So most of the stuff that we had to bring out of the house was basically right outside in front, and we were worried that it was going to become projectiles. So
I know you're asking me, you're like, can you see my boat? Like, is there, at least show me something, give me some sort of hope, because everything else has just been damaged, and it's just been a tiring 2 weeks. And I think we were able to see it, which gave you a little bit of light, maybe?
Yeah, the boat's still there. It made it through the storm surge of Helene, and now it's made it through the winds of Milton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's been a long 2 weeks. They're all running together. Anthony, hopefully you can get over there soon. But guys, I will tell you that again, the beaches still closed. The islands out here still closed to residents, non-residents, all sort of traffic. We're going to come down over here because I want to show you, although we didn't see the storm surge, we are seeing wind damage here, guys. We are in the Cortez area of Bradenton, right before you get over the bridge to Cortez Beach. And I will tell you, there is a whole lot of roof damage here. There's a lot of debris everywhere. We've seen the piles of debris, guys, that we had been talking about for quite some time on the side of the road, talking about how they just could not get all of that debris picked up. There was just too much. And what would the wind do? And I can tell you, we have seen some of that debris splattered along the roadways coming out here. Lots of tree limbs, lots of signs down. You've got to kind of weave your way around if you're out here on the road. So go slow if you have to be out here. Guys, this is the first time we're getting a look at the damage from Milton. The first time as the sun comes up this morning, we're seeing the wind damage that was caused here, that Milton brought, the destruction. We've seen mobile home parks really devastated here in this area. I'm just going to walk you over here because I think, Carter, you can see right there some of the damage there, and just showing you the roofs that have come off. We know just down the way, a 5-story condo building. I know the roof was ripped off of that. We're going to try to make our way down there. I just spoke to a fireman. I asked him, hey, what are you guys seeing? He says, we're not seeing too much bad stuff, just some wind damage, the roofs, mobile home parks that have been torn up pretty good, and then that condo complex, but it could have been a lot worse. We thought we were going to see this huge storm surge here. We thought we were going to see a lot more flash flooding, and everything is looking better than was expected. Hey, we still have some devastation. We still have some damage, but again, guys, it could have been a whole lot worse.
Well, Jen, at least there is some silver lining there. I know it's going to take months, years to recover for so many people with that wind damage you're telling us. We know the storm surge is usually the most dangerous part of the surge. Are we getting any, the part of the storm, are we getting any reports that you know of any rescues, of any injuries or anything like that?
Nothing yet. Everybody that we've talked to, every official we've talked to says it's just basically widespread wind damage. I did just talk to the owner of an eatery just down the way here from Helene. He had like 4 feet of water inside of his building. So he was expecting a high storm surge from this storm. But hey guys, Milton, instead of ruining the inside of his building, he says the whole outside is now destroyed. His roof was ripped off. I said, are you going to reopen? He says, I just don't know.
You know what, Jen, that leads me into this question right here. You talked about that debris right from Hurricane Helene. Now we're dealing with Milton. Probably really tough to tell the difference between which debris belongs to which storm, right? And that's tantamount to folks' emotions, as you say, that guy, not exactly sure what to make of the situation and what's next.
Exactly, and when you're driving down the roads here, I will tell you, especially along Cortez, every single street you look down, it's like, wait, is that destruction from the wind or is that debris? I think it's just debris that's been moved from the wind. It looks pretty bad down here, but then when you look at the actual structures, the structures seem to be okay. It's just the debris that's along the roads, in the roads, down power lines. We've seen a lot of down power lines. I don't think there's any power from here all the way down to 75th Street. Every single stoplight was out. So I know we did see Duke Energy trucks already out here, FPL out here, trying to get that power back on. But unfortunately, guys, I think it is going to take a while because these power lines are just down.
Oh, man. Thank you so much, Jen Titus. We will check back in with you in just a couple of minutes, reporting live from her hometown this morning, giving us updates on access to barrier islands. That is still limited right now. You're not able to get to the barrier islands, telling us about a whole bunch of wind damage and a lot of power outages for people in Bradenton. A long road to recovery ahead, but as of right now, no big reports of any rescues or injuries.
Yeah. Want to get to, and that's the great news right there. Want to get to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. We've been talking with her over the past couple of days, but we have some sound from her on the situation that we're dealing with right here in the Bay Area. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Please, please stay inside. Stay inside until we can get out there with our teams. They are all in action right now. We can get out there, assess the damage, and make sure that it's safe for you to go back out into your community or to re-enter your neighborhood.
All right, so Mayor Castor right there assessing the situation that we're currently dealing with, but a fluid situation as more information is going to come in throughout the day.
And telling people stay inside until they get time to look at the damage. It's important because if you get out and a lot of people dealing without power, a lot of trees along the roadways, a lot of power lines that could be down as well. Speaking of trees along the roadways, this is a look along I-75 near mile marker 221. You can take a look at that tree there.
Yeah, pretty difficult to navigate that path, right? As we talked about this, and you know all too well, Sarah, on a normal day, without any inclement weather, it's sometimes difficult to make your way up and down the roads right here in Tampa Bay for various reasons. But right there, you see a tree that is down. And that is the scene across the Bay Area, just kind of randomly sprinkled in here and there as crews are doing their part to get to it.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where along I-75. So we said mile marker 221. Do we know what town this is in? Let's see. I'm looking along I-75 here on our maps to give you an exact. It's near State Road 64 for my drivers headed, so this is in Manatee County as well. So
down there
south of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. You're not going to be able to get over the Skyway, so you can take 75 as an alternate. Tree is not blocking all the lanes, so you're able to get by, but we see crews are actively working to try to get that debris off the roadway. Camera's moving right now, and you can see other cars that are driving along I-75 as well.
And here's part of the problem, too, as we keep that image up. You know, that tree, as we say, is not blocking the rest of the traffic. A lot of people can't make their way around anyway. Some people not even out of their neighborhood. But these problems splinter for various reasons. quite literally and figuratively, so you don't know what parts of that tree are in other parts of the lane. So, you know, too far away from our vantage point, but we know the team, the crews are out there on it, trying to take care of the situation.
So we're going to be giving you some, so we want to give you some more information. We had the trees that were down. Let's give you an update on some of the road closures we know so far. We know that the Skyway Bridge is closed. We talked about that. 75 is a good route for you, despite tree partially blocking some of the roadway for drivers in Manatee County. You can take none of the Bay Area bridges. All of them are not open right now, and that's going to take some time for crews to get them open. So here's a look at those bridge closures.
All right, so you mentioned the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. If we could bring that back up, because I know sometimes people need to see it as well.
Okay, so I can tell you here, I'm looking at Florida's map right now. All this in what are normal bridges, all of them are closed. If you're trying to go over any bridge right now.
The Gandy, the Skyway.
The Gandy, the Skyway, Howard Franklin. Courtney Campbell Causeway.
Yeah, and crews need you out of the way anyway, right? As they try to assess the situation to make it better for all of us to move around. But you heard Mayor Ken Welch just a few moments ago saying patience, right? That's not necessarily the word that people want to hear if they, been hunkered down all this time. Some people stir crazy because they can't really go anywhere, but they need you out of the way so they can make the situation more convenient for our neighbors, our friends out there.
Absolutely. And when it comes to those bridges, it's going to take time for them to get back open. Again, crews are going to be inspecting the bridge first, moving any debris that is blocking any portion of the roadway all across our Tampa Bay roadways, and then they'll be able to reopen it. But we don't even have a timeline as of right now for when you can expect that opening.
But Sarah, here's a testament to how diligent the crews have been, because we heard the governor say yesterday that in terms of debris, 3 months of work was handled in 2 weeks' time.
So we know crews are able to do it. I know they're probably exhausted, and more crews are coming into our state. Even Governor Ron DeSantis telling us about National Guardsmen on standby to help with the recovery efforts. And we know a lot of probably the biggest issue right now all across our state because of the storm would be the power outages and, of course, wind damage. But people are going to be working to get your power restored, hopefully pretty quickly.
Yeah, no numbers yet, but certainly at this hour after the storm, we have heard of fewer rescues, but still waiting on that full situation. Even the mayor of St. Pete saying that. I want to get to this right here as we have some video out of TPA as assessments are taking place right now. That was the sign that we showed you a few hours ago. And so we're going to pull up some information to, let you know the situation there. Aviation Authority staff, as I mentioned, assessments. They are currently inspecting the condition of the airfield and facilities to determine when Tampa International Airport may be able to safely reopen. They want to go in there and make sure it's good to go before you get in there.
And that goes with airports all across the Bay Area as well, all of them closing ahead of the storm. Now, all of them are assessing the damage. Take a look at the water along the roadway, the wind impacting trees. Obviously, that is nothing we can fly in. Now that the weather is clearing out, TPA says that they do expect to announce that they're going to be reopening later on Thursday. So we're going to be getting you updated on that. And then it's Thursday today. So later today, if you are planning on traveling or you're trying to get out, what day is it, right?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. A lot of people saying, which way is up? You don't know. This all runs together, especially when you consider 2 major hurricanes in as many weeks. 2 major hurricanes in 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people, not many people getting sleep, not many people are able to get into portions of their home if they live along those barrier islands. That access is still limited if they evacuated.
Checking out that video that we had there, Sarah, we don't have the audio with that, but being here overnight and listening to the sounds of Milton, howling winds, that really drives the point home.
That's scary. And unfortunately, we saw some people driving through the area. And at one point, we know during the height of the storm, officials said, we're not, shelter in place of emergency responders will not be able to get you. And thankfully, we haven't heard of anybody needing to be rescued even afterwards.
The safety crews had to be safe themselves. I want to go back down to Manatee County. I understand we have Nick Volturo live for us in Bradenton at this hour. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, Frank, good morning. And now we are actually getting to see the aftermath of Milton. And you can probably hear those cars traveling down the road, and they are just riding over all of that debris. And that's been the real big problem. One of those problems, as you can see, are these down power lines. A lot of this everywhere you travel here down the road, down power lines, down trees, collapsed parking structures. Everywhere you look, there is just debris, trees, branches, leaves, all scattered, splintered pieces of wood, all scattered throughout the road, no matter where you go. We're standing out right now in front of this Marathon gas station, and if you take a look, you can see a lot of the pieces of the structure of that gas station right behind me here were actually ripped off. I mean, there's a piece right in the middle of the road that people are driving over. That wind so strong, you talk about it, 85 to 100 mile per hour gusts. I mean, you could just see what it did to this building, to the overhaul and here at the gas station. Rip pieces of the sign off, rip pieces of the overhang off, pieces all over. You can see everything is boarded up at the station to try to protect it. You can see they're still out of gas, but that's really the big thing out here, that wind, all that damage that it caused, all the debris that was scattered everywhere. And we've been driving around for a little while now, just kind of observing everything that's going on. And one of the things we did see yesterday was at the EOC in Bradenton, they had a lot of crews ready to go as part of those relief and recovery efforts. And we saw them on the streets. They had excavators that are coming out, pushing all the debris off the side of the road so cars can get past. They also had a big bus that was able to transport anybody who was trapped. You hear those sirens going off. People are trying to get through. One of the big things, though, no matter where you go, is all of these downed trees. And we know because of all that rain that we saw yesterday, so much rain in such a short period of time, it caused a lot of those trees to be uprooted. And we're seeing those trees collapsed and toppled all over. I don't know what that was, but there's a sound of something else that's banging in the wind over there behind me right now. But that's really the issue, right? We're seeing it everywhere. And we know there's 185,000 people here in Manatee County without power. There's also about 90% of Bradenton is still in the dark. And I mean, when you look at the lines here and you see the traffic going over, you see the debris in the road, this is why they are asking people to stay off the roads unless they really need to be out. Because there's all sorts of obstacles they have to contend with. Everywhere we drove, it was navigating a maze, like playing Tetris to try to get around all these pieces of debris that are in the road. So that's one of the biggest problems here, and that's going to be the big thing, is going to be the cleanup, because there's still a lot to be able to do here to get this cleaned up.
Yeah, Nick, and somebody just pulled in right there behind you. Not exactly sure if they work directly with that gas station or if they're actually seeking some gas at this hour. That most recent storm with Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago was recent enough for us to do a little bit of a compare and contrast as you've been kind of hopscotching throughout Manatee County there. What are some of the similarities and some of the vast differences that you may be seeing out there?
Two really different storms, both caused devastation. Helene, it was that storm surge. All sorts of places, all sorts of streets, businesses, homes, all washed out, flooded out. We saw sand that went right through foundations of homes and really toppled and crushed homes, almost like a bulldozer going through it because all the sand that was washed out from the beaches from all that flooding. This is really a wind event. Even though we saw some water, some flooding, it's not the main issue here. This is all wind and so much strong winds. I mean, these winds were intense. When you were trying to sleep last night, you could see the trees just waving. It was gusty. It was powerful. So this is really something that they're dealing with here. This is all wind combined with rain. And you know that's the perfect recipe. When you combine wind, rain, a saturated ground, a lot of trees, power lines, it makes a recipe for a lot of things crumbling, breaking. And that's what we're seeing here right now.
Nick, when it comes to the gas, you're at that gas station. I know sometimes after a storm we see this happen. People don't end up having enough gas to get back to the area. Have you passed any gas stations that are open?
Well, you know, Sarah, we might run into this problem ourselves right now because we're a little low on gas. So we haven't actually been able to find a gas station that has had gas. And I'm sure that's going to be a problem no matter where you go. And we know the state was trying to bring a lot of those resources in to make sure gas was more readily available. But as we've been traveling down the road, we haven't seen too many pumps that have had gas in them. And like the one that's right here behind me, it's all out of gas. You can see everything is shut down. So I think that's going to be one of the big problems here. But one of the good things, a lot of people stayed home. A lot of people evacuated. They heeded those evacuation orders, because you saw when we were in A, B, and C, we were in those mobile home parks, roofs were torn off, they were ripped to pieces. A lot of those things were extremely damaged. So it's good those people got out. A lot of them were staying at our hotel. They said they were thankful that they hunkered down there, because that was the one thing people were worried about, was people not staying or not being home. That was the big thing, getting out of their home, heeding those evacuation orders, and it really seemed like a lot of people followed that. And now really what we do is we brace for the long haul, which is going to be this cleanup.
I hear there's emergency responders behind you. Any idea, is there something that you can see that they're responding to, or just their sirens are going off as they're headed somewhere?
There's sirens going off, there's people running over trees, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly where they're going, but we're going to keep driving around. We're going to try to assess this, and we're going to have much more coming up. But for right now, reporting live in Bradenton, Nick Voltero, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. All right, we want to get a new information. Press conference happening right now with Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's listen in.
And you have people that are out there assessing damage right now. First responders have been working all through the night to help people who were in distress. And what we can say is the storm was significant, but thankfully this was not the worst case scenario. The storm did weaken before landfall, and the storm surge, as initially reported, has not been as significant overall as what was observed for Hurricane Helene. Right now, it looks like Sarasota County had the most significant storm surge, likely somewhere between 8 to 10 feet. And remember, with Helene, we had 15 to 20 feet up in Taylor County. Rescue missions have been underway throughout the night. State search and rescue teams report at least 48 individuals have been rescued as of 0630. National Guard search and rescue teams have worked overnight and successfully executed rescues of families and pets on the West Coast and from the destruction of the tornadoes in the central and eastern parts of Florida. The Guard continues to work into the morning and have 31 rescue aircraft operational and hundreds of rescuers engaged in over 125 active missions in 26 different counties. Over 6,500 soldiers are deployed throughout the state. Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission has made land and water rescues in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. The State Guard has also been engaged in search and rescue, assisting with floodwater evacuations as well as damage assessments. There are currently 3.1 million accounts without power. There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. The areas that have the most significant outages as of this morning are Hillsborough, 75% out, Hardy, 97% out, Manatee, 82% out, Pinellas, 68% out, and Sarasota, 75% out. Of course, there are 50,000 plus linemen that have been pre-staged. A lot of what they'll do this morning is likely assess the damage and then begin restoration operations very quickly, and we appreciate everybody that's in that fight because that's very important for a lot of people. Cut and toss have begun at first light by the Florida Department of Transportation. 328 crews are active in the field with over 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched at first light and have begun performing inspections to open bridges across the impact areas. As I put in my executive order, residents have a right to be back into their homes as soon as the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Gandy Bridge and Howard Franklin Bridge have been inspected, cleared, and are open, and inspections of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge are underway. There is debris on the Sunshine Skyway as well as the Courtney Campbell, but once that debris is clear, we anticipate those bridges opening later this morning. Other bridges are being opened as soon as the state inspections are completed. The Tampa Airport is repairing minimal damage and should be open no later than tomorrow. Seaports are awaiting Coast Guard channel surveys to reopen waterside, but as of now, our initial assessments is they will likely be able to resume operations very quickly. We still have a lot of school closures for today. I think Floridians should just keep in contact with their local officials about what that's going to be. I would imagine a lot of the schools that were not necessarily in the direct path of the storm will be open tomorrow. It may take a few more days for some of the places that were harder hit. Now, as you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of downed power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with downed power lines. Standing water can conceal downed power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters. Standing storm waters can also carry a bacteria that can lead to fatal infections. This type of infection was responsible for a fatality following Hurricane Helene, so please avoid wading through standing water. Please use proper ladder safety. Please use proper generator safety. Do not operate the generator inside your home. It must be outside, a safe distance from doors and windows. Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline will remain available for those who are returning to their homes which were evacuated during the storm and sustained damage or in need of other type of shelter. So these models will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources, making the experience easier for users. If traffic lights are out in your area, please drive with caution and treat each light as you would a four-way stop. And also remember, if you're going to use a chainsaw, be very careful with that. We have mishaps on that after every storm. We are extending the Hope Florida line for another 2 weeks at 24 hours, 7 days a week. So if you need assistance or resources post-storm, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. Hope Florida's disaster arm, Activate Hope, is a program designed to help people find help following a disaster such as a hurricane. So you can call the Hope line. You can also visit the Hope bus, which will be in some of these areas very soon, and there'll be announcements about that. Florida Commerce and the State Emergency Response Team activated the Business Damage Assessment Survey in response to Hurricane Milton. Business owners can self-report physical and economic damage caused by the storm. Businesses can complete the survey online at floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. Florida Commerce has also activated the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program. We have $50 million available to Florida small businesses, and it's a zero-interest loan, very flexible repayment options. You can apply for loans of up to $50,000 through the program. Loans of up to $100,000 are available for agriculture and aquaculture small businesses, and loans of $150,000 are available for citrus and cattle operations. Again, these are short-term zero-interest loan. You get the cash in your hand. The repayment terms are very flexible. You can apply at www.floridajobs.org/EBL, floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also activated the Florida Disaster Fund for those who want to make tax-deductible charitable contributions that will be used to be able to help Floridians who are in need. And you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org, if you have any questions. We're going to continue to support all remaining rescue missions that are underway and that may be needed in the near future. We'll also continue to assess the damage that was done from the storm. We also anticipate that because of the amount of water, you may see flooding happen not just now, but in the subsequent days. But I think everybody responded very quickly. I'm proud of everybody's hard work. We got more work to do, but we will absolutely get through this. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Governor, thank you for your leadership time and time again. I know you and the State Emergency Response Team will lead the charge as we respond to and recover from this storm. Hurricane Milton officially made landfall. As you heard the governor say, the impacts from the storm are still being felt across north and east central Florida, even right now as that last banding train of rain starts to move offshore. Please, especially if you're in the areas If you're in those areas of Northeast Florida, the East Race Coast, Space Coast, please make sure you're sheltering in place until officials determine it is safe for you to leave. In the first 72 hours after a storm, there is a parallel effort to search, secure, and stabilize the area. As search and rescue missions continue in response to Milton, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. You will be inhibiting first responders by doing so. Right now, we need those roadways clear for electrical crews, fire crews, EMS crews, urban search and rescue crews. We have 20-something urban search and rescue teams that will move into the area and do a door-by-door search. Even though, as you heard the governor say, this was not the worst-case scenario, we still had damage. And we're going to need to get out there and go door-to-door and make sure that everyone is okay. So please stay off the road. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside and when it is safe for you to return to your homes. I know a lot of people evacuated, and we appreciate that. Do not be in a hurry. Check in with your local emergency management agency, your local sheriff's offices, to see if they are posting anything on if it's safe to return home. Please make sure you do that. Again, as the governor said, we're going to open up roads and bridges so that you can do so, but there may be extenuating circumstances at the neighborhood level. So please make sure you're checking before you come back home. Major flooding continues along the Hillsborough, St. Johns, and Little Wekiva rivers. I want to take just a moment and just talk about there is going to be another phase to this particular incident, and that is very similar to Hurricane Ian. We have a lot of rain that has fallen over the central portion of Florida. The St. Johns River basin that comes down into Seminole County, Brevard, portions of Brevard.
Absolutely nothing short of impressive in terms of the response. You see right there on the right side of the screen that we had pulled up right there for you as rescue crews are doing their part. The governor telling us they have successfully rescued families. No specific number on that for you, but you see what we're talking about. That is indeed a live shot. One of the sheriff's office right there in Clearwater. Rescues happening as we speak. You see them floating door to door, if you will. 6,500 soldiers deployed, 26 counties being scoured for rescues just like that.
We want to send it over to our 10 Tampa Bay's Miranda Parnell with a live update as water rescues underway. Pinellas County Sheriff's Office helping with that. Hey, Miranda.
That's right, y'all. I didn't even want to get out in front because just look at what is happening here. We are at the Standard Apartments in Clearwater. This is just right off US 19 next to that Best Buy and Guitar Center. Now, we talked to a couple people as we were kind of rushing out here who say they used to live here, and they say that this apartment floods like this a lot. The family we spoke with tells us that they actually lost a car out here to flooding like this, and they said obviously it's just gotten worse. They said that was actually why they decided to move. Now, we've been watching families get rescued out here, but also families still waiting to be rescued. But I'll tell you, this has a humongous response from our first responders. We probably saw just on the main road out there about 50 different units, just flashing lights as far as you can see on the other side here. Now I'm gonna poke Jackson, our photographer here, and see if we can scoot a little bit to the left to show just how much water. This isn't even the deepest side here where they're doing the rescues. Look at these cars. They are seemingly getting more under the water over there. And there are some families in this far building that are still waiting. We've seen people out on their balconies just kind of waiting to get help. I don't know exactly what kind of the rhyme or reason is of who gets rescued first, but I do know that about 15 minutes ago, we saw an older woman who had a wheelchair, and they brought one of these special units to kind of get through that water and safely get her to the other side. I mean, a lot of people are out here watching these rescues happen, but from what I've gathered and from what I've heard from folks out here, it doesn't seem or sound like they are surprised.
That has been at least 4 cars that we've seen underwater, and where you're standing from your vantage point, is it safe to say that that is maybe a 2-story apartment building there that we're looking at?
It looks like 2, possibly 3, Frank. And I'll say that from the folks we spoke with, they say that it's worse in the middle. They say that the flooding, I guess, in the center of this complex is worse. That's what the family we spoke with earlier told us. And it looks like they're having to kind of beat down some of the doors to get these rescues done. But I know folks are waiting. Some of them look more scared than others. Some of them are in higher spirits than I think I would be if I were stuck in this situation. But no, our first responders are making it happen. And I know these folks are waiting.
Well, it's crazy, Miranda, when you see that. We saw a lot of this during Helene, but think about during the height of the storm, the wind coming through. It is pitch black. No one has power. And then you're dealing with this water that is rising. A very scary situation. Have any chance to talk to anybody who was there or who, I mean, thankfully, these people are safely getting into these boats and they were able to ride it out.
That's right. We are definitely about to meet some of these people on the other side once they get over to safety. We just kind of rushed out and saw the boat over here, and so we wanted to give you all a look while the governor was talking about what was going on. But we'll definitely see if we can catch up with these fellas that are getting in the boat right now. They seem to be in high spirits, so got some smiles there, so it's a good thing.
Yeah. We saw the smiles big and bright right there. Just a fascinating shot to juxtapose with, you know, what the governor was saying, and the guy right there in the shot on the left side.
I'm giving him a
waving
wave.
at us as well. Okay, all right. That's courtesy of you, Miranda, and the hard work you're putting in.
I'm giving him a wave, yeah.
Yeah, and I know you're going to try and catch up with them momentarily, or some of the people who are residing in that space. Just incredible video of what our crews have been in place to do as they were waiting on this storm to pass.
Yeah, I obviously smiles of relief. I bet they're thinking, gosh, I cannot believe we just went through that. I can't, finally, we're out of our apartment. We are finally getting to a better spot. What a crazy night for those guys. Thankfully, they're able to come out and they can even smile. Help there from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
That's the shot
New
right
information,
there.
absolutely. Coming in from the Clearwater Police Department, letting us know that so far, as of the latest numbers, 37 people rescued. We do have information that about 50 more people, at least 50 more people waiting to be rescued by officials there who are actively, as you can see, trying to help people who are stuck in their homes because of rising water.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing this around the clock. As the governor told us, 26 counties being tended to, just like this. I mean, this is a parking lot, and we've got boats.
Yeah.
Not stalling out, not hitting solid ground as that engine is propelling through the area. So that gives you an idea of how deep those waters are.
Yeah. It's also a reason why, Governor Ron DeSantis just telling us minutes ago in his latest update for us, just within this 8 o'clock hour, saying a reason these are preventable deaths that happen when you walk through flood waters. So even still wait for people to come and rescue you because you can hurt yourself seriously walking through flood waters or just trying to get out on your own. So
yeah, Miranda, quite the scene there, because just rewinding the clock a few hours ago, thinking about the howling winds, hearing all the things being thrown about in the air. Now daylight shines light on how big this problem is, and we're actively watching people get rescued, and some of them are probably looking at their car underwater.
That's right, and I think that is the scariest part. I know Sarah was just mentioning earlier how you might have heard that wind whipping overnight. You heard that storm rolling in, and then you wake up and the nightmare has continued. So again, we're going over here to what looks like the deeper end of things, but I mean, you're trapped in your home, and then like you said, you might look outside and you have no vehicle either. We can see even in the distance here a car where the trunk is popped, so you can just see the power of the water in this amount of water. And like I said, you have folks that are in these far apartments that are still waiting to be rescued. So again, I know that they're happy and thankful that the first responders are here, but I'm sure it's still nerve-wracking right now.
You know, the nerve-wracking part, Miranda, you said the deeper end. I didn't know that there was a deeper end.
The parking lot.
Yeah.
Correct. That's not what you want when you're at home, is to have deep into the parking lot. But you know, that's what they were warning us about with this storm. That rain that could cause the flooding, the potential storm surge, and we're not too far from the water here, but I know that between the different drainage issues from county to county, anything could happen. I know that these folks, like we said, the people who used to live here say that they saw issues like this a lot, and it's just gotten worse over the years.
Kind of a hurry up and wait situation as people are out there on the terrace.
Yes, I know I've seen a lot of them taking pictures and kind of live streaming themselves. So again, some of them are really making the most of it, but I know a lot of these families are nervous with this, understandably so. And so they know that the first responders are out here, and I'm sure that that is the key to making them feel better right now, is knowing that the community's watching, that the first responders are on the way, and that this is taken seriously. And I'm telling you, we haven't even been able to show you how many units are out here because we're on the rescue side of things, but on the dryer side, they have really shown out with the resources that are available for these victims as they get these rescues underway here.
Wow, Miranda, it is unbelievable to see the power of this storm. We were warned about it ahead of its impact. Yeah, see how high that water is to where the stop sign is. It is crazy to see these streets looking like rivers right now, having to use boats to get people out. Thankfully, they're out there. And again, we know of at least 50 people that are waiting to be rescued. Those crews working as fast as possible. It's scary when you're waiting. You're stuck there. When are these people going to get here? Are you coming? Are you coming? Are you coming? So lots of anxiety for those people. Hopefully, they can get to them quickly.
That's another 6 or 7 vehicles that we see right there underwater, Miranda. You've been at it for a minute. In terms of reporting on these disastrous type situations. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I have not. I mean, I feel like I've been saying that a lot over the past 2 weeks, even with Hurricane Helene. I've never seen full neighborhoods where every home that we pass has everything out on the front lawn. I know that it's been a tough 2 weeks for us to see, and I know it's been a tougher 2 weeks for the people who are experiencing it to go through it. But no, I've never seen a parking lot basically turned into a lake and these folks waiting to be rescued. And I mean, this is, what time is it? I don't even know. It's 8:52. I mean,
8:52.
This had to be a scary night and a scary morning. And then, I mean, to still be waiting, I know that you have to get some comfort seeing the first responders here, but I'd imagine that there's still a pit in your stomach until you get on that boat and hop off and your feet touch dry land.
Yeah, FYI, Miranda, it's Thursday as well, in case you're wondering. This situation, you kind of touched on the emotional part of this, the pit in your stomach and having to filter out something like this 2 weeks ago and then begin to pick up the pieces. This is a compound fracture, as we call it, and you try to pick yourself up. And here we go again. So a fantastic job on your part. And this kind of shows the resilience on the part of our neighbors out there as well. They don't really have a choice.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the fact that these folks, as they wait, can smile and wave at us and have a laugh, I appreciate them, truly, because it's been a tough 2 weeks, Frank. It's been
Miranda,
a tough 2 weeks.
I can hear it in your voice.
Bay.
I can hear it in your voice, Miranda. You doing okay?
You see, I'm not getting on camera, Frank. I'm going to stay right back here.
I know you.
I can't ruin my reputation. I can't get emotional.
Oh, your reputation is sealed.
I mean,
Everybody knows you have a big heart, and I can hear it in your voice. I've been hearing it in your voice there. Yes, I noticed you weren't getting on camera because we have a great vantage point of the struggles that people are going through, but I know you have a huge heart. We know that you have a heart for the people right here in Tampa Bay. That's why I got to ask, are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's tough. We see these things
I'm doing
and
all right
if
these folks are doing all right.
Yeah. It's incredible to see these people coming out. Obviously, some of them, the waving and smiling, they're happy to be out of their homes. So many people right now not in the same situation as they're waiting to be rescued. It is incredible to see this right here. It is heartbreaking. Hopefully these people can get to safety as these crews are now out there trying to save people. We do have some updates coming in as well. Do we want to stay here with this video here in Clearwater? I know that as people are waiting to be rescued here in Clearwater, we're getting some new information out of Pinellas County. So that the access to Barrier Islands is now open. So
that is now open, and folks are going to see a similar scene perhaps in some of those spaces that they have not been able to access. But the front part of that news that you just shared, Sarah, and Miranda knows this as well, that's another phase, another step as we move forward and try and put this in the rear view.
Yeah. and so much. You see that water inside the homes. That's a lot of, yeah, big thanks, Miranda. Great job out there. It's tough. You know, you go out there in person and see it yourself. We're human. It's hard not to get emotional.
Yeah, we see the humanity in everything, and it's we know each other as well. So, you know, Miranda doing a fantastic job out there. We will check back with her. We know she's going to make an effort to try and talk to the folks out there. Again, great job, Miranda.
We are going to send it back down to our Jennifer Titus. She's been reporting live all morning long in Bradenton. You were hearing, probably listening about those water rescues underway in Clearwater, just getting some new information from Pinellas about access to the barrier islands now open for portions of Pinellas County. You still don't have that access in Bradenton.
No, bridges are still closed here in Manatee County. Sarah, the story here isn't so much storm surge, which we were all scared about. It's all wind damage. Look at this. We are at this condo complex just off of Cortez here, and the entire roof of the complex, look, it's all along the road here. That is the roof for this building. That should not be here. That should be on top of the building. So this is just kind of the wind damage that we are seeing here in Bradenton. We can't make it out to the beaches yet. We're just probably not even a mile away from the bridge to take you out to Coquina Beach, to take you out to Bradenton Beach, but you can just see the wind that blew in here. I mean, it howled for hours last night, and now we are seeing the damage that it caused from mobile home parks we saw to this roof right here. That's what we're basically seeing when it comes to wind damage. Lots of power lines, lots of downed trees, and that's why officials are asking people to stay inside. Wait until this is all cleared up. They will give you the okay. We had 3 zones evacuated here in Manatee County, so a lot of people are trying to get back home. They want to get back home. It's just not completely safe yet. We have, like, I don't think any power from here, probably 2 miles down Cortez. We saw stoplights out all over the place, but look at this, the mess from this roof that has come off of this building. I did speak to a firefighter. I said, hey, what are you guys seeing? He was heading out to the beaches to help clear the situation there to get that back open. He says, really, the story is the wind damage. He says, this is probably the worst damage I've seen. You know, it could have been a lot worse here. We thought we were going to see this super high storm surge higher than Helene. The island's already devastated. This area already devastated. And we didn't see that with the storm surge. What we're seeing now is the wind damage. Unfortunately, I did talk to a business owner who had 4 feet of water from Helene in his business, and now he says the whole outside has been ripped apart from Milton. He doesn't know if he's going to open back up just because it's been too much. So that's just what we're seeing here, guys, in Bradenton, in Manatee County. A different story from Helene. This story is the wind damage that we've seen, and again, just this roof coming off of this complex. I mean, it's right there, the entire pile right there, guys. That is the roof, and then the insulation all spread around here.
When you say it could have been worse, more or less saying we're thankful, right, Jen? Because Helene gave us perspective.
Yeah, it did, and I think that's why everybody heeded those warnings, Frank. That's why people actually evacuated. Nobody was messing around with that storm surge. So thankfully, we don't see many people in this complex because this was an evacuation zone. So they evacuated. I think they were thinking, hey, we're running from the water, but it was the wind that caused all of that damage here. So I think, but we're not hearing about any reported injuries yet. That's the good news. Not anything too crazy. We do know, guys, we don't want to underestimate. We do know that homes have been damaged by wind here. We've seen it in the mobile home communities throughout Bradenton. And then again, we have this roof here, but it's just a different story, Frank, than we saw with Helene. It's the wind that really did some damage up and down the main avenues here. You can go literally every single block along Cortez and there's some sort of tree, some sort of debris. Remember all that debris we were talking about that's out on the curbs from Helene? Oh, that debris we've seen spread along the main road. Here, I can show it to you right here. So that's Cortez, guys, and the traffic is picking up, but there are trees in the middle of this road, so it comes down to like a 1-lane road in area, so people are driving like literally into each other. So that's why, again, officials are asking for people to stay off the roadways until they can get this cleared up, because there is just so much debris, so many trees down on the roads. I think we can show you right there. Look at, there's that tree right there, right on Cortez, one of the main roads here in Bradenton, and that is probably every couple of blocks is just big trees. I mean, uprooted and right in the middle of the roadway. So that's why they're asking people, you don't have to go outside. Don't go outside. Stay home until they get this cleaned up, because as you can see, in some areas, it is a mess.
Thank you, Jen Titus, giving us a perspective there of the wind damage we're seeing in Bradenton. And also, we're going to be keeping you updated throughout the rest of the morning on more on what is to come for people who live in Bradenton. Right now, the biggest things, power outages, a lot of wind damage. We've got some trees covering the roadways. Yeah. And we know that is going to be a major priority for local officials, FDOT crews, to clear those roads to make sure they are passable and drivers can get to where they need to go.
Yeah, scattered about those water rescues. We'll get back to that momentarily. Want to get a look at the weather forecast because Amanda Pappas, you have been following the start to finish, and at this hour, folks are looking for a sliver of sunshine, but that's coming eventually.
It's coming eventually. I just want to show you guys, though, that wind damage. We had 105-mile-per-hour gust in downtown St. Pete, and look at this. We were bringing you that visual of the crane. That's the crane before, the two of them. That is the crane missing. If we could take away this super for a second, you can see right here, that is where the crane lies now. Look at that. That was all that wind damage. This was a serious system. We see that the crane completely collapsed because of that 105-mile-per-hour wind gust right there. This is a serious visual. Thank you so much to Lou, who shot this from his apartment in downtown St. Pete. And it just shows you the sheer magnitude of how strong these winds were to take down one of these cranes. We know that they're everywhere. Of course, we got you that view on the ground. I wanted you to see that before and after. We're just dealing with the after, the cleanup from this storm. It made landfall, Hurricane Milton, as a Category 3 hurricane in Siesta Key last night with winds of 120 miles per hour at 8:30. in the evening, and we know that that system sped up. Thank goodness it wasn't just sitting out there and churning and moving slower. That's one saving grace. Number two, that wobble more southward. As we go back in time, you can see the system made landfall as a 3, and it wobbled a little more towards our south. Had it been a little more northward, we would have seen that more devastating storm surge. The wind damage was enough, and the copious amounts of rainfall have left the area completely flooded in some areas. It's devastating. There's that 101 mile per hour gust as the system was making landfall. 93 miles per hour. We clocked that over towards Tampa as well. This was no joke, this storm, and some more wind reports for you. We know Albert Whitted, 101 mile per hour gust there, and that's just near the trop. And that Teflon material just ripped off the top of that trop that we've been showing you. Sarasota, Bradenton, not far behind there. You can see they're at 102 for their highest wind report at this time. And we're going to continue. These are just preliminary reports. Right now, we see Lakewood Ranch not doing too bad right here in this shot, at least, thankfully. So we're really happy about that. 10 Tampa Bay, our lovely station. Of course, you can see that wind damage with all these trees and leaves down on the ground. But aside from that, we do see that everything is looking at least better. The sliver of sunshine that Frank was mentioning right here for you over towards Lakewood Ranch. Things looking up. We do have a long recovery effort that's about to happen. We saw multiple tornadoes along with the wind damage. And right now, I'm just really happy to say that we do have dry conditions, which is wonderful. And look at the rainfall totals. Look at this. Estimated right around 16 to almost 20 inches of rainfall in some areas. This was a system that, especially in the northern side, just had so much rainfall. And that's why we are seeing so much inundation, so many areas that are flooded at this time. But here is the positive piece of news as you're tuning in with us this morning. As we are starting the recovery effort and the cleanup right now, we are drying out. The system has pushed away, pushed offshore, thankfully, and we do know that Hurricane Milton, of course, is still, it's gone, but we do know that the debris is still dangerous. The rivers are still rising, so please stay put until given the clear, and also make sure you know that we are with you every single step of the way. Thank you for trusting us before, during, and after the storm. We'll be here for you.
Amanda, you said it right there. We are riding with you throughout this storm, start to finish, and beyond that as well. Your time now, 9:04. I'm Frank Wiley here with Sarah Rosario as we continue to follow the devastation.
Yeah, good morning. We want to give you a live interview right now. We're seeing water rescues taking place in Clearwater. Our Miranda Parnell joining us right now with some new information, just hearing from some of those people who were rescued.
Well, that's right. We are about to catch up with them, but we actually spotted Chief Gandy with Clearwater Police first. We know that they have been working throughout the morning to save lives, essentially, as these people have been trapped in this water. Tell me about what you all are over there.
So this apartment complex had significant water intrusion. We had water up to the second floor in some locations. We made an initial sweep early this morning. We're doing a secondary sweep now and checking all the first floor apartments, even forcing entry to those that we can't gain access to make sure that we don't have any victims inside or someone needing rescue. As of now, we've already pulled over 100 people out of this complex. We have resources from Clearwater Police Department, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, FWC, Bay County Sheriff's Office, Clearwater Fire and Rescue, all to try and make sure we don't have a loss of life or injuries in this place.
And it seems as if you all have had to gain access to a lot of the apartments. We heard that banging trying to get people in. Have people had trouble even just opening those doors if the water's pressed against it?
Sure. I mean, when you have elevated water, if it's an outswing door, certainly it's very difficult to open. We just don't know the conditions in some of the completely flooded apartments, and we're fearful that, we could have victims in there. Seeing some of the folks that have been evacuated to this point, some were not really ambulatory. They had walkers, they were injured, they were elderly. So we do have those concerns, and we're going to work methodically and make sure we open every apartment throughout the first floor of the complex that was flooded.
And I want to just show the response that you mentioned here and talk about, I guess, this teamwork that you all have in making sure that this is not just a Clearwater effort. This is a community effort to save lives.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we all collaborate on a regular basis, but this is all hands on deck to deal with a problem of this magnitude.
I know that throughout the night we talked about how those wind gusts can keep first responders off the road, and it can be dangerous for you all to even go out. I know that you all were receiving calls. What's it like to finally be able to get access to these people, and what is the response you all have been getting from them?
Well, I mean, a lot of people are very happy to be getting out of this situation, and the challenge for us is, we have to, and particularly our call takers are on the other end of that phone, and they know they can't do anything, and they know we can't send a resource. So it's a tough thing to deal with. We're going to work through this and make sure we touch every unit and make sure we account for everybody.
Chief, I know you're busy. I'm going to let you get back to it, and we're going to try and talk to some of the people that they have already rescued. We showed you a couple of those so far. Obviously, they are taking this very seriously, and we'll start looking around to see what we're getting as far as folks being rescued once they get out of those units.
Man, Miranda, it is incredible to see that there, and thank goodness that they're on scene, able to get some of those people out of their homes. Hopefully they'll be getting to every single person.
Yeah. And Miranda, you said it takes a team.
Absolutely, and they have that out here for sure. They are not slowing down at all. We've been out here for probably about 20 minutes, and they bring 2 people back, 3 people back, and head right back to those units. So we're going to try and chat with a few of the people who have been rescued, and we'll let the chief get back to it.
Yeah, I thank the chief so much. So he was just recapping some of the things that he was saying. Miranda, he was saying more than 100 people so far pulled out of the water. 37, so that's an update. Earlier it was 37 people rescued. Now we're getting more than 100 and at least 50 people waiting.
Yeah, no idea how many, what occupancy looks like at that complex there, but 2, maybe 3 levels, and just to press the rewind button, she said she was going to take us to the deep end of the parking lot, right? And she was saying that as we saw cars underwater, completely submerged in the parking lot. So that gives you an idea of why those rescues are happening and why they pulled out the boats for the parking lot.
And obviously a lot of those people calling probably during the height of the storm, and they weren't able to, first responders were told to shelter in place, so they weren't able to get to them to save them. But as the chief was telling us, they have a log of people who've called in, and they're trying to get to those one by one. As now that the daylight is here, and you can see the massive response there. So many local agencies helping out with that. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, Clearwater Police, and other local agencies all working together to try to get as many people rescued as possible.
That's why we say Tampa Bay, because it's a big unit right there. Could you imagine just standing out there for hours and not knowing how high that water is going to rise, but already knowing there are cars that you can visibly see that are underwater?
No, I can't. Absolutely crazy. We want to keep you updated on 3 things you need to know. Time right now, 9:10. It is Thursday, October 10th. Hurricane Milton making landfall yesterday, 8:30 p.m. Wednesday night in Siesta Key.
And more than 1 million people without power. More than 1 million people without power, but we do have thousands of linemen across the state doing their part to restore that as quickly as they can. We've seen them do it before with Helene. We know that they make a valiant effort, very diligent. They get out there, they get the job done. They are asking that you stay out the way so that they can take care of that situation for you.
Exactly. And as you just saw, maybe you're just joining us, we've got water rescues underway, specifically in Pinellas County and portions of Clearwater, just off of US 19. And one of the biggest things we're seeing is damage in Pinellas County. You just saw a brief picture there of the Tropicana field. Its roof blown off by the storm and the heavy winds there. Also looking at our roadways right now, many of them closed. Access to barrier islands and portions of Tampa Bay closed, like Bradenton. But in Pinellas County, we're now getting some new information.
Yeah, we are. So is this the new information that you're alluding to, Sarah? As of 8:45, right? I presume this is what you're talking about. 8:45, access to Pinellas County, including the barrier islands, now open. That information just coming into our news desk right there. So again, access to Pinellas County, including the barrier islands, now open. You had mentioned this a moment ago as well, the barrier islands, so people could get back over there, possibly see the extent of the damage that they're enduring as well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of storm surge during Helene, and that mainly impacted those barrier islands. This time around, we haven't really seen storm surge all across the Tampa Bay area like we saw with the last storm, but we do see it in portions of Pinellas County, so we're going to be keeping you updated on any potential for that. We're also going to be keeping you updated in some of the hardest hit areas as well, with Siesta Key, not far from that area of Bradenton, if you're going to be going through there. We want to get a check-in right now with our Nick Valtro. Nick, last time we talked to you, I see water behind you. You were talking about a lack of gas, something that you guys might be having to look for pretty soon.
Yeah, and you mentioned that lack of gas. We still have not been able to find a gas station that has gas. I even bumped into a couple people before that said they were looking for the same thing, but they were unable to find gas. So that's still scarce right now. And we actually tried to get over to the beaches over here to Anna Maria Island, but they weren't letting residents through. They said they're letting media through as of right yet. They said they're seeing a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down. So that's really been the issue here. And I was trying to figure out where we are, but we're at the Flamingo Bay, and if you take a look over here, you can see the sign from the wind that completely knocked that over into this parking lot. You can see the parking lot looks a little bit like a swimming pool right now. The water here is pretty high, and where I'm standing as of right now, I'm right about, past my ankles in the boots that I'm wearing because of how deep this water goes. And you can see in the distance the size of the tree that came collapsing, toppling down here into this parking lot. And fortunately, there were no other cars there in the lot because you could see just how large that tree is. I mean, that is an enormous tree. But because of all that saturation, all that flooding that we were talking about, combined with those high and intense winds, it led to those trees toppling down. And that's really what we've been seeing throughout this area. One of the big concerns was that storm surge, but that surge was not the problem here. Wind was the problem, but we did get a lot of rain, so not everybody was able to avoid flooding altogether. This parking lot is still inundated with water, and you can just see how much water is pooling up here. But one of the big things that we've noticed is many people heeded those evacuation orders. That's the big thing, because most of the people were out of the area. Even in this parking lot as we're standing here right now, you don't see really many cars here. And that was really what the mayor was praising yesterday, was the fact that they didn't have to evacuate a lot of people. There wasn't an issue. A lot of the area was deserted. Businesses were boarded up. A lot of people took those evacuation orders very, very seriously. But a big thing that we're going to be dealing with, same thing everyone else is dealing with across Pinellas County, here in Manatee County, in Sarasota County, and all over the Tampa Bay area, is these power outages, right? Widespread power outages. And in the distance, I mean, you can see that the tree is on top of those power lines. And we know in Manatee County alone, there's 185,000 people in the dark without power. We know in Bradenton, 90% of the people out here don't have power either. So that's going to be one of the biggest problems, trying to restore that power. And the big thing is going to be the cleanup. We see restoration crews already driving up and down the road. There is a lot that's going to be needed to be picked up after this storm.
You mentioned the lack of gas in your vehicle, so you may be in that space for some time, at least within that vicinity. That's okay, though, because there's plenty of a story to tell where you are. I know you said this tongue-in-cheek in terms of it looks like a swimming pool, but unfortunately, we do have to tell people not to do that because we did see that 2 weeks ago. People were swimming in floodwaters like that, and the governor just talking about some of the challenges that you may face if you go ahead and take that chance. We're talking about wound infections, skin rash, all sorts of problems.
Even death.
Yeah, and then there's that. There's death, right?
A lot of preventable deaths happen after the storm.
Yeah, I
Nick.
mean-
What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't want to go into the floodwaters. You certainly don't want to start swimming in the floodwaters. You don't know what's going to wash up. There's so many creatures and critters that can creep out of the water out here. So definitely not the best idea. And then you talk about wounds and open wounds in the waters and that getting into them and causing those infections. This isn't the place you want to, spend your summer and make it a recreational trip, if you will. You want to stay out of these floodwaters because they're definitely not exactly sanitary or the safest place to be venturing into. So that's really what we're seeing, though. There has been a lot of this flash flooding. There also has been so much of that debris and wind damage that we're seeing all across the area right here in Bradenton.
Unfortunate that you have to say that, but we did see that. We did see that.
You see it, and you see it every storm. So we'll be checking in with you throughout the rest of the morning, Nick, to let you hopefully you guys can get some gas.
Yes.
And hopefully other people who need gas will be able to find it quickly, as now some of these roads are reopening as well.
Yeah, I want to go back to the trop because that is the story that picture, that image right there is circulating on all the social media platforms. Many people have questions about what took place. Well, it was Milton. The winds so strong, peeling off the dome portion of the trop.
Crazy. I mean, I know we said it earlier. We said Tropicana Field was kind of on its last leg before this happened, and now the storm ripping the roof to shreds there. Video coming in from overnight showing the top of the trop exposing the stadium lights, the inner workings of the baseball field. The trop was hosting thousands of linemen, the National Guard members, as they were preparing to respond for the storm and the damage. But good news is that all of those essential personnel, they've been accounted for, no injuries there. And we did check in with the airport right around that area, telling us how strong those winds were. Wind gust over 101 miles per hour during that time in St. Petersburg, which is what was obviously that wind forcing the roof off the trop.
Sure, and that area, along with the trop, weathered, right, because of Helene, what was endured a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to this day, and now we're talking about this situation with Milton. And then there's this right here. So cranes collapsing, a crane, I should say, collapsing right there in St. Pete.
Yeah, some new information about those cranes there. If you missed it, we had, it was reportedly, this was in downtown St. Pete. They were warning us about it.
Yeah, St. Pete Fire Rescue says that the crane collapsed in the area of 400 Central Avenue. You know that area well. A building construction site, a lot of construction in the area. Now, the mayor previously warning that they were concerned about cranes at 4 sites around the city. He also says it takes at least a week to lower the crane. And you know the forecast of these storms, that cone of uncertainty, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it was going to take too long to be able to get those cranes down ahead of the storm, so they weren't able to do that, as you just heard. We did check in with Mayor Ken Welch just a couple of minutes ago, earlier within our last hour, and he was giving an update saying that they're going to be out today warning people to stay inside and to, as they're going to be assessing the damage. This is going to take weeks. Look at that. You can see just how bad the streets of St. Petersburg portions have it. We looked at video of Central Avenue. It was crazy to see everything. But he did have some rays of light coming out of his photo as well.
Well, and I want to report that no injuries reported from that situation.
And he was always also saying to be thankful and to be great. What was he saying?
He said to be thankful, let's see here, patient. He really stressed that point because it's going to take some time. Be patient, be thankful, and be kind.
And be kind to people. Lots of people going to be going through a lot. Even though we don't see as many injuries, we know these are people's livelihoods. And that's heartbreaking when everything's destroyed. So it's going to be a big road ahead for a lot of us.
Yeah, many people frantically trying to get in touch with people as they are having problems with their cell phones as well. I understand we want to get to Jenny Dean in Tampa, correct?
Yeah.
I'm in Brandon. I'm on Clay Avenue. This is probably about a mile and a half off State Road 60. And there are two massive trees down. Just look at this behind me. This tree is blocking the entire roadway. And already early this morning, we've got two neighbors that came out here to help out. What was your name?
Aaron.
Aaron, what brought you out here this morning?
Just our neighborhood. Gotta get together, gotta get it cleaned up.
Yeah. What was it like for you guys as you were wading through the storm, waiting to get out here and see the damage?
It was pretty rough last night. The winds were horrible, and as soon as we lost power, you couldn't even see outside. It was dark.
Well, so first thing this morning, you got up to survey, you grabbed the chainsaw.
Yes. Yeah, I grabbed it as soon as I got up this morning at 6 o'clock. There's trees on the power line. I'm just trying to help the power company out so we can get power back on as soon as possible.
And you guys are being very careful. I'm sure you guys are taking you. Thank you so much for doing it, coming out here and helping your neighbors right now, because that's what everybody needs to do, is just be neighborly, give everyone some grace. A lot of people don't have power, and a lot of people are going to have trouble getting where they need to go with all these trees down. And just real quick, let's show this one. It's just probably, 40, 50 feet from the one we just saw. So there's no way you're getting out of this neighborhood unless you come out and you bring your chainsaw. We're in Brandon. Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
My guys, they're saying they had to get to it, right?
Absolutely. And we're getting some information from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as well. I know Sheriff Chad Chronister has been out with his team trying to make sure that people are safe. He's warning people to stay off the roads until they're able to get to assess all the damage across the area. We're going to give you some updates out of Hillsborough County as they start coming in as well. But a lot of debris to clean up, a lot of trees covering the roadways.
Sheriff Chronister talking to us on the phone hours ago as well, also saying they're dealing with this, stay out the way as you just emphasized, but also the back end of that is people return, right? So many people heeded the warnings, they got out of the way, out of town. It's going to be thick traffic coming back too.
Yeah, thick traffic, and we're going to be keeping you updated on gas. Governor Ron DeSantis telling us even ahead of the storm that he was mobilizing fuel trucks to be available to deliver fuel to this Tampa Bay area, because obviously so many people were using it ahead of the storm trying to get out, and the fuel will be sent to the ports across our state as well.
Not so much a supply issue, just a demand issue, having to get it out the ports, as you mentioned right there. I want to go to Hernando Beach. Angelicia Bruton joining us live this morning. Angelicia, it looks like the wind is still kicking up out there.
Yeah, Frank, the wind has kicked up a lot. It's pretty hard for me to keep my hat on, but we just got access into Hernando Beach. Deputies just opened up Shoreline Boulevard about 30 minutes ago, and this is an area that was hit hard by Hurricane Helene, and I thought it was going to be pretty hard to figure out the difference between damage from Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, but it looks like nothing really changed in this area. Everything seems to be in the same spot that it was in yesterday. All of the debris lining the road from Hurricane Helene, it looks like the wind didn't even bother it, which is crazy because there's so many down trees in this area, but all of this debris is in the same spot it was in yesterday. The only thing I can see is that bench right there kind of in the roadway, and there's just a little bit of debris that's in the roadway in this community. We haven't seen much in this area, which is going to be great for the community as they wake up and they start moving around, trying to figure out what they need to clean up and see if any of their neighbors' debris got into their yard. But the county still has a huge cleanup. All of this debris is something that they're still going to be focusing on, and they're also still preparing for more flooding expected coming to the Withlacoochee River area by Saturday. They're going to open up some sandbag locations in just a couple of hours to prepare people for flooding coming this weekend. Live in Hernando Beach, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I know they're very concerned about the flooding along the Withlacoochee River in Hernando County. Thank goodness people in Hernando Beach are able to now get back to their homes. I think the biggest issue in Hernando right now, in addition to the cleanup they already have to continue to do from the last storm, power outages. Any update on that and what's happening there with Withlacoochee and Duke?
Yeah, we've seen some crews moving down trees out of the road, but there were still a lot of down lines. No word yet on when power will be restored. We did hear from crews yesterday saying that it could take days, maybe even weeks to get more power back in this area. They said they had linemen from all over coming to help. They had people all the way from Canada coming to check on any down power lines and to help just evaluate the power outages in the area.
All right.
Yeah, that number, 50,000 linemen, you're right, Angelicia, scattered across the state trying to tend to this issue right here. And the sun has not even been up for 2 hours. Have you had a chance to have a conversation with any of the people out there? I imagine their nerves are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, a lot of people want to come out and check on their neighbors and figure out if anyone needs help. And but officials are still saying, it's not safe for them to be on the roadways because, like I mentioned, there's still so many down trees on power lines, and it's not safe just to assume that those power lines are dead. You still have to remember that a lot of people have generators, so you want to make sure that you stay in your home. So everyone is saying that they want to come out and check on their neighbors and check on their property, but it's still safe just to hunker down.
All right, thank you, Angelicia. We'll let you get back to it. People's livelihood just scattered out there on the street.
Yeah. We're at a long cleanup ahead for our friends there in Hernando Beach in Hernando County. I was just checking in with Hernando County Sheriff's Office online. Looks like, we're telling people to stay off the roadways, but they did just get an update just within the last 20 minutes about a crash that is blocking a major roadway in Hernando County, Cortez Boulevard at Bronson. They're saying expect delays for at least the next hour, 30 to 45 minutes as they continue to assess that crash and investigate it. So heads up for my friends in Hernando County, you may see a crash there, State Road 50 and Bronson.
That just exacerbates the problem because, we're talking about the down power lines, the debris, and then the floodwaters. In fact, we have a little bit of a graphic that we put together for you as we were alluding to this earlier.
Yeah, floodwaters come with so many risks, and we see it every storm, people walking through the floodwaters. Even here at our TV station, we're warned, don't do it because of how dangerous it really is. Bacteria in the water can make you sick. Avoid contact with those floodwaters, especially if you have cuts.
Yeah, turn around, don't drown. If you don't know, don't go, right? You don't know what's in those waters. Avoid contact with floodwaters, especially as you have those cuts there, Sarah. And you don't think that you have to warn folks, but we're going to say it because we put it on the screen. So we'll double down on this. Don't eat, drink anything contaminated with floodwaters.
And we've been looking at the widespread damage from Hurricane Milton and its impact across our area, seeing the biggest thing, power outages across our area, a lot of wind damage, water rescues in Pinellas County, and a lot of damage in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, we have some images that are in from Pasco County as well. If we could pull that up, I want to show you what we're talking about right there. So that appears to be a power line that is down. You see trees snapped in half. We were reporting tornadoes across the state of Florida because of Hurricane Milton, but look at this right here. These trees broken, and those light fixtures for the stoplights, hundreds of pounds. That's heavy, super heavy. So this is exactly why they're saying stay out the way, right? Because they need to get to that so that you don't do further damage to yourself or to your vehicle. And as you mentioned, Sarah, a lot of these injuries also sustained after the storm has passed.
Oh, yeah. And if you see a stoplight that is out, you treat it like a four-way stop. With regard to those pictures from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, they said they've received more than 140 calls. Okay, so let's go about this. What to do when traffic signals are not
Take you back to
operating.
driver's ed.
Yeah, take you back to it. Flashing red lights, they should be treated as a stop sign.
Yeah, so you yield to the vehicle on the,
Yeah, you pull
on
up.
the right.
Yep. And then the next person goes. Flashing yellow lights, drivers should proceed with caution only when traffic allows. And then no signal at the lights again. All treat it as a four-way stop. You're going to see a lot of that. I was just looking at the Florida Department of Transportation website. A lot of traffic lights out all across the Tampa area, obviously as power's out.
Yeah, power's out. It's going to be a minute, but they're going to get to it. I want to show you some more flooding here. This is in Clearwater, as we were talking about Pinellas County, right? So, look, it appears to be two vehicles right there underwater, a similar scene to what Miranda Parnell was showing us right there. And those are folks out there wading through the waters, as crews are doing rescue missions right now.
A scary night for so many people in Clearwater as that water's rising and they're completely in the dark, unable to get help as resources for 911 cut off during the height of the storm. New information coming out of Clearwater. While barrier access to the bridges is now open, we do know that the Clearwater Memorial Causeway is still closed for right now, Courtney Campbell Causeway, as they are still working to assess some of the damage and the debris along the roadway.
Yeah, so who knows what we may see right there. But to recap with Miranda Parnell, she told us of at least 100 people rescued.
Yeah, and that's good news. We're getting some information that there are still about 50 more people who need to get help from the Sheriff's Office and Clearwater Police to try to get out of their homes. They're actively working to do that right now.
Yeah, big numbers, 100 people rescued, a bigger effort out there with the teams. Want to get over to another team member of ours, Mike Prangley, checking out the weather situation. Mike,
yes.
So you've got some numbers right there behind you.
I do. So, yeah, keeping everybody safe before, during, and after the storm. What you need to know is we still have that weather impact alert through 2 o'clock today. So we're not rushing out there, getting out there. We want to keep everybody safe and sound because, yes, we've got big impacts that include some of that flooding that we've been showing you. We have some apartment rescues going on in Clearwater at this time. Debris danger, okay. Yes, we're seeing plenty of that around town. And then the river's on the rise with some major flooding as early as late tonight into tomorrow. And so we need to stay put until given the all clear. That's the key, all right? We care about you, all right? So we take a look at that. And then tomorrow, slowly improving. And by tomorrow, guess what? It's Friday. We've got some sunshine. It's going to feel wonderful outside. And we've earned it. What a couple of weeks. In fact, our picture of the day really sums up why we're going to stay in our safe spots today and make sure you're given the all clear before heading back to your homes. We talked about that crane collapse. So we said we did 2 cranes here in Tampa and then only 1 left and a lot of damage underneath. So basically telling you about that extreme wind we had across the area. And in many instances, this wind much higher than we saw with Ian, at least in our viewing area. Check out Venice, 107-mile-per-hour winds. Sarasota, Bradenton, actually in the eye of the storm, 90-mile-per-hour winds, then it real calm. And then, yes, over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts towards St. Pete, 101 miles per hour on the wind gusts, and we saw what it did to the Tropicana field, and we'll have updates on that coming up. Let's look around. We've been checking on our neighbors, making sure everybody's okay. Yes, I'm enjoying hearing from everybody on Facebook, on my phone, checking on us. We appreciate you, and hopefully you're doing well and your families are well. Here's Lakewood Ranch. We got a nice, fresh breeze. That's actually a little cool breeze out there, believe it or not. So get out. We've got lower humidity to enjoy today with increasing sunshine. Lakeland, I know it's cloudy now, but you are going to see some better weather in Polk County. And I know you've really had quite the last couple weeks. Out back toward St. Pete, WTSP, Channel 10. There we are, home sweet home. We got a little roof damage here, but overall, it looks like, yes, our building's intact, and we can't wait to get back. Like you can't wait to get back to your homes, I'm sure, for those that evacuated. So temperature-wise, we've got low to mid-70s. Here's some of that fresh breeze I was talking about. Look, Lakewood Ranch right now at 76. In the next 12 hours, very low chance of rain. In fact, the big story is the sunshine makes its return, and the winds will lighten up with high pressure building in. Notice that northwest wind only about 5 to 10 miles per hour by late today, and that's thanks to Milton finally getting away. Bye, Milton. We don't ever want to see you again. Heading out to sea, and we'll slowly weaken into an extratropical storm over the weekend. And with that north flow, again, I think we'll do two big things. We're going to have some good cleanup weather throughout the weekend, and it's going to feel much better. It's been a hot, stormy summer, but not over the next few days. I have a few clouds towards South Florida. We won't have to worry about that with that north flow and the dry air. And maybe a few high cirrus clouds, but that's about it. And then as we head through Saturday and Sunday, we're going to continue with that good cleanup weather, and things should stay quiet for the next several days. In fact, in that 7-day forecast, we are talking about low temperatures. Get this, we'll have low temperatures into the lower 60s for the Nature Coast. And in fact, we're going to start to see some of that cool weather as early as late tonight with that low of 67. There it is. So 7-day forecast. We've got just one more afternoon of that weather impact alert, and then a beautiful weekend that includes lows in the 60s and comfortable highs in the mid-80s.
All right, meteorologist Mike Prangley giving us finally some good news we needed after what we've just been through. So many people have so much cleanup to do, and hopefully the weather will cooperate.
Yeah, that part right there. They don't need more rain bearing down on them as they try to recover. So hoping that holds out for them. Want to get back to Jenny Dean. She's live for us in Brandon along Parsons Avenue. Jenny, can you hear us?
Yes, I've got you guys. Yeah, this is just another thing that we're seeing out here in Brandon, and this is sort of the common story that we see. It's a lot of flooded roads and trees down, and there are no waterways near here. They're just retention ponds, and so what's happening is the retention ponds are overflowing, and places that have never flooded before actually flooded. I know we're having trouble with the video here and you're hearing me. Let me toss it back to Sarah and Frank, and we'll see if we can't get this tweaked, and we're having bad cell signals are awful right now, guys.
Yeah, well, that's part of the story, Jenny. We will get back with you a little bit later.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
Jenny doing an incredible job interviewing people there. You saw the trees in her video that she sent in earlier of the damage that we were seeing in portions of Brandon. We're seeing that a lot across the Bay Area, a lot of downed trees on top of cars, on top of roadways, blocking access for people to get to where they need to go. So we're going to be letting you know about the cleanup underway. As far as across our state, we know Florida Department of Transportation has crews that are actively working to clear out our most traveled roads. We even saw a tree along I-75 for drivers through Manatee County.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. That's exactly why they want folks to stay out the way, that they can clear that so that you're not dealing with potential collisions or anything like that, losing control out there on the road. We told you about the trop, right? Tropicana Field, the damage that it sustained because of this hurricane. Yeah, this is a new vantage point.
Wow.
Yeah. That is looking down right there at the situation that we're talking about. Daylight video just showing you how severe that is as well. St. Pete Police Department sharing that. Also, this video, or picture I should say, still shot of the crane that had collapsed. People questioning why it couldn't have been brought down. That takes at least a week. Mayor Ken Welch pointing that out in our conversation that we had earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to Tropicana Field, we know that during the height of the storm, that roof ripped to shreds there. The stadium there exposed. You can see just the studs remain. And we're going to be working to give you an update on when that recovery process can begin. It is going to be a long one ahead. We know they're in the process of a whole new stadium deal. We've been keeping you updated about that here on 10 Tampa Bay. We'll be letting you know how this impacts that as we move forward. But the main priority right now in Pinellas is cleanup. It is going to take time, and obviously we want to have power restored. People thought they weren't going to have access to water in Pinellas County because they had to shut down those water treatment plants, those sewer plants. Good news is Mayor Ken Welch telling us this morning that while they have a lot to clean up, water has been restored, so at least people can have some of that. For some of those people may not have access as parts of their homes may be dealing with damage from the storm.
Yeah, shout out to the officials out there with Pinellas County sharing that drone video. We know that they're busy with a lot of things right now, including water rescues, as we're dealing with massive flooding in some spots. Some of these parking lots looking more like a lake. If we have any of those images, I'd like to pull that up right there, because Pinellas deputies helping with the rescues that we were talking about. We saw Miranda Parnell out there earlier this morning. And telling us at least 100 people had been rescued.
That's what people want to see. They want to see the efforts underway by our local first responders, and it's good that they're putting out the video of it so we can show you, and you can see crews this morning with Pinellas County letting people out of their high water vehicles used to rescue people this morning, and that still continues. It's underway right now. What you're looking at is video, but that's happening right now as we're speaking.
Yeah, and the word that was used, Sarah, that really caught my ear, methodical. Right, so they've broken this down to a science. They have a play that they run every single time with this situation, so they're able to be extremely efficient with these rescues that they're operating right now as we see them, in some of this video. This is not live, but in some of this video we grabbed just a few moments ago, rolling through the parking lot as deep as they can, then pulling that boat off and successfully floating through that parking lot. Some of those vehicles completely submerged because of the floodwaters. The unit that Miranda was at least 2 stories, maybe 3, she said, but at least 2 stories, and some of those people waiting out on their terrace for hours just to be rescued.
Yeah, we're getting some information from Pinellas County. I know that it is such a welcome sight for so many people.
Yeah.
As more than 100 people you had said rescued, 50 people are still, at least at last check, we're still waiting to get the help from the deputies to be able to get out of their homes. We're also getting some information that they have some downed power lines, specifically Park Boulevard near the flea market. So if you are going to be driving through that area, it may not be an area that you can drive through. We had some pictures of it earlier. Just not good right now. They're warning people to stay off the roads. Access to barrier islands now open, but again, still portions of Clearwater dealing with those flooding conditions.
And as you mentioned, those power lines right there, Sarah, Governor DeSantis also talking about that with us this morning, talking about the down power lines to avoid this because of post-storm fatalities, as he phrases it. Power lines down, trees tangled in lines, don't approach that. You don't know how severe that situation is. Also, storm waters We just showed you that right there. And then the bacteria. Sometimes you can't see what's floating around in that water. We had a graphic that we showcased a little earlier just to kind of further illustrate how severe that situation is. And then the generator, because we talked about the power outages, so properly using that generator, not using it inside your home.
Yeah, a lot of people probably just now breaking out the generator as they're dealing with these power outages. We're also going to be getting some video out of Orlando. We know as the storm moved from the Tampa Bay area, it then went towards the Orlando area, towards the east, and they were dealing with flooding conditions in Polk County and some power outages there. We were checking with Miguel Octavio earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Here's a look at what we're seeing there.
Yeah, so you can still see the wind doing its part with the situation as well as we grabbed that before the sun completely showed itself around 7:30 this morning. But a lot of debris in the roadway there. A similar scene. You can expect this across many parts of the state. Debris in the roads, flooded roads, ponding, right? So it doesn't take much to cause a problem. We're going to get back to Jennifer Titus down there in Bradenton. Jennifer, can you hear us? Good morning
I can hear you guys. We are just by the bridge that takes you off of Coquina Beach there, guys. It is closed now to residents and non-residents, all traffic. But good news, I just learned that they are going to let us go over there. So we are going to be able to show you what those beaches look like within the next half an hour, I would say. We'll make our way over there. I asked, what are you guys hearing? They said storm surge was not an issue. And that is great news for anybody on the barrier islands here in Manatee County that were already so devastated by Helene. That was everybody's big worry. They do say that there is wind damage out there. So when we get over there, we'll try to see and assess the damage for you guys and show you that. But take a look at the wind damage here in the Cortez Village neighborhood of Bradenton. Roofs just ripped off some of these homes. It's basically like every other one of them. A roof is ripped off. We talked about, remember all the debris that they could not pick up in time? You can see that the wind definitely picked up some of that debris there, guys, on the ground. And that was such a worry and why there were so many evacuations in place, because not only was it the wind that was going to be flying around, it was what the wind was going to bring with it, those projectiles. And so you can see that some of it was moved. We have roofs that are off, and we have lots of down trees. Lots of debris, lots of down power lines. There is no power in this entire area of Northwest Bradenton, and that's why they're asking anybody that can stay home, stay home. The roads are not safe yet. There is so much debris on the roads, down to power lines. They want to make sure they can get that all cleared before you guys get out on the roads and you make it out here, because that's really the story here, guys. The story is the wind damage. That's what Bradenton saw. That's what Manatee County saw. I can tell you, I heard it myself. We were just a few miles down in a hotel and it was howling those 8, 9, 10 o'clock hours last night. The wind continued, the rain continued, so we did see some flash flooding in areas, but now we've heard that that has all receded now, and so now we're kind of just seeing that debris. We're seeing that roof damage all throughout the Northwest Bradenton area, up and down Cortez. You can see tree branches, you can see those power lines. So again, just why they are asking you if you can stay home, stay inside until it gets cleared up. But that's really the story, because I asked a firefighter, said, what are you seeing? And he said, that is it. It's that wind damage. It's the roofs that have come off, but we have not seen the storm surge, guys. That was predicted.
Yeah, Jen, that is the story right there. And with any story, the intrigue is the reveal. Not able to get over there just yet with the barrier islands, but I know there's deep concern about what you may actually encounter.
Yeah, and we're hoping, I was surprised that they're going to let us over there. And she said, no, we're going to let you over. So I'm going to make my way over there so we can give you guys just what's going on over there. Look, so many people have come up to us and asked us, hey, do you know what happened to the islands? Do you know how bad it is? You know, one lady was in our hotel and she lives on Anna Maria Island, and I said, did you lose everything for Helene? And she's like, yes. She's like, Milton couldn't really done anything more. We've already lost it all, which is just such a sad reality for so many out on the island. So we're going to make our way out there to take a look at things. Like I said, we heard not really a storm surge issue, but there is wind damage. So we will bring that to you once we get out there.
Jen Titus, thank you so much. We're going to let you get to it and, of course, check back with you. This will come full circle. Be safe out there.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. All right, we want to give you some more information about damage across the Tampa Bay area and efforts to try to save people as well. We have some water rescues underway in Pinellas County. We're also getting some new information about some rescues underway in Hillsborough County as well. Sheriff Chad Cronister giving us some talking about rescuing people at a hotel in Plant City. Take a listen.
I tell you what, this had to get scary. They said they had water coming in up over their knees and highly frightened, and you have someone who struggles here with some medical conditions. I imagine they were quite frightened.
Oh, yeah.
You say water up to his knees?
Yeah. And what's crazy about Plant City in that area is that so many people evacuated the coastal areas of the Tampa Bay area, and they were thinking, hey, I'm going to go further inland towards Plant City because it's safer. And you can see the extent of the damage, just some of it, just a brief picture from the sheriff's office of what they're seeing there. Again, they're asking people to stay inside their houses as they continue to survey the area. We have a huge county, folks, and a lot of people still are without power, and these crews are working as hard as they can. Obviously, a lot of them up all night to try to try to keep us informed ahead of the storm, and now they're working to assess the damage and save what people if necessary.
And Sarah, the initial thought, it completely makes sense in terms of getting away from the coastline, the battered coastline, as it's gone through a lot over the last couple of weeks. 2 major hurricanes, Helene, now Milton. But as you move further inland, I should say farther inland, there's also another threat right there. We talk about the tree canopy and those grounds already heavily saturated. We talked to Mayor Jane Castor about this. Take a listen.
Tampa has been recognized as having one of the best tree canopies in the world. And when you come to think of it, you mix tree canopies and a hurricane, it's not good for electricity. So they're going to do their best to get that up as quickly as possible.
Okay, so we're getting some information there from Jane Castor, our mayor in Tampa, telling us about that tree canopy and how they're working to restore power across the area. They're working as quickly as they can. Again, we are getting updates from city officials all across the Tampa Bay area. That was just Mayor Jane Castor, Sheriff Chad Cronister. And in just about 10 minutes, 12 minutes, around 10 o'clock, we're expecting to hear some new information from St. Pete's mayor holding a press conference, Ken Welch, at 10 a.m.
Yeah, we will stand by for that. Meantime, I want to take you outside because we tell you it is a team effort and we mean it. Okay, so we have Brevin, our engineer, who ensures that we remain on air on the horn there. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, but that is a vantage point at, let me see if I can point that out for you right there.
He lives in Brandon, yeah.
We're in the Oak Ridge neighborhood here in Brandon. Not a super low-lying area, but the water is very deep. When I first got here about 5:36 in the morning, it was pretty well waist deep. It's only about 6 inches down from there. You can see in the distance, it's up to the mailboxes. We couldn't go any further with the truck. It's just a grim look. Most of the people in this area, this is a flood zone X, so it's not. We didn't anticipate water. We prepared for wind. We boarded up. When I came to my house this morning, I didn't think in a million years I'd be pulling up to this, and I really think that most of the people here didn't either. Most of these people, didn't evacuate. A lot of these are, older families, people who are, weren't in a great situation to evacuate. And this is very, very surprising. When we ended up in the area, it was specifically because we were looking at the one flood in 100 years area.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you definitely don't expect that, Brevin. You've never seen anything like this, right?
No. We've been here about 2.5 years. Water doesn't even really gather in the road. Like during heavy rains, it drains right away. We're 60 feet above sea level here. Just the torrential downpours. The water just has nowhere to go right around the road from here. Even aside from the water, it took us the better part of an hour and a half to get a route here, and we're less than a half a mile from Highway 60.
Well, I was going to ask you that. For people who maybe, we know Hillsborough County, Brandon, State Road 60, but where is that neighborhood in, like, what's a landmark or a staple that we would know to put a picture of for people who want to say, like, hey, where is this in Brandon?
So we are at the crossroads of Kingsway and 60. So we're about, I would say, 3 miles down from the Brandon Mall.
Okay. Wow.
Brevin, I feel for you and yours and all the neighbors out there. When you finally arrived at this point, you described it as grim. How are you holding up?
Well, I mean, we're very fortunate. I mean, my house specifically, the C-hole on the front door held, and despite there being a foot of water around the entire perimeter of the house, nothing made it in. Most of my neighbors were not so lucky.
Wow, that is incredible.
I've spoken to a couple of my neighbors here, and this morning I was catching up with the folks who live across the street. But we, as far as I know, still haven't heard from some of the others. I'm not sure if they made a last-minute evac or what, but you're very much still right up to the perimeter of these houses.
Yeah,
and as of right now, there's especially for these houses. Let me see if I can get a little zoom here. There's no way for these people to get out of this neighborhood as of right now. It's 3 feet going both ways at least, and like I said, I came by about 6 o'clock, and what is it, about 10 now? The water's receded 6, 8 inches maybe.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, Brevin, it is coming up on 10 o'clock there, and this is further proof that anyone can get it. This storm does not discriminate. You say the perimeter of your home, but, juxtaposing that with your neighbors and still trying to get in touch with folks, I can only imagine the range of emotions that one is feeling right now.
Oh, absolutely, man. As I was driving up, when you first start encountering the really deep water, and my truck is well lifted off the ground, so took appropriate caution, but I can go a little bit further than some others. But my heart was racing as I pulled up to the side street, and holy cow, you just look down, and you see that mailbox. That's what I could see from the other side, and it's practically underwater. That mailbox is 3.5 feet off the ground. It's the same height as this one.
Wow, unbelievable. Have you seen people out and about walking in that, or anybody saying anything? Obviously, you don't have power.
Yeah, no, there's no power here. I do have a couple of my neighbors behind. We're not super interested in being on TV, but seem to be in good enough spirits, I guess, all things considered. I mean, you got to make do with what you got at some point, and
As you try to process your grief there, Brevin, and you're staring at this image, and you're giving us a excellent vantage point as you pan across the way there. How do you even begin to move forward and figure which step should be the first step?
Well, I think the water's got to go away first.
Yeah.
Once we get to that point, I mean, it's just going to be tallying it up. I'm sure this is going to be a very well concerted neighborhood effort. Like I said, it's not even just this road. There's got some neighbors walking through my backyard. My backyard is actually currently the only way out of the neighborhood. I had to cut through another neighbor's backyard to get through there. But it's going to be a neighborhood concerted effort. I don't think this is going to be a toll felt by any individual. It's going to be a toll felt by communities and neighbors, and I don't think there's any other way through it.
Well, Brevin, we're rocking with you. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with this as well as your neighbors. Thank you so much for...
Absolutely appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, one of our engineers here, very talented, lives in Brandon, giving us a viewpoint from his home as he was coming off of work, trying to get to his neighborhood, showing us the damage that we're seeing there. We do have a couple of updates for you across our Bay Area when it comes to roads, flooded roads along several of our streets here through Hillsborough County, but now our bridges are now open. Sunshine Skyway Bridge now opening within the last hour here, and Howard Franklin Bridge also open. Gandy Bridge is open, but the Courtney Campbell Causeway is still closed.
Yeah, we had the crews out there assessing it to make sure all is well. They got to it quickly, and so great news to turn right back around. I want to take you back to Brandon and show you some video that we just got into our newsroom. So you can see another vantage point right there. Clay Avenue in Brandon blocked by 2 large trees. Neighbors are out there working to clear this, but this is also something that the governor said, listen, if you have the equipment to clear this, chainsaws, but you're not well versed at it, this is not the time to get the on-the-job fast training, because you can definitely hurt yourself.
No, and as you are waking up this morning and you're seeing some of the damage, some good advice for you is to document if you can. If you have any cell phone power left, document everything, because you're going to need that when you're trying to file with insurance. And it's going to be a long process ahead, but right now it's just about safety and making sure power is restored and getting a lot of this debris out of areas that are impacting people, the roadways, and getting people to hopefully a more normal sense of life here.
Yeah, craving a sense of normalcy. And again, if you're not sure what you're doing with that chainsaw, don't mess with it. Better to just sit still and stay out the way as crews are trying to get to people and clear damage like that. But that is just massive, to seemingly have a forest fall on your home and your car.
And you live in those areas in Brandon away from the coast, and you don't necessarily, that's something people may be dealing with as well, is you don't necessarily get flood insurance, because as Brevin, our engineer, was telling us, we live in flood zone X. We don't flood here. Why do we need flood insurance? That's like an extra cost, and everything costs so much, so you don't want to spend more money than what you have to. So this is people are going to be coming back and realizing if they didn't have flood insurance, it's something else to maneuver and to work through. As soon as we get some information on how you can get the help needed, Governor Ron DeSantis telling us about some organizations and some companies across the Tampa Bay area giving to a fund to help people across Florida. We'll be keeping you updated on how you can get the help you need.
Now, we know you're probably not standing by with a pen and paper, but I want to give this to you anyway, because as you mentioned, one of those resources, I don't know if we have a graphic. Our team is busy putting a lot of stuff together right now, but that number 1-833-GET-HOPE. That's the operative word right there, get hope. Help following the disaster, looking for resources, connecting you with all the things that you might need to get to where you need to go and get that first step out there. The Hope Bus also going to make its rounds, as the governor mentioned as well, as soon as they can, of course, for some of those roads that are passable.
Well, we want to get a look at our forecast as well. I know you have cleanup on your mind, and is the weather going to be cooperating? Meteorologist Mike Prangley joins us.
We're ready to just move, get moving, and I know we're all excited. We're not all excited, but we're just ready to get back to some normalcy, right, Frank? So we're trying to see our families. I miss my daughters. Yeah, so they're worried about that. I said, we're fine. Frank's doing fine. You got your family to get back to. Sarah, kids are doing well?
Doing well.
Okay.
Hubby too.
Just keep checking on each other. That's how we're getting through this. It's been quite a hurricane season. And we take a look, and hey, there's no threats out there. No matter what you're saying on social media, there's no immediate concerns here at home with any tropical threats. In fact, speaking of the tropical threats, Milton has now moved east of Florida. All right, so I'm sharing some good news with you. It's okay. We take a look at some showers, towards St. Johns County, Nocatee over to St. Johns and the East Coast. So I know a lot of folks evacuated toward Jacksonville and Daytona Beach, but these showers will start to move offshore as well. So some better travel, especially this afternoon. A little gusty winds with a high wind advisory, but that's about it. Now, we take a look closer to home. Not only do we don't have to worry about a high wind advisory anymore. We have some much lighter winds because we've got the backside of the storm coming in with high pressure. And as we look at what's going on, the question is, how did these retention ponds turn into lakes? I mean, this was not due to storm surge. In fact, most of us did dodge the worst of the storm surge, right? Well, this is what happened. You see a big, ugly yellow stripe with some red on the outskirts of it. And this was the northern edge of the system. As Milton made a move toward Florida, it had high wind shear, so it really stretched the system. So it had an unusual shape as it made landfall. So the north side of the system was just chock full of deep tropical moisture. So these mounts here are kind of conservative. Okay, you see 10, 13 inches towards St. Pete, Lakeland over a foot. But before all is said and done, I think we'll verify more like 15 to 20 inches in this stripe. So I talked about travel weather today. Be extra careful where you see the bright yellows and reds, even Interstate 95 to I-4 and all the way up to I-75. We just have to pack the patience. I know we're ready to go. I want to see our loved ones again. But hey, if we can be patient, we're going to get through this together. Now, we take a look at our October rain. One of the big reasons we had such trouble with the retention ponds, as Jenny Dean was showing us, check this out. This is amazing. So for Tampa, we were in a drought just about 3 months ago. Do you remember that? We are now 32 inches of rain above normal for the year. Just unbelievable. So for the year, 77 inches. Normally for an entire year, we average just under 50 inches. And then we've had, of course, 2 tropical systems in the last 2 weeks. So something had to give. And for the month, we're up to over 13 inches of rain. So basically for this tropical storm, think of it as this hurricane that impacted us as really about 2 to 3 months worth of rain. Pretty amazing, which we didn't need. And then we're checking on our friends to the south, Sarasota and Bradenton. And Jenny Dean, you know, just heartbreaking things we're seeing down there as far as the damage and the surge they had, the wind. They had all of the extreme hurricane impacts. And unfortunately, yeah, you added the heavy rain as well. So for Sarasota, Bradenton, you're up to 77 for the year. I mean, pretty amazing, over 34 inches above average. So that's why it's going to take some time. I said, I know I'm all excited, ready to see my family again, and I'm sure you are. But again, we've got that weather impact alert continuing through 2 o'clock. Impacts of flooding around the area like we've shown you, debris everywhere, and the rivers are rising, okay? And then we take a look at what we need to do, really kind of stay calm, stay put until we're given the all clear. And then tomorrow and over the weekend, sunny with slow improvements. Lakewood Ranch, checking it out. Boy, this time yesterday, we were just we were checking on friends and family, weren't we? And a lot of folks were still wondering, should I go? Should I stay? So another lesson that this storm taught us is we need to go when we're in an evacuation zone. And most of you did heed that warning, and I appreciate it. So as we look at Lakewood Ranch, a beautiful afternoon here that will include some blue skies. Lakeland, yeah, Lakeland, Polk County, we're out there for you. In fact, some folks in Polk County also evacuated. I talked to some folks in mobile homes, and they're always part of that evacuation because we had winds, even in Lakeland last night, close to 90 miles per hour. So better weather there. Channel 10, yep, we've got it. Back to St. Pete, some sunshine in the forecast. And speaking of sunshine, all right, we'll do this one for Mandy. She deserves a beautiful 7-day forecast.
We will get back to that 7-day. Thanks a bunch there, Mike. Want to turn back to Mayor Ken Welch, St. Pete Mayor, with an update on the situation. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The city is in the early stages of the recovery process and has been fully staffed here at the EOC for the last 24 hours to ensure that we could begin the rebuilding process quickly. As soon as it was safe to do so, our police officers began the first push of assessments around 3 a.m. this morning. We also currently have city crews conducting damage assessments and working to clear roads. While we were spared the brunt of this storm surge in this storm, we didn't achieve the level of storm surge that was predicted. We still have serious issues that we're working to address. The storm still brought approximately 18 inches of rain and some localized flooding. The storm also caused damage to our potable water systems, our drinking water systems, infrastructure, and power. But we're actively working to restore those services to residents as quickly as we can. I want to ask that you stay off the roads as our crews start the recovery process by conducting damage assessments. We really need folks to stay in place today and allow them to do that work. We're working as quickly as possible to make it safe for everyone to venture out. And I know folks are anxious to get back to their homes to check out damage and to start cleaning out debris, but please be patient. This is for your safety. The roads are very dangerous at this point, and crews are working to make them passable. The more space our crews have to do their work, the faster we can restore services to our community. Now, during the storm last night, we made the decision to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to protect city employees and prepare for possible damage from storm surge and wind. As of this morning, I'm pleased to report that both of those plants have been brought back online. That means folks can start draining water in their home, like flushing toilets and brushing your teeth. However, due to waterline breaks, we also had to shut off drinking water last night around midnight. Crews have been out this morning making repairs to the drinking water system, and potable water is back on and may come out of your sink. As the system continues to pressurize, however, it's very important to boil the water before you use it. So we have issued a boil water notice. We're working to identify the location of the waterline break And we have multiple crews conducting ground and aerial surveillance so we can repair the leak and fully restore services. And this is why we stress that folks should stay off of the roads, as city teams need that space to ensure we can restore services to residents as quickly as possible. In terms of electric service, we have nearly 400,000 people without power in Pinellas County right now. It will take longer to restore power, but we are working alongside Duke Energy to ensure that we can repair those systems as quickly as possible. Duke is working to bring crews in, but we just need everyone to be patient right now due to the impact and the number of outages that we are dealing with. This was an unprecedented storm with very high winds. The damage to the power system is more severe this time around. Many residents across our city team are impacted by this storm as well. So we're asking for everyone to be patient while these services are being restored. I do want to thank our local, state, and federal partners for the support they provided to us during this time. We've been in contact with them across all levels, and they've all been great partners who are focused on helping St. Pete rebuild. This was a storm that intensified quickly and gave us very little time to prepare. But we made it through the storm, we've started the recovery, and we will be successful. I ask that everyone continue to be patient and lean on each other during this time. Be a good neighbor, offer help where you can, and know that we will come back from this challenge stronger and more resilient than ever before. Thank you all. We'll now take any questions you might have.
All right, listening in on Mayor Ken Welch right there, getting a little feedback. St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch, he spoke with us around 8 o'clock this morning. This is the backside to that update. He used the word, Sarah, unprecedented when it comes to this storm. Started searching and assessing the situation around 3 o'clock this morning. Some spots as much as 18 inches of rain.
Yeah, and so that's why they have areas that have localized flooding. They got a lot of debris-filled streets. He, at the end, was saying, giving people hope, saying we're going to get through this together, asking people to stay off the roads. Some good updates out of there. They turned off that sewer wattage, their wastewater system ahead of the storm, anticipating a potential for storm surge. And now, thankfully, because we didn't have as much storm surge, they were able to turn that back on, and people can now have their water. They can take showers, they can do laundry, you can flush your toilet.
Flush.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be able to do that. And as far as drinking water, he says that has also been restored, but it's not, you can't just drink it right out of the faucet right now.
Yeah, you've got to boil that. He's saying that you want to boil that. Boil water notice is what the mayor said right there. Also working to repair a water line leak. That has been the source of some of these problems that we're talking about. Nearly 400,000 people in Pinellas County without power, but Duke Energy working with him and the rest of his crew to get everybody back online.
And we had mentioned before the storm that St. Pete had a mandatory evacuation in Pinellas County for zones A, B, and C. That impacted more than half of the residents who live in that area, and that means a lot of people were not in their homes. So today, we were reporting more than 500,000 people forced to evacuate, or at least in that evacuation zone. So many people going to be returning home to deal with potential outages. So be patient, he was saying, because it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah, searching for resources right now. A lot of people brought in to help with this situation, but some of those resources that he's hoping are innate, just in you. As you said, be patient. Again, stressing, be thankful, and he says be kind. You have to remind folks because, you know, tensions are high. People are stressed. Their livelihood is kind of shifted. A lot of people don't know the next step they're going to take. So, you know, those filters kind of fall. He wants you to be encouraged to be a good neighbor.
Yeah. We're going to get through this together. I know in times of distress, we see how our community steps up.
Yeah.
We saw that after the last storm, and I know we're going to see more of that this go around. It is just tough when you're dealing with it because it's where you live. It's near and dear to you. It's what you have. So we're going to be keeping you updated on what you need to know and ways to kind of get things back to normal for you. Okay, we're going to give you another look at some of what we've been dealing with for the past couple of hours here.
Yes, Sarah. So these are three things we want folks to know right now. Your time, 10:09, in case you're without power and you're trying to check the time there. 10:09 this morning, Thursday morning. Hurricane Milton made landfall, siesta key, 8:30 Wednesday night.
Yeah, or maybe you're watching from out of state. I've been getting a lot of that. A lot of people watching from out of state wanting to check on their loved ones, and this is what you got, our news feed. So thank you for joining us. If you're wondering, we've got more than 1 million people without power all across the Tampa Bay area. We were just checking in St. Petersburg. They've got a lot of people, Bradenton, coastal areas, a lot of people without power. Hillsborough County, more than 72% of people in the Tampa area, Hillsborough, without power. And in Pinellas, we've got water rescues underway.
Yeah, staggering numbers that you pointed out right there from Helene, and now with Milton, that to some people a knockout blow with the resources they have. But as you're talking about the rescues, we were chatting with Miranda Parnell. This exchange went on for some time as we were looking at some of those rescues happening live. Some of those cars in the parking lot of apartments underwater, submerged.
Off of US 19 in Clearwater, also having water rescues underway in portions of we've already mentioned Pinellas, portions of Hillsborough County. Sheriff Chad Chronister showing us a video of the crews out trying to help people impacted by water there.
Yeah, want to do this right here. Get back to Brandon because Jenny Dean has a look at the situation out there. Jenny.
I'm on Valrico Road, which is just off State Road 60 in Brandon-Valrico area, and just look at the massive flooding in this low-lying area, and you can see the car down there all the way up to the windshield. I just talked to the woman who was driving that car a few hours ago when she got stuck, and she didn't want to go on camera and do an interview, but she told me she could still see the roadway. She thought she was okay, and then all of a sudden she wasn't okay. And she said she had to get out and start swimming, started screaming for help. In a nearby church, people heard her and were able to come out and help her and get her to safety. So a harrowing experience for the woman that was driving that vehicle. And of course, it's going to be a while before this road is passable here in the Brandon-Valrico area. Again, this is Valrico Road, just off State Road 60. In Brandon, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
Amazing what you can do when you work together. I want to get back down to Bradenton because Jen Titus is joined by the police chief. Jen, I know time is tight as he's working to get some of these rescues taken care of. Let's go ahead and listen in on your conversation right there.
Hey, good morning, Frank. Yeah, it's the first time we've made it out to the beaches. I'm going to bring in Chief of Police of Bradenton Beach, John Cosby, with me. And John, it was a different situation than we saw with Helene, right, Chief?
Yeah, we were fortunate. The storm, the center of the storm went south of us, so we did not get the storm surge that we were anticipating. So everything stayed pretty dry, but we did have a lot of wind. We do have a lot of roofs that were blown off. We do have a couple of structures that were compromised and knocked off of their pylons. And then we have a trailer park that had stayed, the structures stayed together. They did flood, but now the face of the structures that face the intercoastal, they just ripped them apart. So now all the contents are exposed.
This is the last thing that the beaches needed, was any more devastation.
Yes, I was listening to, I can't remember what the title is, but he was saying that every beach, basically on this coast has been compromised from the last two events.
Where do you guys go from here? I mean, this is not just the place people call home, it's also the place so many of our viewers come to visit and have grown to love as a destination. What is the first step in all of this?
Well, the first step is to get this debris out of the way and get the roads opened up so our residents and business owners can come back and assess their property and start the process of rebuilding. The next step in conjunction with that will be to get the utilities back on, because right now there's no power, no water, no sewer. Once we can get that taken care of, have some comforts to deal with, and then we'll start the rebuilding process. We were already well under our way. Some of our restaurants were ready to open before this came in, even after Elena. So we had 4 restaurants. The Circle K was open up at the north end and had gas. So our recovery was very quick from the last one, and I'm hoping we move at the same pace from this one.
Yeah, I think when we were looking around, I'm like, okay, so what's the damage from Helene? What's the damage from Milton? From Helene, it was the storm surge. From Milton, it's the wind damage we're seeing. And so unfortunately, like you said, you're seeing, there goes my hat, you're seeing the wind damage from all of this, from what Helene didn't ruin, now maybe Milton did.
Yeah, again, the damage is definitely different. We didn't have any roofs blown off or compromised from Elena, but with this one we do.
I know that there are some residents now sitting in their car on the other side of the bridge waiting to get back on. When do you think that these beaches will at least be open to residents?
I'm going to say it's going to be another day or two. It won't be, last time it took a week because the amount of sand that had to be moved, but that's not the issue right now. So I think we're going to move much quicker. But the Manatee County EOC has put the notice out that you don't be on the road if you don't need to be. And all 3 island cities and the town of Longboat Key have all told everybody that it's not ready to come back quite yet.
And when we're looking at the damage, I can see that the damage from Milton there, the down power lines, that's what you guys are dealing with out here.
Yeah, and that's the number one thing, is to make sure those power lines are secured. And then, like I said, get the roadway cleared, and we should be good to go.
Are you guys seeing any injuries or any fatalities?
No, and again, I've said this before, and I'm going to jinx myself. So far, we've had no injuries reported and no deaths.
People listen to the warnings.
They definitely. First time, it was a little iffy. This time, there was no question.
Nobody was chancing it with the storm surge levels that were being projected.
No, and when the order was issued at 2, by Monday at 2, Monday night, we were probably 95, 98%. Everybody was gone.
Well, and I think the key word for this community is resiliency, Chief, because that's what I am born and raised here. We've come together before, we'll come together again, and this place will rebuild.
Yeah, this is a very resilient little community, very tight-knit. So, yeah, we'll definitely rebuild. No doubt in my mind.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, and that's basically the situation, guys, out here on Bradenton Beach. We know people who live out here want to get back onto the island, but guys, it's going to look like it's going to be another day or so until you can get out here.
Yeah, we know if that area has the resilience that you have, that tenacity, just like you, Jen, it's going to be all right. But something that stood out, Sarah, and other officials saying the beaches are going to be compromised. It's all going to be different.
Yeah, and Anna Maria Island, so much of the barrier islands, Jen, is a key part of our economy. Tourism drives our economy all across our state. Mm-hmm. I know the goal is to get it open as soon as possible, but it may take some time.
Yeah, and you heard the chief. They already had the 7-Eleven open out here. There was already gas back out here. And we saw that storm surge 4 to 5 feet high. So now with this wind damage, they're just hoping they'll continue that rebuilding process. They will get people back here out in the community, and this community will start to rebuild.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer Titus. I will say, when you see someone who's from the area giving firsthand accounts, talking to people in an area that she was raised in, I feel a connection to
it. Hits differently, doesn't it?
And so thank you, Jen, for all you're doing. I mean, these are people that you care about, just being from the area.
A personal connection with that situation there. We have so much video that's coming into our newsroom. I want to show you this right here, DeLand, Florida. A tree falling on a car. If you'll take a look at this video, brace yourself. Oh,
wow!
I wasn't ready. No. I was not ready for that. That's the threat that you face even at this hour, right, Sarah? Because they're saying stay out the way. That impaled the windshield. That's all it takes. It could be fatal. This is life-saving information that we're offering up.
Things like that could be deadly, but the good news in this situation, the driver is okay. It also blows my mind how we're able to get video of this. Like, they just had their camera on as that storm was falling, as the storm was going through, and the tree fell out in the car. Thank goodness that person is okay, but we're seeing a lot of this, trees covering roadways all across the Tampa Bay area. Crazy.
And to the untrained eye, that tree, if we could pull that up again, that tree looked to be just fine until it wasn't, right? It looked like any others, or we can't pull that up. The tree looked to be just fine. You wouldn't know, but a little gust of wind topples over. That's all it really takes. We also have some rescues that we want to show you. This out of Clearwater. I'm not sure if this is the same complex that Miranda was at, friends. It is. Okay, so that's the same complex that Miranda was at with Clearwater Police and various other departments conducting some rescues. This obviously from a little bit earlier this morning, but the situation there, people wading through troubled waters.
Yeah, video coming in from Clearwater Police Department letting us know that they are working right now to try to get to some of these people who called 911, but obviously crews were unable to get to them during the height of the storm because they were told to shelter in place and emergency services were not available. Now they're following up on some of these calls and they are able to rescue people, get some of the belongings, help their pets. And the good news is that they're getting out safe. I know it's been a long night for so many of you, so many of your loved ones in Clearwater. So if you're watching this and you're unable to check on them, water rescues are happening off of US 19, high water vehicles like that. Extra have been brought into our state so that crews can work to help people impacted by water and the rising water across our area. Seeing that both in Pinellas County and in portions of Hillsborough County as well. Yeah, sifting through all these notes that officials have shared information with us so that we can help our friends at home and inform our friends beyond the borders of Florida. As you pointed out, people watching from all over the country just trying to get some feel for what's going on right here. But several crews stationed across the state to try and tend to that situation. I want to show you this right here, a video of the storm impact. This is in Sanford. And it looks like this gentleman right here is walking down what appears to be a road, right? It took some time a couple of weeks ago with Helene to be able to tell exactly what we were looking at as the water was receding, and then we could finally see the lanes and the road to tell us where we were. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that all across our area. And here in Sanford, Florida, as you get a look at that in Seminole County, it's located in Central Florida. So for people, if you're wondering where is Sanford, it is located there in that Orlando area, south of Deltona, off of I-4. And you can see the video. This is as that storm was moving to the east. We saw it come through the Tampa Bay area, and then it left a path of destruction along the way for drivers unable to get on the roadways. And we're seeing a lot of trees covering the roadways. And we're going to get continued look at what we have as crews are trying to assess all of the damage. Really carved a path of destruction across the state there, and a little bit closer to home on this side of the coast. I want to show you this. So we've been talking about the Tropicana Field. Here's another vantage point for you right there. It looks like this is courtesy of Major League Baseball Network that we're showing you right here, but the roof was ripped to shreds. Almost struggling to find the words to describe what happened here, but you know, Milton ripping the dome off the Trop. Yeah, a large portion of that roof torn off the Trop because of the storm, and it was set to be a refuge for thousands of storm personnel, and good news is that all of them have been accounted for. None of them were injured, and so we're going to be following the latest updates on what comes next. Tropicana Field, it's a staple here in the Tampa Bay area. When you're driving along 275, you see it, and it's become something that you know St. Pete, like, hey, I'm in St. Pete now. Here's the Trop. It's been there for so many years. Yeah, that landmarker right there. And I believe we said it. It was courtesy of Major League Baseball, courtesy of MLB. You see that sticker up in the top right corner right there. Sarah, we were just there a couple of weeks ago with our families. Yeah, it does make you think, when was the last time I was there? Because it's not ever going to be the same. No. You know, I mean, they're in the rebuilding process, and that is going to take time, years. We'll be looking at that, as thank goodness nobody was hurt, but it is crazy to see how the Category 3 hurricane just ripped portions of that roof off, leaving it there in shambles. And you think about that, the sustained wind, as we're talking about Category 3 winds, taking good notes here with our weather department as they give us information with Cat 3. At least 111 miles per hour winds sustained, and we heard the howling, and that's the end result. Yeah. So that's what you're seeing there in St. Petersburg. We're also getting some information from our roadways. A lot of our roadways are being updated. Florida Department of Transportation showing us some looking at the traffic there. People are trying to get out and about. I believe that's State Road 589 in Odessa right there, Sarah. Okay, so that's where it is. If you're going to be driving through that portion of Hillsborough County, this is a look at Odessa, reminding people about the bridges that are open if you're going to be driving. We've got a lot of the bridges open except for the Courtney Campbell Causeway. So that includes the Skyway Bridge, the Howard Franklin Bridge, and Gandy Bridge all open. And the Courtney Campbell Causeway does remain closed because of debris.
And you pointed out those old school rules in terms of driving, right, when those lights are out.
Yeah, something to keep in mind. You're going to see a lot of traffic lights that are out all across Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And you need to treat it as a four-way stop. Approach the intersection, treat it as a four-way stop, let the person to the right of you go, and then you go.
It sounds so simple, because it is, right? I want to get back to some of these rescues that were taking place in Hillsborough County. Let's listen into this conversation.
Happening right now. We were out here with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, our amphibious assets, along with our Marine unit. We're rescuing 107 elderly folks from the assisted living facility. See this type of flooding, especially in this type of area. The University of South Florida University area is normally a dry area. To see this unprecedented flooding, I can only imagine how scary it was. Please be careful. If you feel better, go on the dry ground. We can take you there. If we don't have our airboat, our John boat, these rafts, our amphibious vehicles, rescues like this don't happen.
Wow.
Sheriff Chronister has been everywhere, from shelters
really has.
to parking lots that look like swamps.
Exactly. Sounding like a reporter happening right now. We are doing this water rescue underway. Yes, I mean, and ahead of the storm, we saw those healthcare facilities evacuated if they were in evacuation zone A, but this is not even in an area that was in one of those evacuation zones over by USF that is further inland. Many people booking up all those hotels we checked were booked ahead of the storm because that was a safe place.
And then some of the people actually at the hotels still recovering from Helene. I saw a flash of that on the graphic that our team put up just a moment ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I thought that said 135 more than 135 rescues.
Total rescues in Hillsborough County, right?
Hillsborough
or is
County.
that combined? Just at that one facility?
At that one facility.
Wow.
At that one, oh my goodness, yeah. So, and you saw one of the people on staff there, the lady that was helping him with those rescues, that water was up to her waist.
Scary moments for those people there. I mean, they don't have anywhere else to go. So thankfully, our first responders were able to get to them. And I know so many of their loved ones are wondering about what's going on with them. Good news is that the sheriff's office has been there and they're working to make sure everyone gets to safety.
Yeah, and the struggle is this real. People were standing out on their terrace for hours waiting to be rescued. Some of them standing out on the terrace probably looking at their vehicle that was submerged. I want to show you this right here, a new video of a depression that we're being told about. Okay, so the information that we're getting into our newsroom right here, Sarah, the depression opened in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, this is at Irish Moss Avenue and Pine Drive. It is blocking residents, obviously, from getting out of their homes. So deputies are saying stay alert. Sinkholes can happen without warning. So right now, no word if this is a confirmed sinkhole, but it is listed as a depression. So we're going to be giving you more pictures like this as we continue to see roads across our Tampa Bay area just unable to withstand the wind and the water coming through.
So, Sarah, we show people the depression in the road. That is one problem as far as why folks should probably listen very closely to the instructions, stay out the way. And then we show the threat from above where it seems like the tree is fine until it impales a windshield.
Right, and people who cover this extensively, our team of meteorologists, Mike Prangley, I know you've dealt with depressions before, and we know that it is something that happens when these storms move through the area.
Yeah, in fact, when you're talking about, if you think about this, over the last 4 months, our area and many areas, okay, you see this yellow stripe, have had 2 years worth of rainfall. Okay, this was a drought. Remember we had a drought? Our weather team said, yeah, we're going to bust out of the drought this summer, but yeah, we weren't calling for 2 years worth of rain in 4 months. So take a look at this. Again, if you're driving, traveling, we're talking about retention ponds that have become more like rivers and big lakes out there. So we're going to be taking it easy, driving back and making sure we have the all clear. But Tampa to St. Pete, Lakeland up to Orlando, along I-4, I-95, Daytona Beach up into St. Augustine and St. John's. We're talking about some very heavy rain, and in many cases over 10 inches of rain to up to 20 inches of rain out there. So that could, yes, certainly cause that. We take a look at the big picture, our satellite radar composite. Milton's heading out. All right, so bye-bye. We don't want to talk about you again, Milton. Bye. Okay. Crystal River, Tampa, Sarasota, looking good. We'll have some increasing sunshine this afternoon. Now, there's been some rumors out there. So, Sarah and Frank, we just talking facts. All right. So don't believe all the rumors out in social media. There's no tropical threats anywhere close to home, nor do I see any. We take a look at the European model. Here's what's left of Milton. And if we do have anything out there, it's way out in the open Atlantic with Leslie. Okay. So Leslie will just kick up here and probably be with us for maybe another week or so. As we come back closer to home, though, you can see overall in the tropics, areas to watch this time of year. Usually we're still watching the Caribbean, but this Caribbean's been churned up by a couple of storms in 2 weeks, right? So it's going to be tough to really organize something here. And at the same time, we have even more high pressure involved in the southeast, bringing us some very nice weather. So yeah, disorganized thunderstorms all the way through Tuesday. And the big story this week isn't the tropics, it's the beautiful weather. High pressure, sunny weather from Tampa all up to Tallahassee, Chicago, just a big swath of just some gorgeous fall-like weather, really. In fact, for some of us, I'm not ruling out some 50s now looking at the long-range maps later next week, and that's especially up toward the Nature Coast. Tampa will still probably be in the 60s, but hey, a big change on the way, and it has nothing to do with the tropics. How about the humidity? Look at this trend. We're going to see that trend as our friend. Whenever you have a dew point of 59, yeah, that's a nice, comfortable feel up to it, right? And we'll have a little bit more humidity as we head toward Monday, but then another cold front comes in Tuesday, comfy and even nicer, and that's when we could drop those temperatures even lower. In fact, tonight, how about some starlit skies? And you ready for some sleep? Catching up on a little sleep out there? Okay, well, we've got good sleeping weather. Low 60s, 62 in Brooksville. Yeah, we made it all right. Yeah, 63 Dade City, Polk City, 66, Lakeland, 65, and then some mid to upper 60s from Apollo Beach to Bradenton and Sarasota. Looking out there right now, we're verifying the forecast here at 10 Tampa Bay. We got a fresh northwest wind bringing in this pattern change, a few fair weather cumulus, and that does include Lakeland. It's on the way. It's almost there. All right, you see some sunshine increasing across Lakeland, and we need it. So today we're just taking it easy. We've got that weather impact alert in effect till 2 o'clock. And we are watching that impact of the flooding continuing across the area, debris danger, rivers rising. Don't get in the water. Power lines could be down. Don't drive over the power lines. Turn around, don't drown. So all that's in effect. So we need to hit the pump the brakes and hit the pause button today. We're going to stay put until given the all clear. And then tomorrow, some very slow improvements, and that'll continue through the weekend. Temperature-wise, again, we showed you the lows tonight. They could drop in the low 60s up toward the north. Yeah, today, how about some low to mid 70s on our way to a high near 80? And we'll keep the nice weather coming throughout the next 7 days. So some good cleanup weather.
All right, thank you, Mike. Keep that good stuff coming. Want to tell you about this update coming out of Pinellas County, lifting its evacuation order. Wanted to pass that along. So important information for folks out there wondering and waiting.
Yeah, people want to get back to their homes. And I know a lot of people went out to the Polk County area to try to evacuate the storm and try to get away from harm's way. But we are seeing impacts of the storm there in Polk County. We want to go now to a phone interview that we have with the public information officer out there, Jeff Foley. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. What's the latest there?
Thank you for having us. So, you know, the sun is up and people want to get out and see the damage, and we are really just encouraging patience at this point. We want people to stay home, stay off the roads, and let the emergency folks do their work.
And we're looking at video that we're seeing that you guys had put out. We're seeing cars underwater there. You guys were concerned ahead of the storm, not necessarily asking for mass evacuations, but there was always a concern about flooding.
Yeah, so we had 6,500 folks in our shelters last night. This was a big storm. It was a tough night. You know, the eye of the hurricane passed right over the heart of Polk County, and we've got down trees and down power, and it hit people hard.
You know, the word that was used there, Jeff, by some of the other officials across the way was unprecedented. I imagine you've been in this space for some time dealing with emergency-type situations. Unprecedented fits with this as well?
I think it does. I also think now the assessment stage starts. Now, starting this morning, our folks are out to see exactly how bad it is, where people need help. But this was an unprecedented storm. I mean, I've seen the same photos that you've seen, and it's frightening stuff. I'm praying that our people are okay, and I'm praying that they'll have the patience to let us get out and help them.
As far as what's being done right now, are any water rescues underway? Is the flooding receding? What are we seeing?
We do think the flooding is receding, and we have had water rescues happen, including some in the middle of the night. You know, Polk County staff and all of our community partners have been working around the clock for several days at this point. So we had fire rescue folks out there helping people at 1 o'clock in the morning, probably when it was dangerous for them to be out there doing so, but they're taking care of their community.
Wow, 1 o'clock. I was just comparing that to the time that was shared in Pinellas County, because they said around 3 o'clock in the morning is when they were able to get out and about. But you guys did the best you could in the midst of that storm and tried to remain safe as you were doing the same.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think it was a really tough night for Polk County. We got hit pretty hard, but our residents are tougher. I think we will come through this together.
Is there a specific part of Polk County that is hit worse than others right now?
I think our north side has gotten hit with the flooding a little bit more significantly, but honestly, we are in that evaluation stage at the moment to see where the worst damage is.
North side rural areas like Kathleen, north of I-4, or just?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Kathleen, yes.
Wow.
And Jeff, I understand that image of that SUV. You can't see it, but we've been throwing it up for our viewers to see out there. That flooding took place before the storm made landfall.
Correct, yeah. And it got worse. It was an eerie, hard night. But, at this point, we really want people to stay off the roads. You don't need to go and see the damage. You don't need to take pictures. And we want them, if they use generators, to make sure that they use them safely, keep them away from their homes. As I'm sure you've probably heard multiple times this morning, as many deaths happen after the hurricane as do during the hurricane. So now is not the time to let your guard down.
We've heard it multiple times, Jeff, but one more time can't hurt. What should folks do, and keep in mind with their generators? As many people are out there, thousands of people without power. How should they handle that properly? A couple of bullet points for them.
Yeah, so we have 40% of our county is without power. Those generators cannot be in your garage. They need to be in an outdoor ventilated space. And if you are going to refill them with gas, make sure you turn them off and let them cool down first. And do not connect them to your home unless you've had the help of a professional electrician. Otherwise, the folks that come and try to restore your power may pay a price for it.
When it comes to, you were telling us 6,000 people taking advantage of the shelters you all had available. What's up with that today? Are they able to go home? Are there areas of Polk County that are inaccessible?
We are definitely, again, we're in that assessment stage, but we're definitely not sending anyone home yet until we know more. The shelters are open and operating.
Okay, that's
good. And still open to taking people in as well.
That's great.
If you don't mind, I'd love to share our citizens information line.
Of course.
Please, yeah.
So it's 863-298-7500. We can't help with power outages or utility issues at that number, but hurricane recovery and direction to resources, that's the perfect number. And we're asking our residents not to call 911 unless it's a life-threatening situation.
Jeff, one more time, please, sir. 863-298?
7500, and that's our citizens information line. It rings right here to our emergency operations center where there's 100 people working around the clock.
100 people, again, friends at home and beyond. 863-298-7500. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I know it's busy for you and yours. We'll let you get back to it, and we'll holler at you a little bit later.
Yeah, thank you. Jeff Foley, Public Information Officer with Polk County.
Great information there. I want to get back to Jenny Dean. She's in Brandon, giving us updates around the clock on the situation down there. Jenny.
I'm standing in the middle of Morgan Street. This is about 1 block from Brandon Boulevard in Brandon, and in the distance there you can see Parsons Avenue, which is a pretty main street. A lot of people who live out this area know, but check out all of this water blocking this street that should go right on through to Parsons. There's also a tree down in the middle of the road. I was able to chat quickly with one of the neighbors who was out surveying the damage. He said in 22 years that he's lived here, he has never seen water come up like this. There is a retention pond, and it's likely due to it just overflowing from so much water coming down at one time. Now, we are seeing a ton of traffic out on Brandon Boulevard, and that is exactly what the Sheriff's Office is asking people not to do, because it's dangerous. There are a ton of stoplights out, and people are kind of not really knowing what to do, even though you're supposed to treat it as a four-way stop. But we're also hearing a lot of emergency sirens as well. So we know people are either getting into accidents or getting into trouble because there are first responders heading out with their sirens blaring. So this is one of those situations where you need to try and get with your neighbors, stay close to your neighborhood, try not to be driving out on the main thoroughfares. There are so many trees down and neighborhoods just like this one flooded out here in the Brandon area, out in eastern Hillsborough. So everybody just needs to try and stay calm. Nothing is really open. There are a few gas stations here and there, but stores and restaurants are generally closed. So other than just sort of getting in the way, there's really no reason to be out on the roads right now. In Brandon, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
Oh my goodness, a huge cleanup going to be taking place. We're seeing that all across Tampa Bay. Downed trees, we're seeing lots of power outages. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office helping with water rescues in parts of the area. They're also sending, they putting out on social media severe flooding and damage in portions of Tampa, Hillsborough Avenue, and Del Mabry. That's where Stadium Toyota is. And I can see in this picture here, we'll probably pull it up later, but that the cars there in the parking lot of the car dealership partially covered with water.
No doubt. Our team will get on top of that, but that is an incredible image that you pulled up right there, Sarah. I want to get you back down to Manatee County. Nick Volturo standing by live for us this morning in Bradenton. First up, Nick, did you find some gas, and what the conversation led you to at this point in the morning?
Also, so much damage behind you, Nick. 7-Eleven?
Yeah. I mean, that is the 7-Eleven. And let me respond to the first question you asked about gas. So as far as finding gas right now, I think that might be a little bit of a problem for a little while because most of the area is out of power. What I've been told, without power and without electric to be able to power the gas pumps, none of the gas stations are going to be open. So even if they had fuel right now, we wouldn't even be able to access the gas. So that is not going to be an issue that's going to be solved for a while. We know 185,000 people in Manatee County are in the dark without power, 90% of Bradenton in the dark as well. But we're standing here on 14th and Martin Luther King where you can see the 7-Eleven behind me. And I'm just going to step out because you could just see the amount of damage that was done by those extremely high gusting winds. It ripped the roof right off where the gas pumps are. You can see the roof. You can see how that pole there that was probably holding and bracing this together was bent in half, and now that part of the roof is collapsed. Trees are collapsed. They have the yellow caution tape lining the building. You can see they were probably worried about the storm surge, which is why all those doors, that entire front glass window was boarded up. But it wasn't the storm surge that was the problem out here. It was those winds. And while we've seen some flash flooding, that hasn't been the real issue. The issue is the wind, those toppled trees. And no matter where you go in this area, there are trees down. There are power lines down. I mean, if we just move the camera just a little bit, you can see right here that this power line is hanging down. Now, we're not going to go anywhere near that because that is probably a live wire. But just to be able to get a look in the distance, just look how far pieces of that 7-Eleven sign flew across this parking lot from those high gusting winds. All that debris that is scattered on that lawn right there across the street, that is all part of the 7-Eleven sign. It even goes all the way back into the parking lot behind it. And now where I'm standing right here in front of me even, you can see there's another piece of the sign right here where we stand. So a lot of wind damage, so many toppled trees. That's been one of the biggest issues. And you just keep looking across into the parking lot. You can just see how many trees have snapped, how many power lines are down. You can still see the wrap around the gas pumps over there. Those trees toppled in that area. This whole roof came collapsing down. And that's really what we're seeing. No matter where you go in this area, there are trees down everywhere. It's a constant problem no matter where you go. Everywhere, every street, every back road. But the one thing that we are very excited about, the silver lining of all of this, is what police told us. Everyone heeded those evacuation orders. Everyone got out of town. They haven't had a lot of rescues. You heard Jed Titus before mention they haven't had any reported fatalities, any injuries. So people really paid attention and listened and got out of Dodge and avoided any of the problems that came with this storm.
Yeah, Nick, I mean, the only deaths we've heard of so far are from tornadoes spawned off from the hurricane. Good news is that people have been heeding the evacuations. And now, do you know any idea when people are being allowed back into Bradenton, as far as you know, who were told to evacuate?
Yeah, as far as we know, that is accessible right now. Now, there's certain areas that are still not accessible. We have not been able to get over to Anna Maria Island yet, so I'm not sure what that looks like. But we know they all dealt with so much devastation from Helene, so much with that storm surge, so many houses washed out, sand all over the place. But this was a completely different type of event. This is wind. This is those strong winds. That's flash flooding from all that rain we got. And if you were at our hotel last night, the third floor, you'd see those palm trees swaying everywhere, things blowing in the breeze, all that debris that was on the side of the roads, all being littered and thrown across parking lots. So that was the big issue with this. And you've seen it in Pinellas County, you've seen it here in Manatee County, Hernando County, Pasco County. Everyone really sustained a lot of that damage from those toppled trees, and so many people out here in the dark.
Yeah, we tell people all the time, run from the water, hide from the wind there. And that tree canopy, with several officials talking about across the area there, and an oversaturated ground, I know that's got to raise concerns as well as you're driving about. It appears to be a lot of traffic happening behind you as well, too.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, Frank, are just trying to get a look at everything in the aftermath. They were probably sleeping. A lot of people evacuated. They're probably going back to their houses now to see what that looks like. But what we've seen on all these back roads, it's hard to navigate because there are a lot of trees down. There's a lot of debris. There's a lot of branches everywhere. So you really have to weave your way. It's like playing a game of Tetris. You know, you're trying to get the pieces around, trying to navigate your way around the area. So there's so many different things and obstacles that you have to contend with as you're driving. So that's the real issue we're seeing right now. A lot of those fallen trees and all of that stuff creating a lot of those problems, those obstacles. And that's making it a little tough to get around. Of course, the widespread power outages isn't helping anything much either, especially when it comes to getting gas.
Oh, yeah. All right, Nick Volterra there joining us live from Bradenton, keeping us updated on the conditions out there. We are getting some new information from a press conference taking place with St. Pete Police Chief, letting us know there have been, in fact, 2 confirmed deaths as a result of the storm.
Horrific information. I want to get to this right here as well, Sarah, as we process that. We'll get you more on that. Meantime, I want to speak with Hillsborough Fire Rescue, Danny Alvarez. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to speak with us. I know just a couple of weeks ago, a lot of rescues across the area in terms of electric vehicles and things of that nature. Are you seeing any of that at this hour?
At this moment, we're not seeing so much of the electric vehicle fires. We are mostly responding to flooding in the west portion of the county, and we've had quite a few rescues already, I believe over 300. And so, yeah, we are currently working on those type of operations.
Let's talk about what kind of special equipment were you guys using for this rescue, for what you guys were doing this go-around?
Right. So obviously we do have some of our boats that are always in place, our rigid boats. We have specialized teams, our tactical search and rescue teams. We have 12 of those that were deployed. And we were recently able to purchase what we call SHRPs, 4 amphibious vehicles, all-terrain vehicles. And they were a great asset for the sheriff's office during Hurricane Helene. And the county saw the extreme benefit of having that. And we were able to scramble and in a couple of days purchase 4 of those vehicles that are a huge asset for us.
Yeah, talking about an invaluable tool right there with those water rescue vehicles. Any other concerns that you ran into when it comes to water rescues? Because I know that every situation is different.
That's right. Every situation is different. Currently, we haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. We obviously take into account the potential hazards for power lines down. Nighttime operations tend to be a little trickier. So, but currently everything's status quo as far as our what we train for, and we are ready to go, and we're in the middle of operations on the west side of town now.
Okay, west side of town. Can you give us a little bit more specific area? West side of Hills, is it mainly that Brandon area or like by the USF area that you guys are really seeing your help is needed?
Yeah, so Town and Country area is the one that we've been primarily focused on. During Hurricane Helene, we did see a lot of flooding in the southern portion of the county, Ruskin, Apollo Beach, but that wasn't the case this go around. So we are primarily in the Town and Country area right now.
Okay, yeah.
Any reminder? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, that makes it clear. Town and Country is on the west side. The other side would be that USF area where we saw also some water rescues underway by Hillsborough Sheriff's Office.
That's right. And we do work in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office. So I'm sure we have part of our 12 team search and rescue units are at Sheriff's Office is embedded in those teams. So it is a coordinated effort, and we're here to serve the community and make sure they're okay. That's the bottom line.
Well, the proof is in the video that you're serving the community. Any reminders for people out there as you are trying to continue to serve them? Anything you want to say to them as they may want to poke their head out and see what's going on?
That's right. We understand people are eager to maybe go outside, take a look around, see how their neighborhood held up. Please stay inside. We don't know all the hazards that are still available there. We do have power lines down. If you can't see them due to the flooding, obviously that's a bad mixture. TECO's working hard to secure all those lines. And so please just stay inside. Let us finish up what we're doing. Make sure everything is safe for our residents. And as soon as we have updated information where it's all clear, we'll put that out for everyone to know.
All right, thank you, Danny Alvarez, for giving us this latest information.
Absolutely, great information right there. Yeah, you take care. I want to get to this right here because we have some new video showing some of the debris at Tampa International Airport. Do we have that? I want to show folks what we were talking about as far as why we were saying that the area was closed down. Of course, it's going to take time for them to assess that situation fully.
Yeah, take a look at that water. You can see debris along, and look at the hangar there. That wind ripping out portions of that hangar, and much like what it looks like at Tropicana Field.
Yeah, a similar scene across the way, and you see right there, as we talk about crews surveying the damage, you saw it right there as one of those employees doing just that. You know, this is pretty much a similar picture across the area. We know that we've seen a lot of wind damage, but without question, there's water damage because we've seen our share of water rescues as well.
Yeah, cleanup underway. They're hard at assessing and cleaning up the damage left in Hurricane Milton's wake there, posting on social media that they're still closed, but they're working to share plans about reopening later today. They're going to be posting that on their Facebook page, trying to give us the latest updates as they continue to try to clean up there.
Yeah, they're doing their part. I want to take you to Carrollwood. I want to show you this vantage point as well. Kind of want to hopscotch across the way so you can see what it looks like across the Bay Area and beyond. So you see a lot of downed trees right there. And those roads flooded, right? Some areas deeper than others, but nobody really knows how deep that water is. That is why we say turn around, don't drown. Sarah, you were telling me it doesn't take much water.
No, it doesn't. 6 inches can knock you off of your feet. We're also told, obviously, don't walk through the flood waters. This is the area we just spoke to Hillsborough Fire Rescue Public Information Officer Danny Alvarez telling us that they're in this area, the Carrollwood area, the Town and Country area. You may remember with Hurricane Helene, this is a portion of our county that went through a significant amount of damage and flooding, and so now they're dealing with some more of it there this morning.
We asked folks to put it into words. You heard that response right there on video. Sometimes that's all you can say when you look out and that's what you see. We also have some video of a downed tree being removed in Tampa, if we have that. You know, and I'm not exactly certain if that was the tree that we were looking at right there or, oh, okay, there we go. There's the downed tree that we're talking about.
Here we go. Looks like a palm tree. Limited information about where in Tampa this is, but we even saw a palm tree coming down in St. Petersburg as well. This is McGregor Boulevard for people who live in Tampa. We're seeing palm trees and other debris along the roadway, lots of power outages. for people who are living in
Sure.
Hillsborough County, but 72% of Hillsborough County without power.
Yeah, so a lot of people, not in the dark because we're in daylight, but obviously waiting to have some semblance of power so that they can crank up that air or something like that. Thankfully, not scorching hot out there. Now, we talk a lot about the damage from Milton as far as the hurricane, but the tornadoes that came with it, that was a problem as well. I want to take you to Fort Myers to show you some tornado damage out there, if we have that video, because we had shown folks a lot of the storm that we were seeing in terms of the cloud and rain wrapping and what have you. But this is the aftermath of the storm that we're talking about right there with the tornado damage. It looks like a truck on the left side of that video going through some of that deeper water. Not what you want to do, because again, we're talking about floodwaters. Nobody really knows how deep that water is, and it doesn't take much to move a vehicle, but you see debris scattered across the streets there, and some of those trees weakened because of those high winds.
Oh yeah, a deadly spawn of tornadoes across portions of South Florida. Hundreds of homes destroyed as Milton just moved across our state. The outer bands of Milton causing some of that. We even saw that in portions near Fort Lauderdale, near Clewiston, Florida as well. So lots of people dealing with a lot of cleanup today.
A lot with that situation right there. I want to take you to Brandon, where a tree took down a power line. This is a widespread problem as well. Look at that power line just sagging right there in the middle of your screen.
Wow.
And this is the stuff that Governor DeSantis was saying that you want to avoid. Don't go up there and look at that for yourself. You don't want to do that. The power lines are down. You don't know whether that is a live wire or not. Trees tangled in the power line. You see it right there on your screen. That's exactly what he's talking about. You don't want to approach that. Storm waters, you want to avoid that as well. And the flood waters because of the bacteria. But that right there looks like it doesn't take much more of a gust of wind to take the whole thing down.
Yeah, the monster storm impacting so much of the Tampa Bay area. Duke Energy reporting at least 850,000 power outages after Milton hits our state. We're working to get details about where exactly. We were looking to get updated information about their maps because they weren't showing. Duke was showing, I think it was Tico that wasn't showing some updated information. But we know, nonetheless, so many of you are in the dark, and linemen are stationed across our state to try to get that power restored quickly.
Yes, they are. We do have another location, a specific one at that, Pinellas County Park Boulevard near the flea market. And this is the scene right there, Sarah.
Yeah, unbelievable. A lot of people dealing with these outages because of this. Thankfully, we're not seeing cars on the roadway. Well, on the other side of the roadway, we're seeing them there. And I know that they're working to clear the debris off the roadway as fast as possible. And that means a lot of the stoplights across our area are going to be out. You're encouraged to treat it as a four-way stop. If there is a stop light that would have been there, treat it as a four-way intersection.
I mean, those poles are well, they're flattened on the street right there. So if you're trying to drive on the road, this is exactly why the crews say you need to stay out the way, right? Let them disable those power lines, make sure there's no issue there, and you don't have to navigate around the whole mess that's out there in the street.
Yeah, so giving you an update. At one point, there were more than 800,000. Now we do have some updated numbers. Looks like they're working to restore it pretty quickly here. More than 595,000 people without power. According to Tico, we're going to be getting numbers with Duke Energy, with Lacucci, with Lacucci Electric in Hernando County, and for portions in our northern portions of our viewing area.
We'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. Meantime, I want to get with meteorologist Mike Prangley. Mike, almost 11 o'clock this morning. What is the situation that we're dealing with right now as far as storm reports?
Well, we take a look at some of the latest storm reports, Frank. It's not good. Over 36 tornado reports. So one of the things Milton will be remembered with is not just the 107-mile-per-hour winds in our viewing area, but it will have the record flooding, the wind, even the storm surge for Manatee County that was 8 feet, in Sarasota County in some areas. And then you've got the tornadoes, but these weren't your typical tornadoes from south to north. Look at this, Lake Placid. We were tracking this as a weather team yesterday. Amanda and Bobby were taking a look and warning people to stay in their safe spots. And unfortunately, we had one injury with this tornado, and unfortunately, some fatalities toward the east coast of Florida, because these were, it appears to be, and what we're checking out, EF3 type tornadoes. Okay, not your typical tornadoes here in Florida, the tornadoes you would likely see in the Midwest. That same jet stream that actually caused our storm to steer toward Florida wrapped in some dry air and high upper level winds, adding rotation to some of those storms and those showers yesterday we were tracking, and those bands of rain. And speaking of the bands of rain, we finally got the break we were all looking for. Okay, so we got Milton, Category 1, moving off to the east. And notice the last vestiges of it still buffeting the northeast Florida coast. Just a few leftover showers from I-95 east and Anastasia Island where they're still flooding. So this had wide impacts from northeast Florida, St. Augustine, all the way to Fort Myers. We had hurricane force gusts at times, okay? So the good news is today things settle down after historic Hurricane Milton making landfall at Siesta Key as a major hurricane, officially 120-mile-per-hour winds, 8:30 that time of arrival yesterday. So you see those power lines we've shown you that were just stretched to the ground. I've never seen trees close to the ground like that and the way they looked yesterday. And then of course we had the picture of the day, Amanda Pappas getting this here together for us. We had the crane incident in Tampa. So you had 2 cranes here, and then with those 100-mile-per-hour winds and those gusts, yes, that crane did unfortunately cause a lot of damage. So our 10 Tampa Bay team, of course, will bring you the latest on that. But yes, those wind gusts were pretty intense. That's why we called it a major hurricane at landfall. A 101-mile-per-hour wind gust in St. Pete. So we saw how it shredded Tropicana apart. 102-mile-per-hour winds in Sarasota, actually in that eye wall. That was after some calm conditions, and then boom, the wind hit, and boy, did it hit. So we're still checking out our friends and making sure they're okay in Sarasota and Bradenton. Out to the Lakewood Ranch we go. Just a few breezes out there out of the northwest today. Still cleaning up at 10 Tampa Bay. It'll be nice to have my old parking spot, but we're going to have to clean out some of this roof damage here due to some of those high wind gusts in the St. Pete area. And then Lakewood Ranch, everybody's saying we're waiting on the sunshine. Well, you've got it on the way. Don't worry. Next 12 hours, let's take a look. We start with temperatures, and if you go outside, it feels much different out there. It feels almost like a different season, and that's because Milton has wrapped in some nice drier air, and notice temperatures just struggling to near 80 degrees, and those winds will continue to come down through the afternoon out of the north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. And we need some dry air. We need some low dew points. We need to dry out a big swath of rain with historic flooding, 10 to 20 inches, and that's why we've shown you so many areas that were waterlogged today. You remember with Helene, it was the storm surge. Today, what we call freshwater flooding. In fact, we're watching those rivers that will crest in the major range over the next couple of days, especially to the north. We take a look at the futurecast, and we're going to keep that northerly, northwesterly flow going. So good cleanup weather is on the way, not just for today, but as we head into Friday and our weekend. So you see just a few high clouds, fair weather cumulus across the area. Much of your best shower activity will be far to the south and South Florida. For us, a lot of dry air in the atmosphere, keeping us high and dry. So good news for the cleanup. We'll continue, and I know a lot of people are without power, right? And we appreciate you streaming us on 10 Tampa Bay and using that 10 Tampa Bay app, of course. So if you're listening now, the good news is if you've lost air conditioning, hopefully you'll get it back soon, or your power, right? And then you'll actually enjoy some cooler, drier weather thanks to this northerly flow all the way into the weekend. And then next week we have another cold front. A cold front, yes. Actually, it'll drop temperatures even lower. So as we look at that 7-day forecast, there's our low to mid 80s. Most importantly, better sleeping weather. We all can catch up on some rest with lows in the 60s. And then as we head into next week, there's our next front coming. And notice it drops our temperatures all the way down into the middle 60s with a high of just 80 by Wednesday.
Certainly use that weather. All right, thank you so much there, meteorologist Mike Prangley. Was reset here at the top of the hour. I'm Jamison Euler here with Caitlin Lockerbie. Good to be back in here as we can kind of get a survey of the damage that we're seeing out there. And as we expected, as we were kind of coming on the air this morning very early, and it was very dark out, but the light started coming up and we started to see that this is, the hurricane that everybody promised.
Yeah, it certainly is. Reaching out to loved ones, friends, and family, too, and getting a look for the first time outside myself. We've been watching the video play out here. We're in our backup hurricane studio here because we were in an evacuation zone as well, and we're near the Hard Rock Hotel. You've been hearing Sarah and Frank tell you there are a lot of lights out, a lot of power outages right now, and so you want to treat those as four-way stops here on Hillsborough Avenue. Absolutely. Right outside of our studio. Very busy spot here, and you can see just people come up very fast and kind of don't know what to do, and it becomes very chaotic. So a good day to avoid the roads if you can, because there's a lot of debris out there,
and there's a lot of drivers, and they're telling people to stay off the road. I know a lot of folks are probably going from an area, maybe they left their homes and they're heading back, so just please be careful when you do that. As we reset it here at the top of the hour, let's go over the top 3 things we want to let you know here at 11 a.m. St. Pete Water and Sewer Service has been restored. They had turned off water and sewer service for the city that looked like it was probably going to be out for 48 hours. They were able to get that turned back on quickly today, so everything has been restored. They do want to note, though, there's a boil water notice for St. Pete as well as Temple Terrace at the same time.
So you definitely want to use that hurricane water, your stock right now, reach for that or boil that water. But I know a lot of people are dealing with power outages as well. Access to Pinellas County is reopened at this point. Gandy, Howard Franklin, those bridges are open. We're waiting for the Courtney Campbell, though, because of debris in the area. Sarasota County barrier islands remain closed right now.
In Manatee County, our Jen Titus has been down there for us throughout this entire storm. She is there for us right now. Jen, the last time I looked up, you were over on Bradenton Beach, which sustained a lot of damage. Where are you right now?
Yeah, Jameson, when I tell you that the Manatee County beaches did not need any more damage, I can just show you. Look at this, guys. This was from Helene. The damage I am showing you right now was from Hurricane Helene. Apparently, Milton did not agree with that because look at this house right here. I am told this is from Hurricane Milton. It blew this house down. One of the few houses standing here on Bradenton Beach, and they have seen numerous homes with wind damage that they've already sustained so much of from Helene. Now Milton, just that second punch of wind damage now to so many of these homes. You can look over here, you can see the lifeguard tower. That one I believe was knocked down from Helene, but there was one right next to it that was knocked down from Milton. There are a lot of crews here, guys. I've seen St. Johns County, I've seen Mobile, Alabama. Officials are out here on the island right now doing their best to clean up all of the down debris. A lot of that debris that we showed you guys over the past week that was the inside of people's homes that were just destroyed from Helene, that has been spread along the island. So they are out here cleaning up that debris. There are a lot of down power lines, so they're out here cleaning up those down power lines, and that's why the island is still closed to all residents and non-residents. I spoke to the chief a little bit ago and I asked him, are you guys going to be open? He said probably not for another day or so when it comes to residents. So you still have to wait, but you can literally just do like a full 360 circle here, guys, to see the extent of the damage out here from not just Helene, but also now Milton. And the thing about this community, I asked the chief, what is the next step? He says, we rebuild. We are resilient. Our community is resilient. I have to say the whole Tampa Bay area is resilient. Everybody will rebuild, guys, because we are Tampa Bay strong.
Absolutely, Jen. You know, Bradenton Beach after Helene, I remember Bradenton Beach sending out a notice on Twitter saying that 95% of Bradenton Beach had been affected deeply after Hurricane Helene. As you're out there this morning, is there kind of a way to gauge what is Helene damage, what is Milton damage, and maybe what's a little bit of a combination of both? It looks as though we lost Jen there and lost our connection. You have to know that cell phone service out there on the barrier islands is spotty right now. They've lost a lot of that connectivity, and we lost Jen there. But certainly great reporting from her out there. And what I was asking, obviously, was can you tell which is which? Yeah, because it's hard. It's really hard to tell. Bradenton Beach got leveled after Helene.
Yeah, we're saying that before the storm even hit landfall that the coast's not going to look the same tomorrow. And of course, that's the case. It was the case after Helene. We've been talking about it's been kind of kind of a 1-2 punch here with these storms, and this one really a knockout for some areas. It's going to be very difficult to get this all cleaned up, but we will as a community. We got a lot of work to do, a community lift, as we continue to say here. Angelicia Bruton is in Hernando County. She has been for us, and more of the same there. Angelicia, where are you right now? And again, we saw that after Helene, the cleanup continued for not very long, because it wasn't very long, just a couple weeks before we got hit with Milton. But the damaged debris behind you, furniture, what is that from?
Yeah, all of this is from Hurricane Helene. I came to this area thinking that all of this debris would be in the roadways after Hurricane Milton with those powerful winds. But as you can see, it looks like everything is in the same spot from 2 weeks ago. I was talking to neighbors and they say that they were surprised by the same thing, that it didn't get in the roadways. They say they're thankful for that, but they are upset that they still have to deal with all of this. It's been 2 weeks and all of this has still been lining the side of the road. You can see there's furniture, there's plants, there's mattresses, there's also some chairs, and you can see that the trash in this area still hasn't even been picked up. And when you get close to it with the winds in this area, the hot garbage is starting to smell pretty funky. I don't even want to stand by it for longer than 5 minutes. I don't even know what it's like to live by it for 2 weeks. So I reached out to the county myself to see if we can get some answers on when debris removal will start back up again. And the county says that right now they're doing damage assessment for Hurricane Milton and that they're making plans to open up the landfill again. And they're also making plans to start debris removal. So I'm not sure when we're going to start seeing all of this being removed from the neighborhoods. The neighbors say that they're upset because the only pickup that they've seen is from private contractors. Live in Hernando, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, thank you so much for your reporting there. We're going to go back to you in just a little bit as you move around and assess some of the damage in there in Hernando County. Doing a great job for us up there. I do want to get you some information. You may have just gotten this text alert on your phone. This is really important information because Hillsborough County government is letting everybody know if you're experiencing low. They are advising you to take a precautionary boil water measure at this point out of an abundance of caution. They say they're working right now to make repairs over the next 6 to 8 hours to help with that water pressure. But again, if you have low water pressure right now in Hillsborough County, they're advising you to boil your water. They're trying to fix that again over the next several hours. Hopefully they can. And again, if you're listening to us and you have power, you're lucky here, and hopefully you can pass that information on to your neighbors down the street or any family that you might have. Maybe you're watching us maybe in Polk County, you have family in Hillsborough County. Please pass that on to them because right now the best first responders are you and your neighbors.
Yeah, a good idea to download our free 10 Tampa Bay app as well. You can stream us on the go. Not that you want to go far today. Stick with us at home, but if your power does go out, of course you can use that app and hopefully keep up with the latest information here. We're continuing to update you as we learn more. Now, this has been a day also of flooding for some areas and water rescues. We've showed you those in Clearwater and other areas as well. We're just getting new information that they're staging for the media with water rescues in Trinity right now, and we're going to have the latest on that in just a little bit. This is Little Road, Prairie Creek Drive and Little Road that they have water rescues going on today. We're going to see those
It's Pasco County up there, yeah, which had obviously some flooding issues after Helene as well. So again, that staging area at the intersection of Prairie Creek Drive and Little Road. So they're having some issues up there again with water.
Yeah.
So again, passing that on to you. As this information comes in, it seems a little scatterbrained, but we're just volleying it back out as soon as we get it to you. We want to make sure you have the newest, latest information and all of that as well. Our Rob Hackford was down in Venice for us before the storm, and as Milton was coming ashore.
At a pet-friendly shelter, you may remember.
Yeah, he was there yesterday, and he's there again for us today. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Good morning. We're on Venice Island right now, getting our first sense of the damage here. A lot of washout on the streets. The marina behind me, a few boats up on land, lifted up because of the storm surge here. But a lot of this damage as well. Carports just toppled over, or roofs ripped off those carports. Fortunately, some cars faring pretty well. No damage to those. Others not so lucky elsewhere on the island. The jetty also suffering some pretty significant damage from the water rushing in, rushing back out. Speaking with some folks as well that have been going out, that hunkered down here on Venice, just getting a sense of how they're feeling today as well.
I went to bed a little optimistic because I knew that it kind of went down to a 3, but I guess that it was just as bad as everyone was kind of saying in terms of the debris. Luckily, the storm surge wasn't like a problem here. Like the flooding wasn't necessarily a problem where I live, but it was definitely up there in terms of what to expect.
Another thing, as expected, a lot of downed trees and limbs and roads heading down, especially on Venice Island, down that iconic stretch to the jetty. Roofs as well suffering some damage, sections ripped off, others entirely lifted off. We saw that just down the way over by Jetty Jack's. That had actually been lifted up and kind of repositioned from where it was after Helene. A lot of damage here on Venice Island, but folks are feeling fairly good about things this morning, just looking to get cleaned up and to recover from this. Reporting on Venice, Rob Hackford, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Rob. We'll continue to check in with him again. I know you've heard this morning, but this storm making landfall at 8:30 last night is a Category 3 storm, and we are really seeing the impacts widespread. As the sun came up, this really is a day of assessment. We've gotten updates from the governor as well, staging crews looking at our bridges, the Sunshine Skyway open, Gandy, Howard Franklin, all reopened right now, but the Courtney Campbell is still closed, and that's because of debris. Yep. And the governor was saying earlier this morning, we will get more updates, but they were saying they have crews stationed to assess the damage after the bridges. Obviously, they want to make sure that they are viable, that they are good to go before they reopen them to crowds of people headed across. And a lot of people evacuated out of the area, of course, and many people want to get home today to see the damage. I know we do. I know you do at home, too. Want to be able to help your neighbors. This is going to be a community event of us all just kind of coming together after these two massive storms back to back.
Absolutely, and there's a human side to all of this as well. A lot of you evacuated and you want to head back home in a little bit to see your homes. We're just as anxious as you are because we don't know what happened to ours as well. So we want to see it with our own eyes, but we're going to guide you through all of this until the very end and make sure that you have all the information you're going to need, especially like we tell you about water back open, bridges back open, all of those things so that you can go back on with your lives.
Yeah, and when we talk about that, especially for St. Pete right now, Pinellas County really hard hit with debris. And our Miranda Parnell this morning has been all over the area. She was down in Gulfport earlier, downtown St. Pete. She was in Clearwater with swift water rescues going on there, some freshwater rescues. So let's check in with Miranda.
And we are in Clearwater, just off of US 19 at an apartment complex where our emergency responders have been doing water rescues all morning long. Now just look at how much water is in the parking lot here behind me. The police chief of Clearwater tells me that the water's actually been receding a bit throughout the morning, so this is actually lower than it was before. They say that they get into some of these apartments and the water is neck deep. Now, as you can see right here on this rescue boat, you have all different types of people that are being picked up. You have families that have been needing to be rescued. We've seen people who have ambulatory issues, an older woman that had a wheelchair earlier this morning. And so they said that throughout the night, they were getting 911 calls from folks from this apartment complex. It's an area that has been known to flood, but people who live here tell me they've never seen it flood like this before. But, you know, with those wind gusts throughout the night, emergency responders weren't able to make it out to the apartment complex because it was simply too dangerous. Now, residents tell me that they believe that after a couple hours, emergency responders were able to make it out here and start doing these rescues. But as you can see, folks kind of on their balconies, on the stairwells, still waiting to get picked up by these crews. And they say that they plan to go to each unit in the apartment complex to make sure that there are no people that have been left behind in this rescue mission here. They say they are working with several other teams to make this happen, and they want to make sure that everyone is accounted for and safe. In Clearwater, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Miranda, thank you so much. We're seeing those water rescues throughout the day, throughout all of our counties in some way, shape, or form. We just saw some just a little bit ago from Hillsborough County. That was in the area of West Tampa, I believe, up by USF, in that area.
And we've got a mind here, too.
Yeah.
We've got an update for you.
From USF, yeah.
Right. I know students obviously paying attention, but parents, too. If you have students, grandparents out there, we are getting the latest information from the University of South Florida. Teams of USS USF, they're beginning to assess the damage to the campus there. Of course, safety, the top priority. USF will provide an update later today after that assessment that is ongoing. But they do say, please, students, teachers, do not come back to campus until notified that it is safe to return.
Yeah, the parents are going to keep their kids home for just a couple more days before they send them back. Make sure the all clear and everything's fine back there. So if you don't mind letting them stay a couple more days, that'd be great, because USF needs to do some work out there, and they have debris down as well, naturally, from all of those winds. As we take you to a live look now from the Pinellas Bayway, and a reminder for you this morning that the barrier islands are now open in Pinellas County. Again, this is a live picture there at the Pinellas Bayway at 54th Avenue South. Looking really good out there in a sense of dry weather. If you haven't stepped outside yet this morning, you can feel the humidity is down, the sun is out. This is a little bit of a gift for us after such a horrible night of dealing with Milton and what you were going through as it was passing by your house. So today we get a little bit of a reprieve from that, and as we saw on the 7-day just a little bit ago, certainly a break from some of that weather that we've been dealing with after all the other hurricanes, Debbie, and dealing with Helene and afterwards. So we're getting a little bit of a weather break, I guess you could say.
Yeah, our Jen Titus also giving us a look at our coast this morning in the aftermath. We lost you a little earlier, Jen. Obviously, the service down there pretty spotty on a day like today, right after this tremendous storm. But when we last talked to you, you were showing us the damage both from Helene and Milton, and I imagine that it's pretty tough to determine what was what. It was a 1-2 punch for them.
It really was, Caitlin, and we've just been driving down Bradenton Beach here, and I have to ask our escort, he came down from St. Johns County. I'm like, okay, so is that Milton or is that Helene? He's like, that's Helene. This is Milton, guys. You can see the wind damage that took place out here on Bradenton Beach, out here on the island. So much devastation. Look inside that house. It literally looks like it went through a blender. That's how much damage is inside there. And if you go over here, just down the way, you can still see so many of these homes already without windows and doors. And now that was not Milton. That was Helene. So that just shows you kind of the reality of what the island is dealing with all the devastation that they've had in just the past couple of weeks. And I want to say that everybody out here right now, I mean, they are working. I see National Guard out there. I've seen people from all over the state of Florida. I just talked to one guy who came down with a state task force that helps communities rebuild, and they thought they were only going to be here for 14 days after Helene. And now, of course, Milton is in the picture, so their stay has been extended. But emergency crews are out here. They are working to get this island back up and running, because right now it is closed, guys, to residents. Unfortunately, I know on the other side of the bridge on Cortez, there are actually residents lined up right now waiting to get back on the island. But when I get back over there, I'm going to let them know that the chief of police has told me that the island will not be open for another day or so, because there is so many down power lines out here that it is unsafe, that they need to get those removed. They need to get the trees removed. They need to get the debris removed. Debris was not something they had from Helene. Helene was storm surge. Then they had all of that debris that came out of Helene from outside of people's homes. The debris just was not picked up, not all of it. So now that was all spread from the wind that they saw out here. So they're getting that picked up, and they're hoping that this island will be open to residents in the next day or so. And this community is going to rebuild. This community is resilient, guys. We've been saying it all morning. They will rebuild. They will be back, because that is what this community does.
Florida strong, we keep saying. Those strong winds behind you, though, that's still some rough surf, Jen. But it kind of a sad, bittersweet reminder of just how beautiful our beaches are there, too. So picturesque behind you, but obviously so devastated after these storms. I'm seeing the workers around, and I think the home that's right there on the corner, right in front of you there, it looks to be like maybe just a total loss at this point. It's pushed off its foundation.
Oh, 100%. And unfortunately, I think many of the homes out here are at a total loss. I think the numbers we were saying from Helene on Bradenton Beach was 95% of devastation. And if you literally look over here, guys, those are the lifeguard towers that are topped over. My sister was actually a lifeguard in one of those towers, and just to see it toppled over and just to see the devastation and the destruction out here, it's kind of unimaginable until you see it firsthand. And then you see something like this from another hurricane literally 2 weeks later that has just completely destroyed this home now. But again, the chief telling us that after Helene, they had already gotten the 7-Eleven back open out here. Gas was already back on the island. They were already in that rebuilding process. So they know how to rebuild. They're going to rebuild. It's going to take some time, but he tells me this island will be back open.
Hey, you know, Jen, you grew up in Bradenton, so I'm sure you have some childhood memories there at that beach, and it's going to be tough to see.
Oh yeah, my sister, longtime surf shop employee. If anybody's local, they've been to the surf shop down here. So many locals here in Bradenton that this was our beach. And I know people from Tampa, they come down here, Anna Maria Island, Bradenton Beach. This is the area that we've all loved. Maybe it's not home for us, but it has a special place in our hearts because we visited it, we vacationed here, and the chief says that they are resilient. I love that word. I love that word right now because these communities, they have to be resilient. All of Tampa Bay has to be resilient right now as this rebuilding process begins.
All right,
Absolutely.
Jen, before we let you go, I just wanted to just mention there too, where do they even begin with this? Because you've got the crews out there, I know, removing the debris, pushing the sand out of the roadway, but with so much devastation to the homes there, so many total losses, what are they even doing when you're talking to the crews there? Where do you start?
Yeah, right now they're starting with just removing the sand out of the roadway so that it can be drivable, that residents can get their cars, they can get their vehicles out here, and then they can start the rebuilding process of their homes. Is it demolition? Is it just some drywall? The 4 to 5 feet of water? Do they have to do a full tear down? Those are going to be questions that people unfortunately are going to have to answer. They will answer them. These businesses will answer those questions, guys. And the chief is certain that this place, these islands that we've all grown to love so much, will be back better than ever.
All right, Jen Titus reporting live for us in Bradenton Beach. Jen, I know you want to kind of move around a little bit safely and kind of get another vantage point. And we're going to check back with you again shortly. Thank you so much.
Jameson, Jameson, one second. I do want to say some good news out of all of this is the chief says there is no fatalities being reported. There is no injuries being reported, that everybody heeded the warnings. He says Helene was kind of iffy. People stayed. People did not stay for Milton, and that is something he is very happy to see. So he's hoping people just wait off one more day until they can clear everything out and they can get the residents back here and the businesses owners back here so that, of course, they can start that rebuilding process.
That is definitely something to celebrate. Really good news. And the biggest cheerleader for Bradenton right there, Jen Titus.
Yeah, we're going to have to get Jen Titus to be the hype man for all the Bay Area right now because we're going to need it as we're cleaning up and trying to get everything rebuilt again. Definitely. Jen, thank you so much. You know, it's interesting because you see all those homes and they're going to have some tough decisions to make. Are they going to try to rebuild? Because if there's more than half of a loss, you're going to have to rebuild. That's not just a repair. And they're going to have to make some decisions. Are they going to sell beachfront property or are they going to try to rebuild there again? A lot of folks going through things that they probably thought they were never going to have to go through and decisions they never thought they would have to make in their lives.
I think the fear is there right now too. It's very difficult because it's still so fresh right now, and you know, we're all in this together. We're all dealing with this from varying degrees, but we all just weathered this storm together as a community. And I think some people, we've heard from them, we've interviewed them, who've said, I've lived here for decades, I grew up here my whole life, and I'm ready to get the heck out. And two major storms back to back will do that to you, but you know, give it some time, right? And we will rebuild.
We'll have short memories, and we'll have a good, hopefully a good holiday season and start a new year and start fresh.
Start fresh.
Yeah, and then
out of hurricane season, we can kiss this one goodbye. Soon, not soon enough.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let's take a look at not too far from where Jen was in Bradenton. A lot of trees and poles down in that area, and you can see one of the biggest problems is these trees either fell on homes, cars, and power lines as well, blocking roads, or knocking out power. And this is going to be the toughest part for power crews. If a tree took down a power line or power poles are down, that's going to be a much longer restore than perhaps you live in a neighborhood where this isn't the issue. It's just trying to get a substation turned back on because some transformers blew. But this is a great site.
I was just going to say some good news here, some silver linings after the storm. We've got the Howard Franklin Bridge open on both sides right now. Traffic moving smoothly there, although I see a little debris on the roadways there. So take it easy as you cross and take it easy on the roadways across the whole area, because as we talk about those trees, that's really widespread across the Tampa Bay area with winds over 100 miles per hour at some points, record speeds out there. This really whipped us around, whipped those trees down, and they had been so inundated with water from Helene previously that a lot of trees were uprooted and very difficult, the cleanup effort. That's why, you know, getting the power back on even harder today for power crews.
Absolutely. And, you know, they're out there, they're trying to do all the damage assessments and get everything turned back on. And at this point, like we said, they got some pretty good weather to do that, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them. Let's go to meteorologist Amanda Pappas now with the latest on our weather outside. Amanda?
Outside right now, things are starting to look up, which is great, just in time for this recovery effort to kick off. So we do know, though, that it is going to be a long one. So I really want to show you this before and after. So yesterday, this is from our loyal viewer right here, Lou. We can see those two cranes. There's so much construction going on all across our Bay Area. And that crane that we showed you on the ground completely collapsed off. And you see that it's broken off right here, guys. This is really just devastating to see. But on the bright side, we do know that those tornadoes finally ended, and we didn't see too many fatalities or any injuries. Realistically, we saw one out of all those tornadoes, so that's some good news. However, what we want to talk about is recapping this system and also talking about where we're going from here. So we had the landfall, Siesta Key, Cat 3 at 8:30 last night, and those winds were so powerful, gusting to 101 miles per hour over towards St. Pete, 93 miles per hour over towards Tampa. But now we see that we are looking good. We are in Lakewood Ranch with those breezes going right there. It is going to remain pretty breezy. A lot of our obs are still out because of those sensors being out, because of how powerful a lot of those winds were. And our own area, 10 Tampa Bay, our station that we love so much, we had to evacuate it because, of course, we were in an evacuation zone. So we do as we say over here, and we do see that everything is looking good there. We just have to pick up some debris, and Lakewood Ranch looking a lot better as well. Now, a little more overcast than we'd like to see, but hey, that'll help keep you a little cooler, especially over the next 12 hours. We only get into the 80s, dropping off into the 70s and clearing those skies. Even some upper 60s tonight are possible, which is good. So that way we can cool off, and that'll just only help in the recovery effort that is going to be a long one up ahead. In addition to the surge and all the wind destruction, we had record amounts of rainfall. Look at this. Radar estimated up to almost 20 inches in some areas, and radar now finally quiet, completely dry. The state is not seeing any sort of impacts finally from Milton currently, other than everything post-storm, of course. And those winds are beginning to die down as well. They're coming in from the north, and that's going to actually help to keep our temperatures much cooler too, and also usher in much more of this drier air, which is great news for us. Now we see on future track that a lot of the cloud cover is going to move out as the system continues to barrel off into the Atlantic. It weakens as it does so, and we are left behind with a nice mix of sunshine and a few clouds heading into your finally Friday. It has been a very long week. We've all been very anxious and we have been stressed. So thankfully for the cleanup and recovery effort, we do know that it'll be really nice outside to be able to get that done and really start it this weekend and help people where they need that help. We should only see a couple of showers for your Friday. Other than that, your 7-day forecast really looking great right now. We continue to see a lot of sunshine in the short term. Now, don't do anything with that clickbait. I know about the tropics, things that people are talking about out there. For right now, we are calm, we're quiet, and we're seeing great conditions to help this ongoing recovery effort. We are a part of your community. We love Tampa Bay, and we are going to get through this, and I know our community is resilient. Guys?
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Amanda, for that update, especially on the 7-day forecast. We're going to be going down to Sarasota County in just a little bit, and we're going to point you in that direction because that is the area where obviously Milton came ashore last night, 8:30 in the Siesta Key area, a high Category 3 at that point as it came through with wind gusts in certain areas of over 100 miles per hour. That is what caused such significant damage to Tropicana Field, the roof there. All of you have seen it by now probably at this point. If you lost power, you probably still saw it on your phone, or people have probably passed it along to you, or you saw it on the news. So, but again, further south where the heaviest winds were down in that Venice area as well.
That's where we find Rob Hackford right now. Rob, update us on what's going on there.
Yeah, guys, down in downtown Sarasota right now, making our way actually north this morning from Venice, where we had no cell service, no power for much of the morning. So if folks are trying to reach family down in that area, just know that that is the situation. We had to drive up to Sarasota to just get cell service, get any sort of connection with our team back at the station, but also with our family members elsewhere. So driving through downtown Sarasota now, we've got lots of downed trees. The buildings, for the most part, appear fairly in good shape, except for the one behind me here, Sarasota Private Trust Company. The windows on it, many of them blown out on this one side, perhaps from debris that was blown into them from the strong winds in Hurricane Milton. So this is the most significant damage that we've seen all morning, making our way up from Venice, as I mentioned, heading north. So quite a bit of damage here on this building. The street around it is all blocked off. This is Pineapple Avenue here in downtown Sarasota. Quite a few people have been coming by to look at the damage, of course, and get a sense of what things are at this morning, even on the ground. So one of the reasons I can predict that, or would think that this is closed off, is this is a chunk of glass from the actual building itself. It fell off. They're scattered all around the ground here, kind of amidst the other debris from the trees that are also down along this area. So quite a bit of damage. Again, as I was saying, the most significant damage that we've seen after heading up from Venice and that area to downtown Sarasota. We're going to keep our eyes on this throughout the rest of the day and take a peek around, talk with folks as well in downtown Sarasota to get a better sense. We just got here, and this just really stuck out to us and surprised us quite a bit. Though reporting in downtown Sarasota, Rob Hackford, 10 Tampa Bay, guys.
Yeah, Rob, and you see all that glass damage. A lot of times that glass damage, Rob, is actually from the pressure as that storm comes ashore and those windows just start popping all over the place. Mm-hmm. And thank goodness you were nowhere near that, because that glass just shatters. Yeah, it just goes all over the place. So you can see as far, you're what, a good 50 yards down the road from that, and you're still picking up shards of glass.
Yeah, it really sprayed everywhere. I mean, even beyond Pineapple Avenue here, we're seeing chunks of glass on the ground as well. So yeah, certainly with landfall right about around here, Siesta Key area, the winds were strong enough, knowing that pressure, Tidbit, appreciate that detail as well. It did a number to this building here, the Sarasota Private Trust Company.
Yeah, it was 120-mile-per-hour winds when it made landfall last night. And if it gives you any perspective there, too, which it certainly does, the danger of that with the glass shards. Rob, the storm brought winds in the St. Pete area, Albert Wynn Airport, to more than 100 miles per hour. And that's where you saw that crane fall. That's where you saw the roof of the Trop rip right off. Mm-hmm. So the power of this storm so evident up and down our coast right now.
Yeah, Rob, here's an interesting question for you. I think this is your first hurricane. Is that correct?
Yeah, first hurricane other than getting clipped by Cindy while actually down as a Boy Scout at Sea Base in the Florida Keys. Yeah. This is a lot different in that case, so we fared pretty well in Venice. But
yeah, we're borrowing you from Buffalo.
In terms of being on the ground and seeing the damage.
Yeah, you're seeing the big snowstorms up in Buffalo. Yeah,
glad to be here, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Just wondering what your take was, kind of being in the middle of this and kind of seeing this firsthand and up close.
Yeah, I think we were pretty fortunate down in Venice, despite the power outage and the lack of cell service. The damage on the island down there was pretty good. We had howling winds all night. The hotel we were staying at was pretty good, though. But just the scale and the spread of a storm like this has been incredibly impressive. And the impact's obviously devastating to so many folks. But just being able to talk with folks who are a little relieved in some places, but also devastated in others, it really keeps you going, but it's a tough story to report on sometimes, but rewarding nonetheless. I appreciate you guys having me down here.
No, well, we appreciate you being down here with us, Rob Hackford, in Sarasota County for us throughout the storm and kind of giving us a firsthand view of everything going on down there. Rob, thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Let's get to some video here too. I remember Pasco County, you will remember as well, during Helene, we had those swift water rescues ongoing in the overnight hours there. You and I talked with the sheriff there, Chris Nacco, overnight. We actually, I think, kind of woke him up out of bed.
Unfortunately, I did.
Hey, can you let us know the latest information there? And he graciously updated us with Helene, but we're seeing more of that in the area with this storm today. Milton, taking a look at the video and photos here too. The National Guard participating in ongoing water rescues because of flooding from the Anclote River in the area of Mitchell Boulevard and Little Road. Efforts are ongoing. Approximately 22 people have been rescued from the rising water there so far.
Yeah, they had to do a similar rescues there in Newport Richey during Helene as well. This is video from HCSO, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, as they were doing, they were on Morris Bridge Road there, south of Cross Creek. They were urging residents to use extreme caution in that area and just telling them, stay safe as they continue to see impacts from this. But as you can see, some flooding there in that Morris Bridge Road area. They saw flooding after Helene as well. So that area, once again, dealing with damage, water damage more than anything else.
Yeah, we are in our storm studio here, our hurricane studio, because we were in an evacuation zone. Our studio is off Gandy Boulevard, so we're not far from this right now.
Yeah, Mid-Florida.
The Mid-Florida Credit Union Amphitheater at the Florida Fairgrounds. Crew shooting this video to show the visible damage to the roof there. You can see large sections. They've collapsed to the seating below. Obviously, some large acts are right there. This is right across from the Hard Rock, which also was out of power last night. Saw some flooding itself.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's where, we're in our hurricane studio, and we're literally like half a block away from the Hard Rock. I stayed there last night. We lost power right around 10:30. I was on the second floor. My room started to flood from above. So, we love the Hard Rock. Something happened, not sure what, but there was damage to rooms over there as well. And that was a building that you think would have, withstood a Category 6 if there was such a thing as a hurricane. But again, Mother Nature had other plans.
Well, it reminds me so much of the Trop, the roof of the Trop right now. Now looking at that, just tattered. Looks like just sheets laid out there, but I imagine it's something very similar to the Trop, that fiberglass material.
Yeah, that's what that is over at the Trop. It's a translucent Teflon coated fiberglass that they use over there at the Trop. It looks pretty similar, as a matter of fact, there at the amphitheater. If you've ever been out there, you know that you can get, great lawn seats out there, and then, you can do the covered as well to kind of stay out
on a rainy night.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to have some stuff to take care of there. This is a popular time of year, too, for them to have concerts out there because the weather starts to cool off a little bit like we're seeing today.
So this right here, a live look for you. I-275, traffic moving smoothly on both sides, but as you can see too, pretty light right now. I know one of the conversations a lot of people worried about, speaking of where we are, off Hillsborough Avenue, there's a Wawa across the way, and meteorologist Amanda Pappas was telling us earlier that she saw people literally fighting over gas. And guys, I mean, for lack of a better term, pack your patience right now. We're all going through a tough time, and you don't want to escalate it, but
we've seen, I've seen this before in the past. We've seen it before in the past with, gas shortages. There's plenty of gas to go around. A lot of times folks are having fights over who was next in line. Right. That's generally where these disagreements happen. So just everybody stay patient. You're going to get your gas. It's okay. There's going to be plenty there for you. You're not going to be the car that misses out. Speaking of Hillsborough Avenue and Dale Mabry, right in that area, early this morning flooded out. You couldn't get by. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office putting out some video from that earlier as well, showing significant flooding on Hillsborough Avenue. So we're not sure yet if that water has receded a little bit in that area. I'm assuming it has, but we'll try to get you that information as well.
We're having our own little backup issues. Our producer's trying to tell us where we're going next, and it's Jenny Dean. Okay, let's get to our Jenny Dean, who has been in the Hillsborough County area. Jenny, you were at a Great American Assisted Living Facility earlier. You're still in Tampa?
Yeah, we were trying to get to the facility. You just can't. There's too much water. I'm standing right in the middle of Fowler Avenue right now in the university area. You can see there's a school bus right there, probably being brought in to help the about 135 assisted living residents that they had to come and get. Now I'm going to have Sasan kind of pan it. First of all, you can see how deep the water is just going through the alley, and then the assisted living facility is back behind this building here. They have their high water rescue vehicles in action. There's one coming down the road now. And it's hard to see, but even looking further past the high rescue vehicle that's coming down the road, there's a car that is probably all the way up to almost the roof. I mean, maybe a foot from the roof of a vehicle. But Sasan's showing you now the high water rescue vehicles that have been going back to the assisted living facility to be able to pick up those residents, get them to higher ground, and it appears now they're going to try to bring in this school bus so they can get them out of there. And some of the residents, when they came out here at 7 o'clock this morning, they found that some of them in waist-deep water, many of them wheelchair-bound, and so that's why they brought in all of the rescue teams to get in here, because this water is seriously deep. And I have to tell you guys, just getting here was an adventure. I mean, there are flooded streets all through this area. You'll try to turn down one street, and next thing you know, there's like thigh-deep, knee-deep water. We can't drive through it. We have to turn around. So, you know, I think people may see certain areas that are starting to look better, and they're not realizing how many people are still dealing with so much water, no power, emergency issues. So this is still a very serious situation, and likely what Hillsborough County is just asking people stay off the roads. It's complicating matters when everybody has to keep turning around and getting out of the way, and at stop signals they're not able to, you know, navigate the street lights that are out because people are just kind of driving, and so it's a bit chaotic at times. When we were in Brandon, there was a lot of traffic out there, people wanting to know what's happening. So, yeah, it appears they've been wrapping this up. They came out here about 7 o'clock this morning. We have not gotten an update yet, but we are certainly hoping that all of the residents here are safe. I'm going to step over because it looks like we've got more sheriff's crews coming in here. So I'm going to send it back to you guys so we can kind of let them get over here and do their work.
Hey, Jenny, can I ask you one quick question, just in perspective of where you are on Fowler Avenue?
Yeah, let's
go ahead. Just get to safety.
Here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to get out of the way of the sheriff's vehicles that are trying to get over here.
Absolutely.
Okay, where am I? So 17th
I was going to say, where's USF compared to where you're standing?
I mean, probably a few miles. We're kind of closer to University Area Mall, if you know where that is.
Okay, yep, that's what I was asking.
North 22nd Street.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of that area of Fowler, North 22nd Street, and the assisted living facility is on North 17th Street. Right. And so, I mean, but it's like, let me have Sasan show you down, like you can see the sign, North 22nd Street. You can see cars stranded. That's how deep this water is on Fowler.
Wow.
And it just doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So thankfully, they got those, the sheriff was saying yesterday, they got 4 new, these special incident high water vehicles in just before this storm. So very significant in being able to help in situations just like this. So I'm sure people very grateful at this time that they are able to get this kind of help, and it certainly came right in the nick of time. I think they said they got them delivered like this week.
Yeah.
The 4 new vehicles. So it's
high water
definitely coming
vehicles
handy.
Definitely in handy right now. I know some were being staged over at Ray J earlier this morning.
That's right. And they headed out early this morning. You know, Jenny, it's weird. You know, if you ever drive on Fowler Avenue anywhere in that area where you're seeing the flooding, I mean, I can't ever remember seeing a dip in the road like that would cause flooding like that.
It's pretty crazy to look down the street and see how deep this water is, and it just got inundated. And, you know, we were getting those alerts last night about Morris Bridge Road and all of that. It kind of all similar area, but there's there's a ton of water out here, guys. And people are going to, there's going to be more flooding and more cars. And it wasn't from the storm surge. And that's, I think, why everybody's so shocked. These are areas that you wouldn't think would flood.
Yeah.
And instead, now they're dealing with high water rescues.
Right. Absolutely. That's why this is definitely a day of assessment for those crews out there. While we're talking about the bridge crews, they're assessing the damage to causeways and making sure that it is all safe, because when you've got water like that, those roads underneath, you just don't know how damaged they are. You want to make sure that they have time to not only dry out, but then assess the roadways before people are back out on them. And you've made the comment before about manholes that I hadn't even really thought about before, but that water can push the manholes up and become very dangerous for people that are wading through, trying to walk from one side to the other. We keep saying it today, guys, stay out of the flood waters if you can. Really dangerous situation.
When I was in Brandon earlier today on Valrico Road, and a woman had driven, she's like, I could see the road, and then suddenly I couldn't. And next thing she knows, she could barely, she said, thank God I had my window open because I don't think I would have been able to open my car door. And I got out, and she said I had to swim to get out of the water, to get to higher ground while she's screaming for help. It's just been, I think, people are shocked. People that know this area, people who've lived here for years, think, oh, it's Fowler. I can just drive down Fowler. I'm sure it's not that deep.
Yep.
And
you know, Jenny, we've heard that.
We've heard that. Cars now.
Yeah, Jenny, we've heard that so much after Helene, now after Milton. You know, this area has never flooded before.
Hasn't happened in more than 100 years.
More than 100 years. So we keep.
We weren't alive.
Yeah.
You at home, not in our lifetimes.
Yeah. Nobody can spread the word to you that area does flood from time to time. So. All right, Jenny Dean reporting live for us there along Fowler.
We'll let you wrap up, Jenny, for sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Jenny. We're going to check back with you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for great reporting. I mean, Jenny's been bouncing all over the place today.
She always is. She does a great job with these storms. She's a busy girl, but really gives us a great perspective.
Absolutely.
She's been covering all Hillsborough County for us and doing an incredible job.
Speaking of perspectives, we've gotten multiple perspectives
of aerial
some of
perspectives at this point.
Yeah, of the most jaw-dropping video probably of the day and the night.
Wow, look at this.
And that is the Tropicana field roof being blown off in the middle of the night. We've seen it from afar. We've seen it from the inside.
Wow.
Not sure if you've seen this drone footage, though, as it just goes over the trop. And, not to make a joke here, but it sounds like it looks like somebody toilet papered the trop.
It really does. No, it does.
Which is all that's left of it.
The trop at this point. And we've been talking about this. This is an incredible perspective for you. This all happening overnight with those high mile-per-hour winds, more than 100 mile-per-hour winds that we saw just 2 miles from the trop there at Albert Wooden Airport as this storm came through the area here. The good news is nobody was injured. This is usually a staging site for linemen, for first responders. Right. They had already been moved out of the area. Everybody was accounted for after this, so it makes it a little bit easier to show you this video. It could have been totally catastrophic, but this is unbelievable. You've never seen anything like this. How many storms has this area weathered? Never seeing something like this happen at the trop before.
Absolutely not. And when I woke up late last night and I saw this video, the first thing I thought, and like a lot of you thought, was, oh my goodness, all those first responders were staged in there. Are they okay? Everyone is accounted for. I do wonder, though, how they got them out in time, because it was almost like perfect timing. They were.
It's almost like flags flying right there.
Exactly.
T-shirts.
Boy,
line hangers. What am I trying to say? The line.
Yeah, like when you're like your clothesline when you're drying your clothes outside.
You don't do that often.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of folks are going to be doing that.
I was just going to say now that we don't have power, maybe joke's on me later on this afternoon.
That's how you're going to be doing your clothes old school style right there.
Man, oh man.
Going further south, back to Bradenton again, because that's where we're seeing a lot of damage.
Yeah, let's take a look this morning. Oh my goodness, yeah, this down in Bradenton. Our Jen Titus has been covering that area for us too, as long with Nick Valtura, and you can see the remnants of a boat there, just tattered and basically broken in half. We saw incredible storm surge in the area there, not only with this storm, but with Helene. These boats tossed. This all looks eerily reminiscent of Helene, which moved through the area just 2 weeks ago at this point. So no time to really clean up and prepare for this. And that's part of this equation too, is really the aftermath. What's what? From what storm is this damage? Because we didn't have time to clean it all up. There was so much debris left over, and that was part of what we were concerned about heading into Milton last night, is that around the clock, Governor DeSantis had dump trucks picking up all the debris that they could, but it was a race against the clock, a race against the weather. That inclement weather moved in through the area earlier yesterday than even I thought it would.
Yep.
The bridges were closed
Yeah.
by 1 o'clock yesterday.
And that was a smart move because all of a sudden, Milton just picked up steam, even though the shear was making it less of an intense storm. It was picking up steam, and then all of a sudden it came on shore a lot sooner than we kind of expected earlier in the day. So certainly good that everyone got out in time. And we're not doing stories at this point like we were after Helene, talking about death after death after death.
Yeah, although we did see some
We
lives
have,
lost with
yeah,
this.
we have 2 in St. Pete that are attributed to the hurricane, and then we had 4 over on the other side of the state because of tornadoes.
Yeah. But again, this is a day of assessment, so we're going to learn more as the day unfolds. We've got reporters across. Okay, we've got on the line. Sorry, we're trying to hear our producer here. Sheriff Chris Nacco.
Oh, okay, it's Chris Nacco. All right, hey, Sheriff Chris Nacco, Jameson Mueller with Caitlin Lockerbie here at 10 Tampa Bay. We got you on the phone.
I appreciate it. Yeah, just wanted, we're calling in. We're doing search and rescue right now in Thousand Oaks, which is in the Trinity neighborhood. Back in 2012, we had massive flooding, and it's repeating itself again in the same neighborhood. So we're with Pasco Fire Rescue, National Guard, State Guard. We're going in here. We pulled out about 30 so far plus with some animals, too, a lot of dogs. And so we're rescuing them, taking them out, getting them to highland. And the big question they're all asking us, well, how long is this going to last? And they don't have power. They don't have running water. So I think as the day goes on, we're going to continue to pull people out. But it's also a humanitarian effort where we're going to be going in there when we get the water supplies here to bring off pallets of water to drop them off to people that want to stay behind.
Now, Sheriff Nacco, how high is the water there in the area right now as you guys are doing this rescue? How high did it come up for people?
So I'm 6'3", and the water at some places is slightly above my waist.
Wow.
And some of it edges and flows as it comes in. But I can tell you, if you have a visual map, you can look at Little Road. There's a place called Generations Church just north of Generations. There's a big field. That water is flowing down. It's coming from up north. We don't think that is going to crest, from our understanding from the meteorologists and NOAA, that is not going to crest until tomorrow around noon, which Elfers, this water flows into Elfers. So we're going to be out here for a while. We're hoping everybody who wants to leave will leave now. And we tell them, look, we'll be here, but the longer this goes on, the more people we may need to go help and rescue.
Yeah, Sheriff Nacco, and this is a lot of times why you tell everybody to get out of their zones, the zones that you told everyone to.
So Helene, I will tell you, I think it was at nighttime what made it a little bit more dangerous. That water was, there are strong currents here now in some of the areas, but nowhere near as strong as they were in Helene. And plus with Helene, we were in there in the middle of the night, so it made it much different. So it's one of those things. I think right now, as I said, the uncertainty is how high this water comes, how long this lasts. With Helene, it was more of a rush to get in there as quickly as you can because we've never seen anything like that before. Unfortunately, with history, we've seen this back in 2012. So the only difference is the amount of rain that came in last night with Milton and how that affects us down here throughout the Trinity area.
Yeah, and as you guys work to get them out, Sheriff Nacco, you said 30-plus people now rescued with their pets. What are their conditions? They're all doing okay? I'm sure very, very shaken up at this point. That's a scary situation to be in, but are they all okay?
Yeah, everybody's doing well, good spirits, very appreciative of the Sheriff's Office and all the fire rescue and everybody who's out here helping them. Go Pasco's out here right now that if they need to be transported to River Ridge High School, they will. We're also assisting families. There are some families that are coming into the area that, law enforcement we're holding a perimeter to keep this area clear, but the families are there that we're able to take their loved ones to them to get them out. The one issue, we're dealing with, I feel horrible for these people because they have the uncertainty. They're not sure when they're going to come out, but I'll tell you, there's people in here with strong faith. We were out there talking to them, saying, hey, this is all in God's hands, and, like anything else, it always could be way worse. And right now, we're blessed that, people are okay, they're safe. They're just trying to make that tough decision. Should they go? How long is it going to be? But at the same time, as the Sheriff's Office, Fire Rescue, we're all here trying to give them that option and make sure they're going to be okay.
Yeah, better safe than sorry for sure. I remember, Sheriff, you said with Helene that you guys were getting inundated with calls about welfare checks and making sure that people were okay, especially since we've seen so many power outages with Milton. I know a lot of people are struggling with their cell service right now. Even we here at the studio have struggled with some of our live shots today. We use our DeGiro, which relies on cell service. And so right now it's harder to get in communication with some of your loved ones to check in, make sure that you're okay. There's a little bit of distance sometimes in getting that fast response that people are anxiously awaiting. So again, I wanted to give you the opportunity. Is that a problem right now? And what should people do to make sure that it's not on you to spread the word?
Yeah, so, we do have some of those welfare checks. I saw last night, it was probably about 1:30 about 1:30 in the morning. We were holding a lot of welfare checks. It was people internationally and here, state of Florida and out of the different states, people calling in, checking for their loved ones. Right now, we have 25 that we have on the board that we're going in for. But I agree with you. Cell phone service is a little spotty. We're telling these people here, hey, just tell your loved ones what's going on. Tell them you're okay. If you need to be rescued, everybody's right here. We can pull them out. But I agree. That's a great point. It's just keep telling people, look, the more you can just keep in touch with your loved ones, tell them you're okay. But I get it. In the past several years, we have a lot of new people to the state of Florida. We have a lot of people that their loved ones have just moved to Florida. These hurricanes are something that to them is very scary, which it is for all of us, but at the same time, for them, it's even more so. They've never been through it. So the more the family can keep them at ease, tell them what's going on, the less likely they're going to keep filling up the dispatch lines, and the better it is for us to be able to respond to calls. And I'll tell you, last night, we still had domestics going on. We still had burglary. We still had other crimes that deputies were trying to get to, weather was holding us back a lot of time. But the other things that are going on in this county does not stop, and that's why we're asking for resources to come into Pasco to assist us, because our deputies have been impacted by the storm, and it's been a long 24 hours, and we're going to keep pushing forward.
Yep, absolutely. And Sheriff, I'll give you the last word here because, one of the things is, you have areas throughout Pasco County dealing with a multitude of issues. So what is the final word that you want to get out there today as everybody's kind of, waking up, walking outside and assessing their own homes?
So the one thing is, if you woke up today, you're able to see the sun right now, thank God Almighty that God gave you another day. Make the best out of it. Keep pushing forward. Keep a positive spirit. Across the county, we have great partners, whether it be fire rescue, the state guard, state law enforcement, the National Guard. We're going to be out there on the east side of the county where there's a lot of trees down and a lot of issues. We're out there cleaning that up. We're going to be here. We're never leaving. We're side by side. Not saying we fight as one. That's who we are. We are one in this community in Tampa Bay. We'll get through this. God bless all our other agencies. We're all in this together.
All right. Sheriff Chris Nacco from Pasco County joining us on the phone. Chris, thank you so much for your time. We know you're busy there today. We certainly appreciate you coming on 10 Tampa Bay and kind of spreading the word this morning to the folks who are still out there. And I'll tell you, when you watch Sheriff Nacco, you see Sheriff Chronister, they're out there in the middle of the night in these floodwaters helping their deputies because they realize their deputies have been impacted by all of this stuff. They've, they know that, every man needs to be out there. Every man and woman needs to be out there helping out as their communities are going through it. And he mentioned so many people are moving to Florida. So many people are moving to Pasco County. Yeah, Pasco County is just exploding in growth, and they move there. And Pasco County has, 2 storms in a row. We promise if you just moved here, it's not normally like this because 2 weeks ago you heard historic, and then this week you heard historic. It's not normally like that. We're just going through a rough patch right now. This is a tough year for 2024.
Yeah, it sure is. And we anticipated a rough hurricane season, but nobody could anticipate this because, like we continue to say, historic. This has not happened in anybody's lifetime. And so it is hard when that hasn't been the case to really anticipate it and to tackle it. But we really are lucky to have incredible first responders that are working around the clock and men like Sheriff Nacco who lead by example.
Yep, exactly. And before the season started, as we go to meteorologist Amanda Pappas, You know, we heard this was going to be a record season with the most storms ever. We might not hit that number, what the prediction was, but we always say it just takes that one storm, especially if it hits us. Now we've had 2 in a row, so we have, you know, a lot to say about this hurricane season for sure, Amanda.
It only takes one, Jameson and Caitlin, to completely change our coastline, change the community that we know and love. And we are here with you. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much for trusting us. We're going to be here to get you through it before, during, and of course after. This cleanup is going to be a long one up ahead. But thankfully, we have these winds coming in from the north right now, and that's going to help to drag in much drier conditions and make it feel less humid. And that's just helpful for our first responders, right? And those winds are going to continue to die down. But today we saw winds peak out to 87 miles per hour. Can you believe that? Over towards the trop yet again. And earlier than that, about 101 degrees. Still checking. Our obs are still out right now from some of our cameras. However, a lot of them are showing us more and more of this sunshine, which is really great news and some positivity that we need this morning after such a dark night. But hey, without our darkest nights, we would never know our brightest days, and we love our sunshine state. So we do know that our 10 Tampa Bay studios looking pretty good at this point. The shed, a little bit of damage to it. Even some of our Airbnbs that we've been staying at near the station, a little bit of damage to them. I've just been noticing that and seeing a lot of pictures come in, just fresh pictures that I'm trying to get into you guys over the next hour from St. Pete Beach. So I'll be sharing those in the next couple of minutes with you guys. But for right now, seeing that our station's not doing too bad, and Lakewood Ranch from this image right here looking untouched, thankfully, but we know they felt significant impacts with that landfall not too far away. Again, this system made landfall, and it was nothing we have ever experienced before. Thankfully, the surge was not as bad as Helene, but let me tell you, we got close. We dodged a bullet. So thank you guys for evacuating, and please give it up to our linemen and all of our emergency responders. Thank you so much, and give them plenty of room to work today because it's still dangerous out there. So I know it's beautiful, and if you do step outside, you're going to feel that nice freshness to the air. It's less humid. However, do not be driving around because there's still a lot of mass destruction and devastation. We have both 4 of our cranes. Of course, we know that this is a booming area and there's so much construction going on. So these cranes over towards downtown St. Pete, you can see them there. And then this was the crane that crashed and fell onto that building, and all that destruction still there. So still dangerous debris around. So please be careful. And throwing some stats at you, Hurricane Milton made landfall last night at 8:30 p.m. as a Cat 3 and Siesta Key, and it brought with it a bunch of tornadoes that I've never covered. I've covered multiple tropical systems, including Hurricane Ian, which was some of the most life-threatening and devastating and deadly surge I've ever seen, but it did not contain these types of supercells and tornadoes that were so strong, long-tracking tornadoes over towards some of our inland counties. Overall, though, right now, what I'm really happy to say is that our rainfall estimates, right, they are going to finally be capped. Finally, we are seeing that we're drying out completely, which is good. We had historic rainfall. So in addition to the tornado threat that we talked to you guys about, that verified, along with the freshwater flooding, and we did see the surge, not the official verification that we previously thought, but we're so happy we dodged a bullet on that, but still seeing a lot of flooding because of that freshwater flooding, of course, with those totals of rainfall nearing 20 inches. Now, radar right now completely dry and clear. Futurecast shows us that the system is going to continue to push off into the Atlantic. We see a nice mix of sun and clouds. And guess what? Look at this. That system carried out all the moisture with it. And look at what's coming in now, all that brown and orange for you. This is all that dry air for those first responders. Wonderful news. That's going to help us feel so wonderful heading into this weekend and help in that cleanup and recovery effort. And we still have a long way to go in hurricane season. Do not look at that clickbait that you see out there right now. We are calm and quiet, thankfully, in the Bay Area.
Amanda Pappison, the 10 Tampa Bay weather team, thank you so much as we reset here at the noon hour. Thank you so much for watching our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Jameson Euler.
I'm Caitlin Lockerbie. We appreciate you being with us here this afternoon.